It is 3 in the morning. Okay. Let me throw on some music real quick. Do I have class today? I get it's a holiday, but
Audio device connected.
I might have class. Double check. So it's me, Sophia. Who else is the third? I think it was Miguel. Yeah, me, Sophia, Miguel. On the group project. I would help, but laptop's charge port's not no bueno. I give him some list ideas.
I'm Ashton, and I'm passing the phone to someone who's took 3 grand finals. I'm Muses, and I'm handing the phone to someone who got a life event in Manchester. I'm Gunner, and I'm passing the phone to someone who got pressed by... Yeah. Hi guys, it's Nate. I'm handing the phone over to someone who thinks they have aura but have 0. Hello, my name is Anima. Hi guys, it's Nate. I'm handing the phone over to someone who thinks they have aura but have 0.
Nate's?
Hello, my name is Anima, and I'm handing my phone to the best Instagram model of Siege.
I'm Hurt, and I hand the phone to someone that's nice to hug. I'm Dream, and I'm giving the phone to a complete beast.
Hello guys, I'm Robbie. I'm handing my phone to a legend.
Hey guys, I'm Paulo. Hope you guys are enjoying Reload. And é isso, rapaziada. Espero que vocês estejam curtindo aí o Reload. Vejo vocês aí logo mais no palco.
I'm Ashton, and I'm passing the phone to someone who's took 3 grand finals. I'm Muses, and I'm handing the phone to someone who got a life event in Manchester.
I'm Gunner, and I'm passing the phone to someone who got pressed by Bodega.
Hi guys, Nate. I'm handing the phone over to someone who thinks they have aura but have 0.
Hello, my name is Alemão, and I'm handing my phone.
Ready to check the grand finals?
Has very few ways back into this. So much pressure in this round from every single angle. Doom takes on Doki and the ball from Stumpin against the world. 1v4 is good for 1. Double for him in the round, but no help to be had. He finds another. This will need to be an ace for Stumpin. He's got the read. He settles back in. As Savage and Adrian both prepare their shotguns on close range. The Grimm's bees come out. He's got a shotgun of his own. He could bring to this fight as he decides how does he play this secret wiggling, tempting to make this a fight. Adrian and Savage just need to time this well. No. Oh my god! Oh my god! He is the chosen one! He is the king!
At least gives the numbers advantage to the key thing by quite a way now. 5 versus 3, you don't really see teams at this level with this much time left giving these kind of rounds away unless you see someone just pop off on the side of walls. But now leader's gone down, and Stompton finds a 2k in the round.
First, the match set themselves up in a very strong position. We had a quick day yesterday. He's already knocking on the door of third. I said it might slow down the control.
Looks for the reload, and the impact's coming out. Nate is coming to support. He spots the player. Oh no. Gas comes out. He needs to take the fight with the pistol, but all of Fury are there. Yeah. Injured. They trade to 1v1 out of nowhere. This is very, very late. The timing here. As Hurts waits for his teammate, him and Nate put together. Alamau has stolen! Alamau! What the hell was that? How does he clutch the 1v2? Forward deck in from Doku's injured. Oh, Doki. He's been reported tonight. I don't know what happened there. Alamau's found one. Alamau again doubling down. G2 are laughing. We are about to round this corner. Fully their way back. 25 seconds. 2v4 full information. G2, they're just waiting for rival. Shaking.
They've been proved wrong. But Stompin isn't just trying to survive in Pro League. He is trying to win it all. And for that to happen, he has to win the grand final match against Team Secret if he wants to win the entire Esports World Cup event.
He saves it, far in fact, and asserts his dominance. He's hungry for it.
He and Blaz agreed for 2.
Make that a third. Yeah, that's big from Blaz. The big two. Doki doubles his kills as well.
On D2, primed for an execute, and they're all ready for it.
There's a nade. This puts her in a...
Please, boy, William.
No! It's a cheeky error. Because his drone came from the west side, he will spawn on the side. Oh, I was right. And I hear another shield. Thrown up on the roof. He might jump on the attic window. Let me just put up a good mine there.
Alright, I already know that there's no way he has a good mine on this. Or if he has a good mine on this, GG.
You know, as I predicted earlier,
GG, man. I have no chance.
let's just hold the jump in again because his shield won't cover him when he jumps in from a 90-degree angle right here. He decides to smoke it, and is he actually going to jump in? Yeah, he jumps in.
I thought I had a shield in front of me, right? Or no?
I don't even know how smart that was. Personally, I would have like run up main stage somewhere. You know, it is Jinx and they were talking about, so.
Please, boy, William.
Wait,
Position, but Doki just jumps on over. Forces high.
There
Savage
goes,
has to hold his position. He looks really hot, but he gets traded by Blaz. Stop and go.
Oh, this is okay. This is 9 hours ago. Actually,
Alright, Jack, going into today, Split and Stompin are both trying to avoid elimination, but not only are they avoiding elimination,
watch. This game.
basically there's a scenario where if they both win today, there's a very, very high percent chance that they play each other do or die to make playoffs. For those who don't know how Swiss works, win 3 to make playoffs, lose 3 to get eliminated. Right now they're both 1 and 2. They go into today. If they both win their match, SR wins against NIP, G2 wins against D plus Kia, Furia wins. There's very little rearrangements you can make for them not to play each other. Like it's like if FaZe lose, they don't play each other. If Furia lose, they don't play each other. But you know, Furia already won, FaZe already won. So they're basically guaranteed to play each other if they both make it. So they've won, both have the survival elimination, and 2, they will play each other do or die if they both do. So that's the games you're gonna watch today. Split and Stompin. Let's fucking go. Alright, listen. G2 versus D plus, elimination game. If they lose this game, they are out. If Stompin loses this game, they are out. So they really gotta fucking lock in. Now D plus is a Brazilian team that imported into Asia, so they got slammed by FaZe when they played FaZe. Here we go. Bank 2. Bank is a great G2 map. Nighthaven is a great G2 map. So let's really just not hope for an upset. Okay, here we go. BO3, yes, BO3. All elimination games and promotion games are BO3. This is why I love majors.
Yeah, like the first 2 rounds.
Okay, yeah, who cares? Good push. Good pick. That wasn't, I don't think, what the fuck, Alamo? Oh no, that was almost a freebie. That should have been a freebie, man. D plus gives the map already. Bank was a pick from D plus, what I'm here from. Bro, what is going on with my stream, bro? Alright, full map control, G2, 2 minutes left in the round. I think it's a stupid ego challenge from D plus, but we'll see. I personally don't think D plus is accurate whatsoever. G2 are the Brazil eliminators, let's see if that's true. Well, this is not even Brazil, this is like a fake Brazilian team that cosplays. It's like fake, it's a Brazilian team that cosplays as an APAC team. So it's like, what the fuck? What is good with the YouTube quality though? I feel like the YouTube quality is a little bit shittier. Oh well, who cares? Is the quality bad for you guys, Chad, or is it just me?
Start looking at what's going on downstairs. D plus gear.
Server layer.
Back at this point because now
They are gonna go for this guy with Blitz.
all this utility.
I don't know, are you gonna come run at this guy?
2 of them. They've got a couple more.
You getting ready to fire a player behind the server rack? It's a 2-player server hold, so there's a guy behind the rack. At least from what it seems like it's the Capitao. No, that's not. It's not. They don't even need it. They don't even need to fire the server rack. Just run at this guy. Oh, the smoke's doing a good job though. They have to fire the bottom of the staircase so he moves up. Good job. Good job. Good kill. Brilliant. Brilliant. Good nade. Good nade. Good nade. Really good clear by G2. Really good clear by G2. There we fucking go.
Stay on those stairs, no deployable shield. So you know, we see that done sometimes, but it does make it easier to clear. A nice double coming in for G2. Great start for them. 5 versus 3 now. They've got 45 seconds. Both pouches are open. This really should be a G2 round.
Are you ready?
work it in, get that plant down on the ground, make sure you don't get hit on the main stairs.
Yeah, blue now. How many smokes are left? No smokes left. 2 C4s. Fuck, wait, the zombie might be able to be planted on. They're using their own zombie against them. The DMR should break it in 2 seconds though. Good, Zach. Good. Let's fucking go. Nice. Damn right, he's a fucking god. Why would you import a Brazilian to fucking record AKA group thinking this up tonight. Remind me after the series finishes to do an intro at the end.
It's just a matter that he seems to love, and he's come in and got, you know, a big start there for his team as well. You know, I don't think G2 could ask for better, really, yeah?
No, really good stuff. And again, stomping with a 4K to kick it off. What you saw there at the very start as well, the player around servers. Typically, why you see the player on stairs playing their life. Their goal is to waste as much time as they can. If you can get a kill, brilliant. But you're there to draw on utility, to chew through drones, to waste time so those on site can then stall out with C4s and any other manner of device they've then got to hold things down. Part of the problem, and I call that problem, and I've wondered it myself a few times, is Nia's on the
so cool and humble, he's so cool. No, it's just brilliant. It's just they're getting fully outstarted. G2 are getting fully outstarted right now. They like G2 effortlessly took top 4, mid floor. G2 effortlessly cleared blue server. G2 effortlessly planted the bomb while 21 person backside. G2 look on top of it. They're not unfortunate that G2 are hit in this is they are 1 and 2. They lost immediately and they lost that anyway. But this is why I like if this were EWC, they'd be out already. Right, within a day they'd be out. But the major format, you really let the better teams and the worst teams actually get filtered into.
Welcome to the monster.
More consistent in the long run because of how long the format is. It's a Swiss stage. And SI is a fucking group stage, so it's even longer than that in a loser's bracket. At majors, if you win 3, you make it. You lose 3, you don't make it. And all elimination and promotion weeks are best of 3. So truly, the most consistent teams will make it. So about thinking of the subbers, I appreciate you, man. Sport out, thinking of the subbers, I appreciate you, loving it. And I actually don't think the Swiss stage says much about who will do best or worst in the playoffs, actually.
Those 4 icons are the operators that have been spotted out.
Oh, unfortunate. I started to cut my own mind, but they able to get this soon. Cabinet players will be clear out soon. They get the Damos underneath. If there had been a player close window, he'd be dead, but he's not there anymore. He's ran all the way back. Alright, they clear out close windows position. This is a full Windows take, I think. I don't know what else.
Well, you're here for modules, right?
It has to be a pledge here for G2. G2's gonna flood up their grim charges. They don't really have a lot of control otherwise, or ETO otherwise. They don't have the fucking O's to go for the default plan they like to go for. Smoke and Echo to stop plans. They have to flood through for kills here, in my opinion. Rehost at 1 minute 30? Is that a valid rehost call? Before it was before people took damage? Is Doki stuck? Is Doki stuck on repel bugs?
But now the round plays on, running into an
it looks like he's fine. Oh, he's fine. Why do you call rehost?
Try and move yourself back across this top floor. Has gone off though and pushed the players back.
They have to play the round down. What happened? What happened to G2?
G2 still got all this window control. I don't know if anything happened here from Square as well. Now
he knows his prep. He knows his prep. Entry in. Here comes the window repels. Just like I was saying. Player coming up the red staircase. Doki, beautiful entry. D+ look fucking lost, as they should. Really need to import a Brazilian team into APAC to win. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, what is the rehost call for?
The rest of us call that a quick peak to stop it as a slow peak. That was unreal reaction time. Real stuff in a very comfortable second round for them.
I could only dream this. I could only dream.
Alamo was stuck. Oh.
You know what I hate? Like when I play Siege, the thing that gets me, or any shooter is I feel in the moment that I've been like someone's Ferrari.
I think Blaz was stuck on pause or repel.
For a second and a half.
No idea. Fucking just let Stompin do his thing. Yeah, this is the thing against like a team like this, bro. It's like literally like Stompin's playing a fucking challenge early team, bro.
From players like this, it's
Think about it this way, bro. You lost all your sauce. You went from practicing against Brazilians to practicing against fucking APAC, and you dominated APAC. Wow, great for you. Good job. You imported a Brazil team to APAC, but now you're fucking shit. You deserve to get shit on those things. Let's stop and play entry all fucking game and just run fucking pockets on these guys, bro. Honest to God.
There's an element of sound there. He might have heard the footsteps of him like rushing up towards the door. But
honest to fucking God.
No, I'm backing it. I'm backing him there because there is an element of sound there, but he doesn't shoot until he sees
Senso, you're pushing it with the mod. You're pushing it with the mod, Senso.
Absolutely.
I don't know about that one.
He'd have peeked me at least 2 or 3 times before I took a shot there.
I think we need to chip that.
Big robe from D+. I do respect the fact that they're not doing something like a monkey strike. They're actually going for a full aggressive robe to hatch open on server. Let's see if what GT want to do against this one. Round started, they have the
typical rotation you might see teams employ, which is where you'll play
fast entry operators again.
Gonna go back down.
We're gonna go straight for garage control. It seems like it's the best thing to do against the room. Good response. G2 always have really good strategical answers. That's one thing I really like. They're really good at reading them around and then giving like a proper strategical answer after almost every situation. They have answers to almost every single scenario. Wow, EMPing the fucking Fenrir walking through. If there was a BP down at this garage, I would not be able to spot him. Good gap. Because there's so many people in the room, there's only one person on site. This is a strength of the garage gap. The biggest issue is with the red hatch open, the red hatch will be able to hold it walking in the site. They're going for sites direct because of this as a reason. Oh, good pinch. Good pinch onto the site player. Good pinch, and now they're gonna flow up into the room clear. Does he know? Dropped in the hatch. Moira gets traded immediately. Now G2 need to reset and see how they want to proceed in this round. Are they going to keep hitting the side or are they going to go back? Side players are in. Nears gets boom! Nears gets stomping as well. They try to keep hitting the side. G2, that was a decision. But unfortunately for them, D+ had rotated the player back already, and that guy's holding it down now.
Ready to come pushing with the diffuser. They had different plans elsewhere. I believe he was up on
player top square still.
Has then got off, gone towards
D2's in flow state. Bad aim king, all good. SMG's all great for it. We can blame it on that. It's not the same on console, not the same on controller, guys. A little bit more difficult here. Haha, Lord. Buddy pet joke, guys. Don't get mad at me.
Way down main stairs or up main stairs from garage at that point. It was good to respond, and that has then forced G2 to say, okay, forget about it. We don't have the advantage in dirt anymore. Let's rotate away back towards lobby as we originally planned and make a more standard hit work.
Yeah, I think blur the chat the entire time.
Tracker's going to be active on bullets, so they know that he's just been chased down by marble stairs. Alamau actually picks up Mitty at the same time as tracking bullet. He's not even going to be chasing.
Actually, no.
I need to get
G2 managed to level things up.
Even LeBron has some shots from real. Realest thing we've ever said.
Possibilities there, and certainly not if a plant is going down, but he needs to be careful.
Alright, D2 have now flipped the run around. They've taken the control that they would have taken if they had cleared the room. D+ give it away. They fall back to site 33. Pretty good shots by Nears to stop the site hit from G2. G2 had a really good response, but Nears drops down and gets a crazy shot. No stopping and lawyer in order to bring it back. G2 look like they want to go for blue execute. Now one C4 to stop us if they want to go for it. Last in a site drop, hatch drop to fucking find a bomb, I think. But there's a lot of holes open on this hatch drop. It's not like red. It's not like red wall. Are they holding the hatch drop right now? Levi kills. Blaz does drop. Good. Gets wall bang by Near. Near is going crazy. Right now, I won't lie. Holy shit.
Yeah, great right. He played it well. You know, Moira goes in, Moira on the knock to get the kill across side, and then could have been a real nuisance going into the rest of the
WGK to think of something that I appreciate a lot of menu, sir.
Really gave a lot of space for D+ here, especially with Stomping being cleared out of gold at the same time. It meant that G2 were then kind of fishing round.
Stomping was stuck, yo.
Ever, do you think what God tier entry fragging looks like in Pro League is better? The Givini is literally God.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. What's going on over stream, by the way? First half has just ended. It was 7-2 to FaZe on Clubhouse over BDS. Maybe Team FaZe have finally woken up because our comments over the last couple of days have been they do not look like the FaZe that we know themselves now. Absolutely. I mean, G2 will still win this game, and tomorrow you'd have G2 against Weibo, you'd have BDS coming up against NR.
snow starts flying, it's days like these you remember most. Bottomless turns, waist-deep powder, the chase for more. When you're experiencing the most from Mother Nature, you should experience the most from your gear. Introducing the Vantage 2 helmet by Smith. All mountain, all conditions, all you.
And W7M against Fury. That already feels like a crazy game, W7M Fury. God. Two of the titans of the region.
Do you think that teams should have at least 3/5 of their roster from the region they play in at Fed Our Success?
Yes.
I believe so as well.
I think so.
If we are, believe it or not, we are still there.
I mean, I just also don't think it's optimal too. I think there's enough domestic talent. Like, the majority of the teams that qualified from APAC into the major were APAC teams. EP Enterprise was an Australian team, CAG was a Japanese team, and Weibo is Weibo, you know? Element didn't even qualify, even though they had a full performance. I don't even think it's optimal. Like, they tried to put a Brazilian team in NA once and they got 9th place. I think you're strong in Brazil because of who you practice against. Because that's the Brazilian style. And you sharpen your sword that way. I think by going into a different region, you adjust to their play style and you level it up and you have an identity crisis. Alright, big You're gonna use the Capital to kill those player inside the editor with Fireball to make a move out of the position and go for a Windows Repellent off of that. Wait, did he misclick?
Stoppin's in there.
It felt like he misclicked. I think he just had his frame charge. He was ready to play the game, so he misclicked, but it's okay. He didn't even play. He's great. Brilliant.
Now gold, baby.
Work up the stairs over the hatch though, if you get away the position. Take an SMG-12, walk up the main stairs, stop and freebie right here.
We've got to say that, but I think G2, you know what I'm going to say? You know what I mean?
Okay, a little time.
G2 are doing that right now, and they're doing it.
And a timeout.
Alright, I fucking bow.
Crow, they give us something to do. I appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Breathing room when they switch on to the attack.
Yeah, it does.
Stop them lag down the stairs.
Oh!
Wait.
But this is what I meant against FaZe, bro. When one of these got blue, nah.
Oh, I played the contact. That was,
They didn't expect a fucking third player to be blue.
yeah.
Remember, but against FaZe, D+ were literally throwing round after round after round like that. That's why I don't respect these guys. No bullying.
Yeah, the shield player on this side. Brett said of the day, follow
Oh, I need the fucking.
Being taken away does take quite a bit of strength off G2.
Just means that we're going to see Prashanka instead. Blaz is going to be the one to bring him along.
Maybe I should just like. I'm gonna turn off the chat. Just for this game chat. I could have been blurred until this point.
Okay. Better than smoke. You can deny.
Unblur when like Stompin's going crazy and like everyone's reacting after he goes crazy, but.
Needs to focus around.
I took it off. Sorry, chat. Just for the YouTube video. Just for the YouTube video. I just don't want the spoilers to be there. Sorry, chat.
Already, that's going to be Blaz being exposed. Do that with an.
Hey, you watch anime? Hell yeah, I watch anime.
So
Chinese censorship. This is alright.
G2 here to make sure that Blaz stays safe.
Alright. 2K strike, keep the hatch closed to Tonka to fucking execute big bunker strike out of G2 right here. Stompin's gonna be playing the open area layer with this fucking little Fenrir bands. Max for Stompin.
I think it's pretty fast. Is that fair to say? We've seen teams use it on border to ensure they can open up customs and supply wall. Put up the doorway. We've seen a couple of attempts on execute.
Max for Stompin. Mauido, thank you for the sub. I'm gonna add appreciate Matt.
Let's try and overwhelm G2 on the other side. We're careful.
Alright, takes my shots.
Lyra's going to get himself back down marble.
Good layer. I mean, they're playing heavy anchor strike anyways.
For the time being, needs to be chased on.
If they leave with 2 minutes left, it's fine.
Get down there behind him.
It's fine.
Get aggressive. Lyra is only half.
Big thing I'm scared is of whether or not G2 has faced this little Aurora and Emi execute. They're gonna roar off the red door, and that's gonna like stop the angle from garage. So the angle from garage onto the default plant is from the red door in the hallway. Once they get the hatch open, the red hall. So let's see if they have a response to that. G2 are one of the better teams at retaking when plant does go down. Cool. So thank you for the sub agenda ads. Appreciate you, man. I also like that Stompin is off the Tonka right now. Ooh, they're gonna use the thermite. Wow, they're gonna thermite Aurora to dodge the Cade 2. This is actually good tactics by D+. Credit where credit is due. This is good tactics. They're gonna use the Cade. They're gonna use a thermite. Aurora.
Wait, but Donkey was ready.
Wait, what happened to the
opening? However, one of those.
Oh my God! The 2 made it go up on the Aurora, and it fucking broke the thermite. Wow.
I didn't even know about all that.
Doki doesn't even know it's not on the hatch. Doki's just wasting his tubes. He could have literally, I think they might have won the round off that. He made it go up. He has one more. He has one more. If he uses it, it breaks it. They don't even have EMPs. This is fucked. Do they have Twitch drones even? He's not ready for it. Doki's under the fucking bomb. Yo, Falls, are you asleep at the wheel? Your teammate just died to a guy under the fucking bomb. Alright, they have it. Chonkas now should come for fires. What are you going for? They're not even going to go for breaches in the walls. They're not even going to go for default plans. Heavily G2 flavor. There's all the Chonkas left in the world. Smokes come through. Everything comes through. Player comes down main stairs. Immediately dead. They retake top. Max Verstappen retakes top floor. Max Verstappen retake on the hatch. Good pre-fire. No! Max Verstappen not good. Falls is right on the rotate. Wait, what? That's a crazy plant spot. Oh my God, Falls!
Falls, he's only needs 2 kills inside of sight, and just like that, the round has fallen apart. It looks so good for G2.
Uh-oh.
But the D+ gear, it looks even better.
Uh-oh.
Fascinating round overall.
He's going to be fuming when he sees that back. You literally.
I just want to say thank you so much. 2 years ago, I clipped an accident. I told that never walk again. The other day, your stream I was on, I got up, turned up for the first time in forever. Thinking, I got you, bro. I got you, bro.
They've wasted 2 minutes 35.
That's crazy. He fucking planted it on the rotate.
The hatch and just go for it inside of the smokes.
For stopping his fading.
great response from them on the attack.
You know, dude, coming back to the use the rounder as well to try and open up the.
What do you mean Verstappen is fading? He's 10 and 4, bro. What are we talking about?
Can you get a picture of Max Verstappen, like celebrating on top of his car, and then Photoshop Verstappen face on it and send it to me right now?
Letting Kai be open. Like,
I can do that.
Thank you. Okay, we've got Kai open. We can deal with that. We got a router play. Then the two routes have come through as a response to that from Doki. Wonderful way of layering up, again, from bands through to the pick through to the exact minutiae of the round itself was absolutely wonderful stuff. Almost the way that Doki got suckered away afterwards.
Or just him standing. I don't know which one looks better, if he's on his car or not.
We had the Thermite for a second run away from trying to open that door.
Well, on his car, it has his helmet on, so I'm just using this one. This one's a good one.
Well, helmet's fine. Like, no helmet's fine.
Wonderful little bit
Well, I trust you.
Definitely the first time I've seen it in the game, Tim.
Okay then.
Router again. Ooh, round, but no Thermite.
Alamo is going to be put. So if you remember previously on the top floor defense when D plus K were up there, I spoke about the mirror.
New Aurora again. Better off the Eclipse side, and then use Aurora's for window repel, and Ace is up on the board, but E2 do love to play the Cade tube strat. No Bandit or K this time, but just tube to freeze it up to the top floor. This is uncharacteristic of G2. They have the Echo instead. Usually they would have a wall denial operator here, electric operator. Robin is Naruto, Doki is Jiraiya, Fett is Shikamaru, Dapper is Chosh. Bo is Hiroshi.
Wait, who's Obi?
I don't know. I don't think Chat's familiar with Obi, bro.
It's going to be down to Bowles. Needs to get
He's absolutely a rich
if that's the plan.
They could just go
Alright, take off front control. Take underneath. They have full downstairs control.
More on this side here, to be fair, with this main.
They're using the IQ to break all the Echo drones now in the site. Wow, that was just straight up on the floor. It wasn't hit on the cabinet or anything. Big Echo drone in lobby lets them see every single repel. Do they know there's a player in lobby or not? They have lobby cams all over to retake windows whenever they're ready for a kick. The A-Charge tube route's gonna freeze that. They should have the trunk player to shoot that out. Tube. No, tube route? Okay, tube cave.
The first one is detonated, so that was the mirror window gone. Second one will be
They're actually clearing the shit out of this. The tube is late. The motherfuckers have no mirrors anymore. Falls with the kill. What the fuck is going on? Where the fuck is the tube route at, bro?
He sat downstairs on blue stairs and started to work his way up, but Falls has just had that watch on him from the window. Well delivered so far, D plus Kia, and man advantage.
Now they need to make that pay. There's three of
Chicken Nugget Master, thank you for the sub and Jonah ads here. This was a pixel angle. If you didn't know, from inside of Teller's archives, you can get an angle straight in the janitor on the wall. You get that wall bang. Clear onto it, it's good. Nomad hits the player inside janitor, does not get punished for it. Doki gets two. Is that from lobby? That was from conference. That wasn't even from lobby. That was just straight from site.
Retaking that janitor position. So back to the drawing board for D plus Kia. Those gains have been lost.
It's a real race to the top between Stompin and Doki. Doki's now jumped over him again, up to 11 kills.
What the fuck did he die to? On the other window? It's just all wasn't all aced open. That's why. 3v1 G2. Doki. Yep. He has to get an ace or else they lose the round.
For that repel that he knows is coming.
Doki.
That becomes now.
Doki, no. I'm so crispy. Thank you for the sub and Jonah ads. Eva, thank you for the sub and Jonah ads. Appreciate you, man.
Leveling up 4-4. It's game on.
There've been a couple of chances here, like Loira and now Doki.
Navini is moderate. Navini might be moderate. What do you think? Is he a running ban? I mean, it's glitched, but it should have been this late, bro.
They've always ensured the last two players get to sit in a bit of a trade-off between them. Let's have
tag timeout. G2 timeout.
Play the group server with one server in the one cage in the server, and one cage can be like tricky and like
exactly. There you go.
Most time the whole server, so like with the like the most time you can, and then after this, like remember, like if they don't open the hatch, let's use the rotate, like let's play below hatch, let's use the rotate to the LG. Remember, like do the rotate.
Yeah, everything.
Okay? There you go. It's time to bring the Warden, bro. I talk about the Warden, but like maybe they can do like back side now. Okay, I think Monday Ace, okay, Monday Ace for other attacks.
Okay.
I can play the Warden, but there's not gonna be chat.
Right side on ESPN. There's not going to be a Fenrir garage side. He's going to play the Warden. So Zach's going to play the Warden this time on the basement. They're going to bring the case with the hatches. They're going to use the zombies to retake underneath the hatches.
It's the more systemic things that you want to try and fix during attack timeouts, but if it works, then you
No, he gave a lot of solutions. Y'all just can't understand him because the English is bad.
But as it stands, it's 4 apiece. D plus Kia staying toe to toe with G2.
How do they even understand them? I don't know how they understand each other, bro. Fucking Blaz sounds French.
It's about getting that one round because it shifts the momentum, you know, and it plays into your
If you're with someone for long enough, you understand them.
Yeah.
Like, I could never understand that after, like, week 2, I understood it.
You know, absolutely.
Zach is on Warden. They brought the cage for the hacks. They brought the mute for the fucking server layer. I'm pretty sure they're playing server layer. I'm pretty sure they said what they said. Place mute for server layer. The way that mute server layer works is you put a C4 above the door, and you have mute jammers on the fucking like the doors of the server, so that they can't find out where you're standing inside the server.
You know, it's a very unusual black spot.
And then they're like, once you walk in, you get blown sky high with that C4. Blaz, Capital, Blackbeard for D+.
Repeated this time by D plus Kia.
Completely agree. Well, hopefully for G2 it's not quite as chaotic as it was. But for D plus K, you're also hoping it's a little more clear cut. They don't want to leave it down to G2 making mistakes.
I sent you Max Verstappen, by the way.
We've got the Glass on side here, along with the Capital, so a lot of smokes to go around. Lots of pressure being put on Levy then to deliver in a way. The number of times that we'll see the Glass brought along as part of a key execute, and then things just crumble in the early round, they lose the Glass. You're then left picking up the pieces and trying to assemble and attack from it. Stumpin's got a key role in the round too, because he's playing on the Warden. He is the individual on this team that can really anchor down and deal with this pressure coming in from the other side, given there are 6 smokes collectively, well, more than 6 actually, if you wrap in the Capital. We're now looking at 8 across the whole team. Kind of feels like that game plan of theirs is very well orchestrated too.
Oh my god.
Levy,
Dropping chest with the entry.
Oh, calling him a bot, wow! Mid-gunfight! He kills Alamount, calls him a bot in chat. Holy shit.
Capture zone. Initiating round 7 response.
It's Stompin versus the Glass. If you have ball knowledge, you know Glass wins the Warden versus Glass matchup. That's why Stompin's backing up.
4 versus 5, then G2 have got a job to do here. They need to dig deep.
RGX, fights out on these picking for something, don't ads.
Open that hatch on the elevator and then maybe pressure marble stairs, but this is one of the big
They've given up garage control. They don't have that fucking long angle anymore. They reinforce it off, so that's pretty good. Won't be able to deep cut off that ball for this spot. It's important to have.
They know that it's here, because now I'm outside, so they know exactly.
They can't, they don't know about blue, because they don't know where the fuck this guy is.
Playing around smokes. Probably still not going to be focused inside the server itself, but that's about 60.
They find out there's no player here, he's able to walk in. Look at Mini, he's just solo taking this control versus the shotgun player inside. They're walking up on these guys. D Plus have playing with fire in their eyes right now. They're playing aggressive as fuck, I won't lie. Someone watch Mini, he's on blue stairs. It's a 1v1 shotgun between Midi and the blue stairs player. No one's got blue hatch up with us. This is bad. They don't have enough harbor charges to get this blue hatch up, and D4 comes out, gets blown up, here comes the shield. The shield's able to clear him out. This is good. This is good for D+. Good double swing, good trade out. D2 are in a shit position right now.
Not unless you have Max Verstappen! Unless you have Max Verstappen!
He manages to drive G2 back into this round. 3v2, they have a big advantage now. They know the last 2 arrive in
D4, good.
Oh, Max Verstappen.
Max Verstappen. That's Max Verstappen. That's Max Verstappen. That's Max Verstappen, bro. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit, this guy's hit.
You can't then cover the planting. You give the ability for the wall to step inside a site. You can't shoot C4s out of the air. You're just inviting chaos. But they drop it down. Ultimately, they pay the price.
Good double swing, good D+. Good double swing, good trade out. D2 are in a shit position right now.
Not unless you have Max Verstappen! Unless...
Well, first, it's too long. Really want windows and cuts and grades and colors and bosses. Are you serious? That is crazy.
2 seconds. But this thing is crazy power, crazy fast. You can cut deeper, you can engrave deeper. That's incredibly precise, especially on small round objects like these.
There is no layer of soot. It's perfectly clean. There's an incredible amount of detail on it. It really has a lot of depth.
All the different colors going on here. It's awesome though, right? That black is just, it's a showstopper. I can say it's a seriously capable machine. The increased power, improved camera accuracy, and ability to handle both fiber and diode tasks in one unit really opens up a ton of creative potential.
If you approach this with the right heart, I promise you, you can make a lot of money.
Going to be heading to that third choice site this time. Staff an open area. Looking across the lineup, nothing too wonderful from G2, pretty much as we would expect. Look, Debo, maybe
that picture looks so fucking funny.
They got a great entry kill. They created a little bit of space, but then by two players that are absolutely on fire at the minute. 26 kills at this point between Doki and Stump, and Doki's leading 14 to 12. But it's
wait, I didn't even know this.
I remember like way back in the day I spoke to. It was actually
Cloud9 was beating Dark Zero, and then Clash was quarantined mid-game, and Dark Zero won 8-6.
That's insane.
Who had an insane game.
What?
I can't remember how many kills it was between the two of them, but it was extreme. Put it that way. It was a classic Neskin part.
Well, the champion was up and around. See the king.
What do you do with that as a team where you've got two of them like that? Do you just kind of play them off against each other and it becomes like a race to the top for numbers? He said, yeah, absolutely. If that's how it's going to be, then you just go for it. Just leave them to it and let them battle it out. And that seems to be really what's happening now. These two and they're pushing each other to greater heights. It's fantastic stuff.
The one thing I'll come back to, and I say this about G2 a lot, and I think it's what ultimately ends up kind of being their downfall, is the reliance on these hero plays. Someone dons the cape, walks with a 3k or a 4k in the round, pulls off a big hero moment. So Laura almost have one, Doki almost have one, they were handled, but there's been 3 across this game so far, a 3k and a 4k from Doki and a 4K.
So on G2 we have LeBlanc James,
that previous one, neither player
Max Verstappen. What else? We need to find other nicknames for the rest of the team, bro.
Yeah, we need Laura and Doki.
He knows he's there. He's going to free fire him as he comes out, knowing the F-Mat would signal it, and somehow Glass gets away with it without too much damage, to be honest. I thought that was going to be far worse for him. Escapes with a little fadeaway drop down the elevator.
Good entries, completely stopped.
A matter of heartbeats, that's your Ash. But more
Completely stopped. Doki Wan Kenobi is insane. Lionel Messi. I like that. Doki Wan Kenobi. Y'all get more of these good ones fast, bro. Doki Wan Kenobi and Lionel Messi, bro. I'm liking that. Holy shit, my chat's a bunch of fucking GDS's, bro. G2 is stuffing C+ now. Good timeout, brings them right back. I just don't understand the people flaming the timeouts, bro. It's like, they're good timeouts.
But still 4 more G2 players to go.
Yeah, it might just be too little too late there as he moves in. Does take the ground around elevators. G2 just needs to be patient.
Can you make cutouts of each of those individuals so I can make a full roster, please?
Yes, I will.
They're gonna go off. You're gonna know.
I think that's a great use of my time.
I agree. I don't think there's anything else you could possibly be doing right
No.
now.
Okay, so the last time I played.
I don't pay the big bucks for no reason, never. Zach's falling 5, holy shit. Max Verstappen, man.
Let's look in there, like I say, I'm gonna go crazy here and go chasing after kills. Let them come to you.
I got hella compensation for playing.
Going for the toe shots, but Stomping stepping away just in time here as we get towards the last 20.
Alamo's just played that absolutely beautifully. We're going to see the final kill come in, maybe. No, Stomper gets
brilliant. Match point to 2.
Gets the second of his round.
Or as long as you get the second, I appreciate that.
But the way Alamo played that, so Levy just kept peeking that double door. And as I said, you've got the metal detectors, you know when he's coming, you don't need to do much. And that's exactly what Alamo did. He just went prone, under the noise, under the cover of...
I think you got out. I think you got out shitty Photoshop.
Easy kill, round 1.
Let's take a listen to D+ gears.
I think you got out shitty Photoshop. That's for I won't lie.
Oh, word? Second ball, we can play. And keep thinking about the second you can like check out the spiral.
I know that shows a competition. Let me get back to it.
Okay. Yeah, okay, that's it. Yeah, let's go. Guys, we got this, guys.
Yeah, pra mim
Yeah.
Pra mim fazer 3-1, mano. Fazer 3-1 com você embaixo? Tá ligado? Não. Comigo na lança.
The coach them in English and then they go back to Portuguese. Yeah,
você desce o seu próprio atrás.
That answers a very interesting question that I had yesterday, actually, because PGA communicates in English with the guys, they'll speak English as well, but in-game themselves, they talk in Portuguese. And one
timeout. No, it was a good timeout. It's just like, how effective can you be if you don't speak the language of your players?
It's difficult because they've set such a high bar, but they are
No place like Chris. Thank you for the summer. Good to ask you today, man.
Heads held high, should be going into this, and it just feels like maybe the energy's a little bit down.
What do you mean versus elimination? If they lose, they're eliminated. So they're fighting against elimination right now. I don't know what else to tell you. No place like Chris. Thank you for the summer. Good to ask. Was Bank D plus pick? Yes, I think so. But crazy ego chow.
Popping up in the previous with the free.
Won't lie.
Of course, the prior one downstairs in lockers being a bit of a shutout by
Strategic FPS. Thank you for the summer. Good to ask. Appreciate you, man.
Fair, but they're going to try and make Tim his glass work again. This time, they're also rolling the sends along for this top four to make it just a little bit easier to get in after the count.
Yeah, a lot of droning going on, just trying to feel like that defense, see exactly what we have an ability for a little bit. He's trying to pressure on the government, he's going to move himself back out and stop it. Again, you know, I haven't talked about that utility. I think it's that.
Now what do you want? Go on, I'm waiting.
Get in there and challenge them, but I think it was right, obviously, not to do that in that case. It was more about forcing Stomping out so that they could get that breach that they've just done.
I could.
They can't do that because he's just
No,
going to shoot it.
I need that
So that
dog
is, you know,
more.
if Benson playing up onto that shield, he's got to be extra careful now. So I like that passage of play from D plus here. They're also going to get the wall open into time, but the age of top floor question is, what are they going to do about challenge?
Alright.
Well, just Janitor at this point, it's a bit of everything. He's got to be like playing really aggressively when he was first inside of Lodge. He is now, of course,
Those fucking grenade for this. You have to nade it. Sentinel windows. I'm just staying on the windows. Glass going down already in the smokes. And the glass going, here comes Echo drone. It's Echo stop. Echo misses it. Echo misses it. Echo misses it. Echo misses it. Mike goes down. Gear gets planned off. They didn't even need to get stock control. They just distracted this guy for the entire round. But here comes Zach. They're going to need a retake through top square here if they want any chance of retaking this. They need a kill through curve at top square. Kill the player outside stock. Alamon gets first pick. Get in the lobby. Yep, get the player from windows from lobby. There's no player in lobby for D plus right now. Oh, beautiful retake right now. He's going to hop out. Hop out! Wow, hop out! Another hop out behind him? Oh! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. On the barricade.
Nice.
If there's something you need, you'll need to pay.
Wait, this guy actually has like law armor beyond law armor.
Stepping up the two. They live together, but you know how important they are for the team. Both of them.
And my head is gonna die. Fuck, I forgot about that.
I don't know if you guys.
So let's see. Might as well do this Bayonetta thing.
Hi.
Hola. I'm gonna customize it. I like to show off that I did a beta.
I entrust you guys to make it live on. That will be the last time I speak of that one. Chad, make sure you guys are the ones. Hey, Dapper, make sure you keep it under the video, alright?
I'm a beta player. I played the beta, reached the character level 20. And now it's done. I got my beta reward. Let me see what I do for...
Can you actually make sure the mention and bank and mention this map are out of there? Thank you. Number 3.
Continues here on maps. They find their way back into the round, but then G2 just elevated.
Oh, G2 look good.
And they can't handle the extra.
Fuck, but it's for her, which I don't have her.
The faces just say it all.
Bro, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Oh no! We're gonna be the
That's for Bunny.
to explode. That's the stuff I thought I love you guys.
I don't have her. Let's go to...
Players spread across the entire map trying to take a lot of solo control as they push on through. It was very easy to get pushed and swamped by the other side, and it's completely disrupt and break up the attack. What have you seen? Lionel Messi. Yes! That Halio 39, that is the one. Lionel Messi! Oh, excellent. But yeah,
I'm gonna do Haley next.
It's like a landmine. It's so funny that whole tweet's a banger and there's one landmine.
Holy shit, Brandon. Fresh, I hope Fresh is in the stream. Do not say that one. Fresh.
That's not Nico. Thank you, Fat Nation, for like half of those names.
Gonna go to keep this down. I've spoken about this. We saw it in the last game. W7.
Thank you, Fat Nation, for all of those names.
Are you?
Fat Nation on top, baby. We will change.
Let me tell you how.
Wanna feel a chill?
Sure, it's again nothing too worried about.
Oh, my beloved daughter, Daya. Hold on a little longer. Your mom will save you no matter what. Target confirmed. What do you get when you...
The void is filled with the unexpected.
All the magic jump.
Loki is just fucking flying.
And I...
Oh, my beloved daughter, Daya. Hold on a little longer.
I
Your
got
mom
all
will
there.
save you no matter what.
Or just... I'm not gonna have... Oh, I could have 50 bucks. I gotta one more thing.
One after another. It's 5-1 inside 2 rounds after being 14 kills on bank. Absolutely unreal so far. And power in G2.
It's a dog. I really need that damn dog so I can auto dismantle shit.
Like when they do now, it's those kind of things. And then when they bad,
No, you never. Don't even play for it.
I fucking died. Damn, they're kicking my ass. Abort mission.
They look on fire. Osama bin Russell.
Wait, Alma Holmes?
And as I said throughout the tournament so far, I've said many times in the meeting that these multi-kills on the X's, they're always really effective in forcing the not kills. If you look after them,
This guy might check the Alamo. What is Flander's name? What a good slander name, bro. What is going on?
OJ Thompson.
OJ Thompson is
Alamal Ronaldo.
Então, velho, os caras estão comendo rápido, velho. Bem chip lá, velho. Pega melus, bota 4 melus no TI.
Ei, vamos fazer essa porra. Isso é boa. Vai ter que chamar de trap mesmo. Ó, se liga, o Galo.
Oh, y'all gotta chill the fuck out, man.
Eu de mirar.
Eu jogo um pouco pra chill the fuck out.
Ele costuma abrir atrasado lá por
Holy shit.
I've never claimed to have knowledge on a coach
Oh
level
my
2, but
God.
it's the same thing we've been saying. They're offering no fight against G2. They're giving them the map.
Dude, you know what'd be so funny?
What?
Is my thing complete a special operation?
It's like Max Verstappen, Dookie Wakanobi, LeBlanc James, Neuronel Messi,
Alright, we're gonna go all the way. You know what?
Weird Alabama Yankovic.
Oh,
Are you ready to be shot?
ready to be shot? A water reaching upon. Oh yeah, I gotta use the scout rifle. So the whole game I'm just gonna use the scout. Is this a scout rifle? Oh.
Weird Alabama Yankovic is actually top tier. But it's so niche. Weird Al Yankovic.
Descendant. The Boltons have targeted a nearby Albion Kuiper storage facility. Signals for multiple enemies. Good luck. reinforcements. There's no end to them.
I love using the fucking sword. Fuck off the building.
Recon force spotted enemy reinforcements. No end to them.
One camping! Got that done.
It's days like these you remember most.
That is so awesome.
Speed powder. When you're experiencing the most from Mother Nature, you should experience the most from your gear. Introducing the Vantage 2 helmet by Smith. All mountain, all conditions, all you.
That's actually like a movie clip, bro.
Oh, I carried
Oh,
on.
shit.
And I honestly don't have a man
Oh,
got the
shit.
kill over the top. I thought he'd use his own trick against him. So let me give it I don't know if it was a panic dive. I don't know if it was a, you know, a clean reaction. But one way or another, he managed to get it. Beautiful. Go back to champion. Yes, Mighty did spray.
Wait. So, I want to say I have to clear special operations. Let me double check.
G2 backstab, so they hit guarding the entire team. They backstab up Garage and backstab up Aqua. Like you really can't count them out of like wherever the fuck they're coming from. It's actually insane how many angles of fucking attack they have.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of our days are running
Let me.
Comes over the top. Misses the shots and he manages it. It's beautiful.
Do I have Jaybird leveled up? I did not have him leveled up. So to Jaybird it is.
Let's go my jacket. I can't wait for like the G2 players to fucking look at Twitter after their game's over.
Things easy for D plus Kia, but more importantly, keep your eye on Doki on the pulse. Doki on the pulse. Where's he going to be at the minute? He's all the way down in the basement. Got a nitro in hand and a heartbeat scanner to boot. Something that D plus Kia need to be aware of, but we have seen this a few times where attacking teams kind of just ignore it, and it's all down to the timing of the player. It's all down to the timing of the defensive player to hit that flank and to make sure that they have an impact. And honestly, quite often we see them fail at doing that. So keep an eye on things.
Wait, why is everyone hating on the Blaz Jin?
Can he time it right?
Did he forgot the main stage where Blaz was literally carrying them during the regular Pro League stage? Like they would not be here if Blaz didn't have fucking graphic moves during the Pro League stage.
Ready to toss over.
Why do we live in the 15-second meta, the current state? Over present, living in the over.
Sometimes you just got to accept what.
Alright, side switch now, G2 on the defense. Last time they played against Mac on us, they were really fucking aggressive. This time they were a little bit more reserved for the top 4 defense. Stop and playing Egon with Shoddy. People looking to get garage control. They need to capture us to clear it out. They do have it now. I believe they have top raptor control. There's a pulse underneath they have to worry about. This big flanker is going to be the difference maker. Can they shut this down or not? Will they have it? They have top garage. They just need to get the Maverick top garage as well. If they want it for us to push to get the triple wall top raptors and open it up. Doki's top 4. He's left alone. He completely left alone down here. He gets the pick just to fuck back up. That's terrifying. 5v4 now, still somewhat doable for Depot. The only issue for them is they don't have a shield to take Aqua with if they do want to go with Aqua later in the round, which is where Bullet is going. They didn't even get a map. Did Mav just die on the fucking garage wall? Or is that what the fuck happened to him?
You know, waste too much time or anything, but G2 run through that one flawless round, get their final kills, rapid up on the top one, and they are now 6-1 up, one round away from a showdown. Very convincing round though, flawless as you saw at the very end, just well dealt with everything that was coming at them. From Doki hitting on the flanks, then reading that they were going to push Aqua, having 2 or 3 players all gathering together to deal with that. Dead easy and straightforward for G2. Maybe we're at a point in where teams start to consider not taking into this match, because this will be
Real Mindy, thank you for the sub. I appreciate you guys.
It is as Lord Aemon said. The Descendants have arrived. Initiating extermination protocol. Destroy all traces of excavation. Activate all defense measures. To the entity who slays the Descendant, Lord Aemon will bestow a new body prosthetic and independent persona.
Excavation. Are hiding something. The Volga signal from inside the cave was also very strong. Guide, can you identify anything of significance?
I am unable to detect any traces of the Iron Heart or void energy from here. However, I am picking up a very familiar phase pulse. Definitely. Descendant, please look on the opposite side of the cave. Jaber confirmed there is heavy equipment and high-tech facilities there. The answers will be there.
Initiate section containment. Activate high-energy laser defense. The Descendant has entered the kill zone. Block all access roads. Initiate attack in a siege formation. Claim the kill. Execute the Descendant. Be rewarded through body prosthesis and persona.
They've broken up the partition control function into rows. If you destroy all the controllers, the partition can be manually controlled from this side. Destroy all of them for me.
Assault turret activated. Turret summoned. My shield is down.
Partition has been lifted. The laser traps are on a separate circuit. We can't control it from here, so we need your skills.
Caught up guard.
Connect your receive to the terminal. I'll try to control the decommissioned passageway remotely.
Bring it.
The waves I can detect are the same as the ones in
It's the only way to enter the ruins, but it's been sealed ever since it was first discovered. And this isn't the ruins. So what What is it? Really?
We should be able to find out soon. The wavelengths become stronger the deeper we go. Descendant. Over there. The Vulgus were excavating a phase shift gate here.
So it really wasn't just a cave. But how the hell did Eamon figure this out?
Eamon has been well versed in the details and capabilities of such facilities for a long time. However, there is no time to stand and watch. We must find out what information Eamon was able to obtain here.
Be careful of the Vulgus reinforcements as well. They've started to come through the cave entrance.
Summoning turret.
Your rank is low, and you have no record in slaying the Descendant. I am depriving you of this opportunity. I will make them. You cannot receive new eyes and killing without
Almost fell.
even 1,000 kills is not enough.
Oh fuck, and I fell. And I spoke too soon.
As I expected.
I got cocky and I fell off the edge.
Turret engaged. Caught up.
There is a terminal which is linked to the phase shift gate. Please connect me to it. There was more than one phase shift gate. The Vulgus have already excavated and taken several. The damage to the last remaining one here was so severe, it seems they abandoned their excavation of it.
For now, though, what they were looking for with half a round still to play. That is a lot of time to chew things through here, and they're starting to gather themselves up.
That was a crazy matchup. That was a crazy ass matchup. Yep. And we look like we got it. Collect. Oh. Yes. Oh, go. I'm at 56. Battle pass. Ooh. Core particle disruptor. A device required to replace a mounted core. It breaks down the particle and the core it moves. I get 40 of those. I'm at a 21. Quite upgrade. Oh, let's see this at a 21. It would have started this damn sooner. Infiltration offer. Okay. One more. It's a bunch of reactors. That's getting trashed. Trashed.
You're so nasty. MMMO, yes.
What the fuck? What do I want to hash though? Ooh! Additional skill power versus Colossus. Okay, so I'm gonna keep that for sure. I could just get these back, so I'm not really worried. What do I want to? 17. Ooh, I'm almost at rank 15. Wait. When do I? Let me do it. 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 Come on. Come on, baby. And of course. Fucking course, dude. Yo, let me go to it. Oh, just me.
It is as Lord Aemon said. The Descendants have arrived.
Yes, you are, because you've been watching too much.
Destroy all traces of excavation.
Turret activated.
Born.
To the entity who slays the
Okay, I'll shoot this. Okay. I'll hit that. Medical turret.
And intervene with the zone.
Excavation. They really are hiding something. The Volga signal from inside the cave is also very strong. Guide, do you identify anything of significance?
I am unable to detect any traces of the Iron Heart or void energy from here. However, I am picking up a very familiar face on this. Definitely. Descendant, please look on the opposite side of the cave.
I have been watching too much.
The answers
were born.
Initiate section containment. Activate high energy laser defense.
Fuck you. Move around. Of course, you're gonna have to do. The Descendant has entered the kill zone. Yeah.
Claim the kill. Execute the Descendant. Be rewarded for body prosthesis and stone.
Broken up the partition control function into rows. If you destroy all the controllers, the partition can be manually controlled from this side. Destroy all of them for me.
Assault turret activated.
Is your...
Thank you. Thank you.
It's hard.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I guess you were trying there. I don't have MT. No. No, no, no. My shield. My shield.
Shields offline.
What are you drinking about your hookup?
The laser traps are on a separate circuit.
Alright,
We
let
can't
me-
control it from
okay.
here, so we need your skills.
Oh, fuck this. I gotta create a more. I gotta get a better fucking launcher, dude. I'm gonna be honest. Okay.
Fucking last night.
I'm not even paying attention. I'm too worried about this. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
You are nasty.
Oh, my fucking.
Bring it.
You know.
Assault turret activated. Gather here.
No wonder why you're acting strange in my stream while you're hooked up.
Your stream.
Shut your.
Summoning turret. Caught up. Turret
What type of porn do you watch?
Okay, so we're shooting me to the fucking wall.
Operational Volga's terminal ahead. Connect your receive to the terminal. I'll try to control the decommissioned passageway remotely.
Yes, dude. I fucking guess you're gonna do it this way. Okay. Okay. So I don't have any stabilizers. Dismantle this.
Descendant,
Do I have?
do you remember the phase shift gate that was at the Prime Hand's ruins?
I do remember the phase shift gate.
Those I can detect are the same
Got
as the
it.
ones from that phase shift gate.
Are you saying there's a phase shift gate here? I'm pretty sure the gate you mentioned was installed in front of the Hagios Prime Hands ruins. It's the only way to enter the ruins, but it's been sealed ever since it was first discovered. And this is the ruins. So what is it, really?
We should be able to find out soon.
Come at me.
You just want fucking big ass titties.
That is why I play this game. No, I say, fuck you, and I'm going to the mission. So... So can I not claim...
Over there.
Wow,
The focus for excavating a
so
face you've made here.
we're gonna shoot me while I'm doing something too.
But how the hell did Eamon figure this out?
Eamon has been well versed in the details and capabilities of such facilities for a long time.
You're such a porn star.
There is no time to stand and watch. We must find out what information Eamon was able to obtain here.
Be careful of the Vulgus.
What is your favorite porn?
Come through the cave entrance.
Oh, my shit's being destroyed! Okay. Let's go with this. I don't have any MP. I need MP, and I'm fucking unnecessary shit. You do this.
Your rank is low, and you have no record of slaying a descendant. I am depriving you of the opportunity.
Now fuck this.
I've placed them. You cannot deceive new eyes to kill a human without arcade. Even 1,000 kills is not enough.
Nice spice and loot for Zachary. As I expected, the head really is the best part. Summoning assault. Look, my shield is down.
There is a terminal which is linked to the phase shift gate. Please connect me to it.
Please connect me to it. Yeah, I don't really care. And do it look like I want to connect you to it? No. So I'm gonna do this. We're gonna trash this.
There was more than one phase shift gate. The Vulgus have already excavated and taken several. The damage to the last remaining one here was so severe, it seems they abandoned the excavation of it. I detect phase wavelengths erupting from the damaged parts.
The first surge was much stronger than the one we had just now. That's why there was a jamming signal generated across Hagios. We could use this when attacking. It might come in handy when we face Corell's fleet.
Okay, so we're gonna...
You're so nasty.
Blair's...
I've been watching too much porn.
We're gonna take this off. We're gonna do the cattle. What do I have to... mysteries, and this is... Collect all Descendant, infiltrate the component. Okay. Oh, new mail has arrived. Hell yeah, new mail, new mail. Time to get to it. Gotta get to it. Ah, I gotta get new mail. New mail. New mail. New mail. Oh yeah, that I like. That I want one that I got. I get 50% XP. Do I really want that? You know what? Who do we want to grab? Who do we want to grab? So I own Jaybird, Bunny, Freyna, Glay. I don't own Sharon. Sharon I could do. Sharon is super easy to get. Blair's also could easy to get. Kyle. Ajax. Luna, Haley, Enzo. And then I give.
Commencing. Turret. Synchronization.
What do you get when you mix water and RK? Target confirmed. Target confirmed.
Oh, my beloved.
Do as I yes, I see you.
Target confirmed.
If you do want to see those girls naked.
There are currently no Moses. Let's equip the recommended. Where to go? Damn. Non-attribute. I want chili. Chill tech. But polar nice. Go frostbite stack equipment. Toxin resistant. Okay, so plague is for toxic. Okay, remember that. Polar chill power set. Chill.
I'm thinking about nasty stuff.
Supernova. Polar. Do I already have? I do. Wait. Plague. Supernova. Polar. Okay. And then. Oh, I have annihilation sensor. Non-attribute. Oh, we'll do this one, I guess. Do I have any skins? Wait. Did I just see it? I want this. I want the hairstyle. Oh, I want it to be. Ain't no motherfucking way. Okay. Okay. So they have the classic. End up sale. Bruh. Bruh, please bring this back so I can get it. I get this. Looks nice. We want our spawn. What do we want for spawn? Alright, we're just gonna go with the fire. I guess we'll go with the fire, you know. I don't want to, but, you know, we're gonna have to. I don't wanna. Oh, do I not have purple hair stuff?
You should have gone making her naked.
I don't. Side braids. I don't. I guess. Oh, that's right.
Let me tell you how I
Okay, so I'm gonna do Ultimate Bunny.
Are you ready to be?
Do as I say.
For sure.
And that's right. I will not be afraid.
We'll make nice.
Serena. All this time, ladies, all that time. How many descent? Okay, okay. Hold up.
Leave it to the construction court, Captain. I'll take care.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, my beloved.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
The Vulgus.
13.
What do you
14,
get when you mix?
15, 16, 17, 18. This should be 31.
Are you ready to be?
Leave it to the construction court, Captain.
Okay. So
The Vulgus.
she doesn't. Luckily, Serena doesn't have an ultimate form yet. But as nice, Divinity Serena gives an additional stat bonus and science.
I will surely restore hope.
Oh, she's a fire type. Okay, okay, okay. I do want her. Oh. We go to the shop. Premium skins. Oh, Descendant. Oh, I mean, I could buy their ultimate form. Special bundles. Caliber. Should I root? 50, 40. Do 40. Yeah, 60. Each character. How much is the battle pass? Premium upgrade. 500. I get. Ooh, I get all these. I have 85 days. So yeah, so then the battle pass I can wait. That's something I can wait on. The Bayonetta thing is... What's on sale with the bundle? On the bundle? Oh, that's the bundle. That's just that. That's on sale for 36 days. I should have enough days to get it. I want to get it before it ends. That's the issue.
Myers Violet, she is so nasty.
Another. Oh, avoid vessel, complete sector drop off. Sigma sector.
Do you know Myers Violet is yes or no?
No, but look, I care.
She a porn star.
Serena. Where do I get? I already got Haley, so I don't really need this check. Yeah, baby! We're gonna put. Jay Bird, I almost have 5 year. Oh, that's 5 years. Oh, Haley, level 40. I'm eventually gonna get all these things, but which I should have done it a long time ago. I'm gonna be honest. I should have spent the money originally instead of on COD and all that other shit. I should have really spent it on this game because now that I think about it, I could have been caught up and I could have had operators
Confirm arrival at the operation zone. Please with caution.
Watch VTuber anime girls, yes or no?
VTubers? Hell yeah, I do. But there's only a few VTubers that I actually watch, and I actually enjoy them.
Shield at 0%.
This one right now.
I'm loving this Haley chick. Damn!
Should I give you one I'm watching right now?
Nah, I'm fine. I'm fine with the ones I got. The VTubers I watch.
Large-scale Vulgus transfer confirmed. Descendant, stop the enemy troop deployment.
Give me my damn weapon. Damn, what the?
Victory belongs to the Legion. Prepare to meet your fate.
Ooh. Oh, I'm almost dead. Oh, that's not a good sign. I'm ballsy for living. Papa, I need a res. Give me the res. Wait. Question. Let me back up. Yes! Yes! Alright. Furia versus W7M. Let's go 2-0. J4. J fucking 4. Alright. I don't want this stupid ad. It's fine, it's whatever.
Success, right? This W7M roster won the major in Montreal. What has Furia won this year? They won reload.
Tactical transport en route to the Descendant's position. Close air support available. Danger close. I repeat, danger close.
This is probably the toughest opponent they could have gone against for their do-or-die match. Last game was Swiss making it in top 8. They have an 8-0 record up against the W7M. Furia have not lost to them in the last 12 months. That is the single most dominant head-to-head record that any team has over the last 12 months. So W7M are going up against Mountain here, and it all starts on the wall. We can right into the operator stand. Probably the rest of the winner of this match. Defenders, that does being removed, we could say that foul, we could say that maybe this time around. That was a little bit of a mixed up, but sometimes we do see that coming through. I know it's a big
Thank you, Papa. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, you ready? We are in the playoffs, baby. Furia.
How it works, but when you be in the position, they can take down the North American to the first of those Rotero
Requesting transport.
Barbed wires, nagging issues in the way to this bomb site for Furia. For those that don't know the stakes of these matches, the loser goes home, the winner moves on. We will say goodbye to more teams today, and one will also qualify.
Yep.
I guess technically all. Basically all.
The loser won't qualify.
No, I don't. Not all the teams competing today will qualify.
But all the matches will have a qualifier.
Thank you. I hope that.
I'm a little slow, Parker. You gotta bear with me a little bit sometimes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I spoke too fast for you.
This round's gonna be a little slow too, just because we don't have a heavy roam game from W7M. It's a relatively traditional hold up on the top floor. I'm a little surprised we don't see a smoke being played out. Low on the mute upstairs in the R6 hall. Usually we'll see a smoke just trying to lock down this server position, but Loban's still holding really tight, and thanks to Tachanka, he can hold so close on this doorway. As we see Dot start to back off, Loban must as well, but this will be a really difficult nut to crack for Furia.
Felipox just used some of his utility there on the Grim, and it was immediately handled by Loban, so didn't even have time for those bees to populate. It's a bit of a slow one. 1 minute left on the clock, and everybody's still alive at this point. No real damage has been done, and there's a standoff at the moment, as Nate is very, very close.
Nate is very alone, too. He doesn't really have teammates.
Well, Volps to the rescue. Herds and Filipox on the board as well. KZ will get 1-2. Paulu beheads him. As KZ and Filipox get the final 2 kills. Furia very excited about this one. They've been fighting with their backs against the wall. A miracle 0-2 run so far. They went down. They could have been one of the first teams eliminated, but no, they have battled back, and the first round is theirs.
Yeah, really nice push coming through. I was so worried about Nade because he was the Monty all alone in Storage Hall, and that meant that there was nobody to support him from behind, but he was really just the distraction. Loban was looking his way. I believe Dots on the Tachanka was looking his way as well. So a lot of players were getting a little bit, I think, tunnel visioned on the Monty coming at them, and they didn't expect that explosive push in through Office. The guys on Fury did a really great job of coordinating that great execute, and you're right, Fury didn't start this tournament off too strong, but I remember as soon as it got drawn up, the Fury were playing CAG in the 3rd round in that first elimination game. I was sitting with Jack, and Jack said Fury wouldn't hold it. I've seen the line that go down 0-2. Jack's like Fury winning this whole thing, and as the days have gone on, as the tournament's progressed, every day he says, I told you, they're winning the whole event. Every game they win. So another one here. I'm sure Jack will be talking about that.
You really want to give Jack that much credit?
I mean, he's right to think that Furia do pop off in those rough situations. It was a ridiculous lower bracket run when they became SI champions.
I'm so not used to seeing that, like, under red dot sight on the side of the gun. I was like, what the heck?
Yeah.
So a quick, like, oh.
This is a cool bomb site. This is armory weapon and armory and weapon. This is a pretty rare site to see. Most teams won't play this one. They'll go storage instead, and they'll go basement in one order or another. Might bring a bit of a new look. Oh, it is basement. All right, thank you, observer.
So you were wrong.
I just can't see. You were wrong. It's a good thing we've got observers to keep me in check.
The observers getting their flowers yesterday. I don't know if you saw on social media, some people were very excited about that skyscraper match and them catching it right off the rip. Credit to our fantastic observing team that we have here.
Yeah, they've been doing a great job so far.
Drag out. But plenty more observing to do, not just today, but tomorrow and onward. And today is the final day of our group stage, the Swiss stage, phase 1, as we refer to it as. Tomorrow we will have the beginning of the playoffs, but every team that qualifies for the main stage will play in front of the crowd at least one time on Friday moving forward, just because of the way that we have the schedule going. So, for the first time in any major, we have a lower bracket. Usually that's reserved for 6 Invitational, but here you will have 2 opportunities to survive. So, if you're a fan of any of these teams and you're coming to Munich, you'll get to see them, and hopefully if you're a fan of them, you'll get to see them twice.
Hopefully, if you go for a lower bracket run, you can play quite a few games actually, but getting there is the first priority in case he's a bit of a tough spot because Flash gets so much information to his teammates.
Oh no! Dots getting smoked out! KZ with the first pick. Herds is on the board. JV92, the first casualty. Diffuser goes down. Fleetbox had handled that one. All eyes were turned out. Swarm inside the bomb site, struggling, having his hands full as Wolves takes care of him. Down goes Palu as Nate is held up in a great spot now inside the site. Just 2 remain for W7M. Hopeful on this comeback. They've got 1 player on Furia trapped inside of the corner. Wolves is struggling with that angle. Jonas will come to the rescue. They pinch him so effectively. That was Nate in the midst of the site. But now it's the offside players you have to be worried about. Herds with a 2-piece. Fury's loud. Doing their talking in the server and out. And it's a 2-0 lead for them.
And another brilliant push coming out from Fury. I mean, I love the way they were able to coordinate that. Once again, we saw a bit of a distraction with KZ going in for the aggression against the Clash.
It's an early timeout.
It is between these 2 Portuguese teams. We won't unfortunately be able to understand them.
Mira, eu quero evitar a possibilidade de splitarem, eu quero dar nesse Derai, tá ligado? A única coisa é, se começarem a apostar muito na parte do controle, você vai pegar e somar um pouquinho com o Careca, fazer uma das armas de cover, perigo o lado da mira e ganha um pouquinho de pressão na TV. Faz eles ter que mover mais cara pra tirar a gente de lá, tá? A de baixo, vamos jogar naquela mais avançada, eu não quero dar tanto espaço pra eles, eu quero identificar antes o que eles estão fazendo. Então eu quero ter mais ganho de mapa, esperar isso, depois se quiser ir recuando é outro rolê, tá ligado? Eu quero ter a pressão inicial. Bora.
Quite a lot of conversation going on between these teams. I'm sure that there will be a lot said by Norris in that tack timeout because it's got to be focused on the execute. I think when you've seen these first couple of rounds, Fury are doing some really well put together, but not revolutionary attacks. You know, they've got multiple dimensions to these pushes. One time you've got the Monty distracting through storage, and the team comes in office. Then this next round you've got a lot of distractions over towards filter. The plant just drops through the hatch and it gets down. And I don't know if W7M even recognized how quickly that plant was happening. So I think a lot to work on now for W7M. You cannot be going down and letting Furia get this confidence early in the game because they've spoken so many times about how that confidence translates to wins for them.
When you've been where Fury has been and you have done just about everything humanly possible, you're going to be mentally prepared for even the worst to come.
Yeah.
Right? The one thing that we talk about when it comes to good teams versus great teams and experienced teams versus inexperienced teams is that inexperienced teams are perfectly capable of winning events. The bigger problem is when things start to go awry, whether you're not playing your game plan or whether your opponents have matched it perfectly or maybe something else has gone on as maybe something in real life, maybe something behind the scenes with the team, etc. There are teams that have been open before when they've competed at events that, hey, we know we're going to be making a roster move after this event, and the team's demotivated, the player knows they're going to be dropped, and a good team will suddenly blow up at an event. You go, well, I don't really understand that. And then you find out months later. But the one thing that all of those teams will have to find in common is that if you want to make a deep run at an event, irrespective of what the universe throws at you or what you do to yourself or your opponents do to you, is that you need to act like you've been there. And if you can handle adversity, like teams such as Furia do typically quite well, then usually deeper runs happen more often than not.
Yeah. And we see a bit of a different attacking strat coming out now from Furia. They've not got Nade on the Monty anymore. He's moved over towards the Sens. I remember the Rebellion actually had a really great Sens strat on this bomb site a few events ago where they were able to throw it down kind of through lobby and also at the same time just at the top of through operations and mez. And the changes to Sens a few months ago where now you can move the walls up and down as you please. I think it's given this operator a lot of new life, which has been excellent to see coming out from the update team.
Sens always struck me as an operator that was just on like the precipice of being very good.
Yes.
But the other issue with Sens is that I feel like Sens is an operator that's kind of feast or famine. If Sens gets too good, then why not just bring a Sens every single round?
Yeah.
And that becomes a problem where the moment that Sens is viable, Sens is almost oppressive.
For sure. Right now we've got a lot of pressure here on the mask wall as it starts to get opened up. The Impact not able to do enough just there to keep the wall closed. I've got to be worried too with some of these angles. That's what I was talking about. If Dots goes down, peeking around the Kiva barrier to see Herds. He's been exceptional for the first 2 rounds. 5-0 now after that kill.
Herds and KZ having huge moments, which is what you need from these. What we often call the tip of the spear, but in this case it's more of a trident. You've got Herds, you've got KZ, you've got JV92, and JV92's having a bit of a rough go. Oh my God, Dota's leveling this Furia team, and now it's all up to Fleetbox.
Mom,
Captain outside of the building with 40 seconds to go.
All against 4 players on the side of W7M, I'm not liking his chances here. He could try to settle things down on his team. Timeout was just taken. Down goes Wolf. User being watched by 3 remaining players of W7M. We'll just win a major for those particular reasons. W7M is giving him another isolated engineer. 6 seconds away. He hits the defuse kick. Hold on a second. There's Logan rushing in, and Logan wins it at the last second. Fleetpaw's almost pulling off the 1v4. A couple bullets away, but Logan saves it for W7. Yeah, and good try to McCallum Fury in that 1v4. Came way closer than I should have. Logan was giving him a gunfight all the way in skyward across the map. It was an insane angle, but I mean, Fleetpaw's recognized that. That's the reason why he started on that plan. Good from Logan to hustle back as quickly as he did as soon as that angle disappeared for him. It's a nice reaction time coming up from W7M. A little bit of a bailout from Dota that double nitro cell. His teammates got a couple of picks in the on the map too. I know we saw picks from Paulo. I think Logan got one earlier that round too. So a couple of big kills across the map, but that nitro cell I think really did turn the tides after a rough start losing the opening pick. Dota is the only player on W7M coming into this game with a positive KD. And that includes the fact that he went -5 and yesterday lost the wild card. So we have seen time after time Logan come through and not Logan, so Dota come through and have just a miraculous game. Sometimes it makes the difference and gets them to win, sometimes it doesn't. This is period of however, you need more than one player. Could you imagine if we pulled that one off? Logan's going to be a bit more patient, too. Not that I want to say that Logan played that improperly, Jeff. You don't want to let him play. It's not. Yeah. I mean, you knew that when we started playing games, you would have to go into this 0. Yeah. So if Logan had waited even 2 more seconds, it doesn't give Fleetpaw an opportunity to pop off that case to do any damage whatsoever. Fair enough. There is a level of eagerness that we see for teams that might mismanage the clock or another thing, too. We have the perspective of when we started to play for the defuse kick. Logan might not have known that. Yeah. He might have thought, oh my, he got the defuse kick out. I do need to stop him. Whereas, for us, it's easy to say, well, maybe he did. Yeah. Always tough to judge from that position, but Logan's hoping he won't be in a late round spot here because he's about to go for a very aggressive play. Gives the spot away. There'll be another lab and lab support. For W7M. They were unsuccessful on this time before. How will they do that? Away. Can they take this last time? J92 is searching for his first kill. He's not alone. Dots on the side of W7M. Similar position. Dots actually the first one to down. J92 cracked that juice and Jesse marching in, asserting himself, and down goes Dots. Yet again, 3 rounds in a row where Dots finds him on utility. He only had about a 90-second lifespan. Taking these rounds, Logan
my damn feedback.
JB92 still standing away. They gets the fuser down. 8 players still alive. And now a swing over the course. This is most of the shots. Jonas has been simply sensational on this team. A leading plus 15 and the only positive member of W7M at this event. Paulu, the next closest. It's all up to KZ now as the defuse kit being worked on by Dodez. KZ getting doubled up on sidearm. Out he finds one. That's it. A huge moment from Dodez. Plenty of time for them to get on the case. Really hard to shut down a player like Dodez when he's playing his level of Siege, and so far today, it looks like he's locked in 2-2 the scoreline.
That was a scary 1v3 too, Parker, because Dota was the guy that was initially sticking the disable. He was the one on the tip. We had Paulo and open, then kind of go for the swing to start out the I was a little bit further, pulled off that disable, so it could be a win con. But Dota, you want him with a gun up in the box. He knows exactly what he needs to do. Hit those last couple of shots. Not an easy operator to do it. Really good job. A little surprised that Fury have been so consistent at getting the defuse kit down. Of course, that time they weren't able to convert to a round win, but that's going to be the second time that they're able to plant on that basement bomb site. The nade is a great split over the get the defuse kit down. There's no surprise there, but you were not an easy path. They've allowed the fewest number of plants out of any team here at the Munich Major. Only 7% end up having a plant build today. 2 out of 4 have to prevent this innovation for Furia, so something to worry about, I think. How do you stop that plant build?
Some of these plants are going down, you know, halfway through the most sitting there, they walk outside, and then there's a brief pause. So Furia takes the first 2 rounds. It's answered back by W7M, winning successfully on 2 bomb sites that they had previously played and lost.
Good adaptations being shown by W7M in that moment. Again, you come onto a map that you haven't played in 9 months, and you do get a little bit worried when you go down 0-2. Like, maybe we haven't practiced this map as much as we hoped, but definitely good to see that bounce back. Unfortunate to see the disconnect coming through from Volps. He's had a bit of an unfortunate tournament, to be honest with you, Parker. He's been known as one of the most capable IGLs individually in not just South America, but the entire world. But through the first 3 days here in Munich, he's been the second lowest rated player at the event, only putting up better stats than Fisho Guy. Again, he is the IGL, the captain of this team. We don't always expect him to be putting up crazy numbers, but he was plus 18 in SIL this stage. Now it's been 7 straight games where he's been negative or even. So I really am hoping we can see Volps heat up at some point. It's tough to imagine W7M repeating as major champions without that impact from Volps.
It's a lot to think about with these 2 teams, and a lot to mention. But yeah, Volps being where he's at is something that had honestly escaped me.
Yeah, you don't notice it too much, but
no. I just think so much time is spent on Dodez, and I mean, Dodez has been fantastic.
Yeah.
W7M have only played 62 rounds. Furia's played 77, so over a full best of 1, more of Siege, Furia has played. And yet, Dodez is only 9 kills back of Herds, who is the lead on Furia. So in 15 fewer games, Dodez is only 9 kills shy of matching the top player on Furia. That is incredible efficiency. Those are the 2 players on your screen right there. Herds leading the way on the team with 68 kills, among the highest here at the event at the moment, and then 59 kills for Dodez. So the efficiency on the side of Dodez is significantly better. But I mean, we did reference this when we first saw W7M. I think it was in the BDS game that you and I casted. The numbers historically for W7M are Palu and Dodez at the top,
right,
and then a bit of a fall off to Volps in stage 2, actually, and then you've got the other supporters down in Loban and Dots down below. Dots actually having a pretty poor ranking in SAL stage 2, but I mean, Dots is not the player that's going to be getting kills.
Yeah.
We've seen him die really early in this first half and mostly have to survive off utility. Whereas with Furia, it was, you know, Furia's a far more even team. All of those players are usually in lockstep. JV92 springing ahead in stage 2 of the SA League.
Yep.
But you know that on a good day, Nade and Fleetbox are absolutely capable of topping this team.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think all 10 players in the server are incredibly talented. They play different roles, of course, as you mentioned. So maybe some guy like Dots might not be putting up as many kills, but still ends up doing a lot for his team, and so we've definitely seen that throughout the stage. We are back in, and you'll notice that we have done a little bit of a swap with the bomb site, Parker. I may have jumped the gun, but we are seeing armory and weapons. So here it is, for real this time, in round number 5, W7M deciding maybe we showed a little bit too much with that rehost. Fury had some time to think about it. Let's just show them a different look, give them a different strategy so that they have to come up with answers all over again.
So
pretty fun to watch them navigate. Yeah, you're right. This is a bomb site we don't see all that frequently. Because of the way that the rehost works, you can switch up the bomb site, you can switch up your operator pool. Volps was originally on the Valkyrie, if you'd recall. Oh my goodness, KZ starting off this round so well. Volps gets shredded. And suddenly, Furia has a long time to play with an operator advantage.
Yeah, and this is such a quick bomb site to execute on, too. Bird's going to open up this wall from range, and then Nate is likely just to walk in, plant behind that OSA shield. It's one of the best OSA bomb sites that we have in Rainbow Six. Really tough to stop that. I think they have good tools in W7. 2 Nitro cells, plus the Chonka fire from Boss Ball, and
Humanity is very
you can angle that Chonka correctly, but playing this for so much time is going to be really tough for W7M.
I mean, if W7M opts to swing here, Jesse, they can do some serious damage. You predicted that the OSA was just going to walk right in, but they will wait to open up the other panel, too. Oh my, that Tachanka flame just narrowly missing. And Dots almost gets pinned down by Nade, who's looking to do it all. Nade will go out to flush the Tachanka out of position. Nade missing a golden opportunity to take him, and that Shumika launcher that Tachanka uses can bounce those Molotovs so effectively. It has slowed Furia down to W7M's credits. But they lose Dodez as he was wandering all by his lonesome. Philippox gets traded by Loban right away. Now it's time to set up. Nitro Cell goes in, evaded, and the fire will miss it too. No more fire to be had as the Tachanka is eliminated. There goes the last Nitro Cell. Goes off, pulled way too early. There's a lot of control here for Furia, but they have quite a bit of trepidation, Jesse.
Yeah, Tachanka's dead, all the Nitros are dead, Nate is dead, and that obviously opens the door. Paul and Loban, hello. Opportunity here.
Palu on the run. All 4 remaining players in this server quite low on HP. Diffuser will need to be retrieved as well. I like the way that W7M have bailed themselves out of this position. Just missing an opportunity to head a Loban. This is not an advantageous fight to take if you're Furia.
So scary.
Now it's Herds dropped. KZ will have to save the round. W7M, never mind. Snipe it away from Furia, and they take the first lead of the game.
Dude, everything in that round was going Furia's way. For the first 2 minutes, it felt like they did everything they wanted to. Wall was open with no problems. Plant was in position to go down if just a few more seconds had gone by. They denied the flank upstairs in operations. They got the opening spawn peak kill onto Volps. Everything went their way, but what a performance. They could sit still, and they had to invest. They had to make something happen. Plan A in that round is we're going to rely on our Nitro cells, we're going to allow Tachanka, we're going to stop this plant from going down. All of those failed, but Plan B was so sharp from W7M. That was a brilliant round coming back.
I mean, when you got a player like Palu quarterbacking this kind
2-3.
of thing, right? I mean, Palu had a reputation on Team Liquid, Jesse, in the past. Maybe not being clutch in his moments. It's an issue that has plagued Team Liquid across the board, so I don't think it's just unique to Palu. But on this W7M team, Palu finds himself out of the line. And I feel like he fares a lot better than he used to. Now, maybe it's because of his confidence, maybe it's because of the calling on W7M. It's always
Placing the
hard to tell
mirror
why a player is thriving.
the other way.
It could be because the IGL behind you is calling more effectively on the team you're on, even if they are dead. Or maybe you just have more trust in yourself because the vibes are better, the team is better, you're more organized. It's always hard to say.
Yeah, and I think for Paulo in particular, the team often plays better when he himself is playing better too. The last 8 maps that W7M have played as a team, they have won the map if and only if Paulo has been positive. So if Paulo ends with a positive KD, they have won every map. If he has been negative or even, they have lost every map. So there's always a player who's got a relationship with
Ooh, I didn't
because of his all-ground player, that often means that if he is performing, the team is winning.
Palu so far in Munich, a -3 in terms of KD, 41 kills, 44 deaths. Which just goes to show you why this W7M team is in this particular predicament. Yeah. Lots of time to turn this one around. Again, the only positive KD on the side of W7M, despite this run, is Dodez. 3 positive KDs on Furia entering today's matchup. JD92 Hertz and Philippox, he was the highest rated player on the team. Volps and KZ were at the bottom of their squads. I know we talked about Volps, but KZ being the worst rated player on Furia is not typical. Usually does not bode well for the success of this team.
Yeah, no, it's been surprising to say the least from KZ. Already W7M off to a better start than CHE versus Furia on this map. They got 7-2 by Furia on layer. W7M, maybe not wanting to be compared to CAG, but here they are, at least they're better.
The hallmark of a good team. Being compared to this one that went home first. Well, you never know, right? This is a risky gambit now by Lobin as yes, you double duty. Nade will finish him off, taking matters into his own hands. Both of those gas canisters going down on the side of W7M means that for the final 50 seconds, you will have to ride and die off of a single nitro cell as an anti-plant, and that'll be in the hands of Dots. Dots usually dying early so far. Them surviving deeper into the night bodes well for W7M, but they're losing other forces now. Logan and Paulie both on the ground. The two players who saved the round previously, dead. Dots will join them. No more nitro cell. Now just gunfights galore to be had. Dodes removing Urge from action as the diffuser goes down. Volps and Dodes side by side holding this second floor. We'll have to get ever closer to this case. And now it's Dodes looking in the opposite direction. Problem with this bomb site, Jesse, is you've opened so much of it up yourselves, and it's going to be used against you. A clean sweep by Philippox and the final two players. And Fury not just ties the game, but sends us into the second half. Both teams no closer to an end.
Really nicely executed. Classic shield push on the R6 room, coming in through the storage hall, getting deep across the site, and then planting just tucked up on the display door. They killed the player there. That was initially in display, and then Volps tried his best to retake it, but just a little bit slow to deny that plant. So really nicely done coming through from Furia. A lot of that credit does go to Nade, who also got a really important early pick on that Monty. Played 28% of attacking rounds here for Furia on a shield operator, one of the big three at the very least. Monty split for Blackbeard. No, Fuse Shield is not included in my stat, because you don't necessarily know based on these stats.
But Fuse Shield.
You might have played a little bit of Fuse as well, but...
You know my love of Fuse Shield.
28% on a primary shield, on a shield where it is the only option for
Fuse Shield.
Yes, which is quite high. But not as high as Dots, who actually leads the tournament for shield picks. He's played 63% of his attacking rounds on a shield. He is maybe one of the best shield players in the entire world. There was a great comment on Reddit actually a couple days ago talking about how Dots does not get enough credit for how good he is as a shield player, and I have to agree with this. Ironically, Volps is the one picking a shield this time around, so he's kind of ruining my point, Parker. He's got a 6% shield pick rate on attack, but that'll go up after this first attack.
Yeah, typically you'll see Dots play hard breach if needed, if not on a shield.
Yeah.
18 rounds on attack on just Blitz and Monty. That's excluding Blackbeard, that's excluding Osa, that's excluding a potential Fuse Shield. I know we did joke about it, but when Dots has played 62 rounds total, and that's attack and defense, and 18 of those rounds have just been on one of the two main shield ops, that was quite something.
Certainly, and we see the operative bans coming through. No Kaid ban this time. We've seen the Azami and the Clash get taken out, and immediately that gets utilized by her as she puts those two Electric Claws both on the outer mask wall. If I'm W7M, I don't have a great way to deal with those. You could go down below, but you don't have an IQ or anything to find those claws in the first place. Getting the outer mask wall is going to be really difficult.
Descendant, confirm arrival at the operation zone.
In the building,
proceed with caution.
W7M's tools work really effectively. The problem is that Furia has the
Summoning assault turret.
You do pierce it, but you lose players in the process. You have brought the right toolkit for the mid to late rounds, but you have very little to deal with the early round, and while they're actually by running right in. Okay, so immediate follow-off from Furia with a minute 30 still on the ground. With the collapse and the blitz, both work their way through operations, and they push straight off of their shot.
be really good to keep those walls closed. He actually did put his second window on the outer mask wall, so it makes that wall more difficult to reach. You don't need it. Oh my. Does go down to a Nitro, trying to get deep cover, but a little bit of disconnect with the squad.
And now it's KZ trying to hold the ball. He gets stuck on 10 damage from it. Another contested with KZ92 bouncing around the corner, super shorty out, the ITA shot that bounce into a 3v3 that loses it for W7M. The point on straight that one right back. Done. His first kill on this glass. Waiting by his side. Blue Box and Herds remaining. Herds punishing Dots. And we'll look for a second now.
RK receptor.
He has one
confirming signs of life.
Logan will try to flush him out of this spot. Will Blue Box be there for the cross? At this point in time, Logan will need to walk into the bomb site to take out Herds with the way that he's playing. Under the sound of the chocolate. Now he knows that there's two looking Herds who get the final kill. Sitting around on the side of W7M. They're tied. They'll trail since then. Now they'll trail so good to come back from Furia. Really tough to go over that team like that, especially when that's set up the position. So credit to Furia here to win that one down. First and late rounds in particular, getting that trade, getting that final pick, the most two important kills in the round. He put up an insane 38 kills versus Enterprise yesterday in just 2 maps, plus 18 with the best KD of any player in that round. It's just really impressive. And all of that work up against Enterprise. That's 3 maps. So really good to see him turn up. You're obviously very happy about that one. Those two players can often win through the yeah. But it's Believon who's been the story here. He actually just lost the title of best rated player in this lobby to Herds after that. Despite both of them are living very effectively. Herds right now has a 100% cost, which is fantastic. 37 rounds. I'm familiar with the term it stands for kills, objectives, surviving, or trades. Survives or trades. This just means you're involved in some capacity and finding good value as a player. For perspective, Herds' cost is 100% just right now. You're even worse than both players. Now for the their way with the DM where this push is coming from. Like, can they hit the shot?
Mission complete. Transport in.
Question. I mean, a lot of these rounds, Jesse, have just come down to bloodshed. That's it. Whoever's guns simply hit their marks better, utility be damned. You're in a good position. What on earth is this? Herds. This is something else. I don't think they know that Herds is here to swing. Down goes Donez. Case also completely abandoned. Volps caught from behind. KZ, a big kill, and it's all up to Palu once again finding himself last man standing. What damage can he do? 1. Takes out KZ. Bully Box shreds him, and Furia's lead will grow.
Such a deadly duo, Herds and KZ, man. They're so talented, and because they took so long in that round clearing out sort of the armory side, they had no real information towards blockers, and Herds recognizes that fact, gets into a rat spot, plays aggressive up on W7M. Then we see KZ coming in right beside him to support. I think they have been one of the best entry duos in the entire world. Going back to when KZ first joined this team, when they were known as W7M, September 2021 is how long they've been on a team together, and it's just been incredible to see their growth as a duo.
That's half a decade, by the way.
Insane.
Almost half a decade, 4 years.
And in that time, they've won multiple majors. They've won the 6th Invitational.
Yep.
They've done it all, effectively, and trying to add more silverware to that cabinet. If they win this, they will be the first team ever to win 3 majors before any other team wins 2.
Wow.
Yeah.
Obviously, that'll be surpassing G2's record. Next remaining. At G2 Penta roster.
They won the Paris major. They're at 1. They've already passed that too.
Okay, you don't count SIs.
No, not counting SIs. G2 have the most overall S-tier event wins.
Right, yeah. I forgot your goofy little system.
But when I say wins a major, I mean major.
Alright. Of the 8 rounds that have been completed, Furia has got the opening pick 7 of those 8 rounds. W7M, despite the 3 rounds that they prevailed in, have still been able to keep it relatively close. KZ with 2 opening duels breaking in his favor. JV with 1, Herds with 1, Nade with the last 3 opening picks. Really quite striking stuff. He's not the player that you typically expect to get first blood.
On defense, maybe a little bit more
Makes
commonly.
more sense.
Yeah, because just sometimes he's got to play in those positions where if he gets pushed, he's going to be to the first gunfight. Nothing that he can really do about that, but you're right. Hard support player on this team, not commonly in those opening frags. This time, Nade's going to sit himself up on that top floor, playing the 2 morale. Could be the opening pick once again. That top floor is always a big focus for teams. We've got some great utility play coming out from the Twitch drone, clearing a lot of control now for the defenders in the site. W7M's push so far hasn't been focused on full clearing top. It's just been about taking this green control, making sure you have the staircase, getting the wall open. This suggests to me, Parker, that they aren't going to full clear top. They're just hoping that they can distract those top players for enough time to get a flame down.
Oh my, lots of smokes to get the job done. 2 in the pocket of Loban alongside the Sens, so concealment will be there. But Volps pre-firing away in the bomb site seems to have not maybe the strongest understanding of where these defenders are. There's the lineup from Nade. Last 3 first bloods in a row. Can he do it for a 4th time? He's still in a very good spot. He's got Herds fishing through those same kill holes. I don't know if I love a linear take here by W7M, Jesse. They've got KZ now in a position where he's firing away. He's been dropped, finished off. Dots getting the first kill on the side of W7M with just under a minute to go. Now a lead for the Bulls.
Yeah, the only player not part of that linear push part, but he is actually over towards the Bunk's breach, so that was a second dimension that I don't think they expected over on the side of Furia. He rotates back to his team, and he's going to give Volps the defuse kit, despite the fact that he's just 1 HP away from death. They've wasted those toxic babes, so it might just be safer at this point to plant with the Blackbeard.
And they can still do damage from this spot, right? Nade and Herds are still in a good position.
I need 2 more and I
just
can
to combat this utility. Another one will go out as well. This is quite the dance we have here. Getting to the point of no return. Nade eliminating Dots. Philippox finished off by Loban, and less coverage inside of the site now. Diffuser in the hands of Dodez. Top floor control still for Furia. 5 seconds left in this round. JB92 gets 1. Nade missing out on an opportunity. They'll drop into the bomb site. Dodez the halfway point. Where is the coverage here? Furia seems quite content on letting Dodez be last man standing. With the case down, he's done just about everything himself, but a huge round from Nade. Oh my goodness, this second half has been the Nade story, and Furia moved to map point.
And they're playing so well, Parker. I like what W7 was doing, but Furia always seemed to have a good answer. W7 rotated with a fuse kit 3 times before committing to an execute. First, it was Dots that held it outside the bunks breach. He rotates it over to Volp, who then takes it on the Blackbeard. He then dies, and it has to get picked up again by Dodez, who's then playing the Sens. Multiple different ideas on how they wanted to get the fuse kit down. By the time they were able to commit to something, it was just too little, too late. Excellent kills coming through from Nade in the midst of that as well. Playing the Tubarão was so smart because you counter that Sens push. That's exactly what he was hoping to see when he picked the Tubarão. That's exactly what he got. Really big second half coming through from Nade. He got to watch his twin brother Handy punch his ticket to the top 8 yesterday in a big win against BDS. I'm sure his brother will be cheering him on in this match today.
You just know there's people watching going, wait, Tubarão can do that?
Yeah.
Now you know, and you have learned. Hopefully you are better for it. Oh, wom, 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 wom. Oh, buddy. Disrespect.
That's what happens to you and I every time we show up, and I try to dap you up and you just leave me hanging.
Yeah, I do that deliberately.
Yeah.
Jesse, I want nothing more than you to suffer. That's it. I just want you to suffer.
Maybe we'd be a better duo if we weren't so combative.
I disagree. The contempt is half the fun. That's what happens when you get 2 Canadians on the broadcast at the same time. The difference is that for you, there's no genuine hatred. The other main Canadian caster, I suppose, that we had for quite some time was Flynn. That's very genuine hatred. From both you and I.
Yeah.
Call me up this too.
Oh no. Listen, I'm sure he'll forget about it as long as they can lock in and win one of the next 3 rounds. I'm sure he'll forgive his house.
I love the ghostly image we saw on the screen. Terrific stop. Now, do or die for W7M. This is not their map pick, and Furia does have a significant advantage just based on all of the games that have been played. 8-0, I believe, was the number that we were looking at before we launched into this affair, so now that we're in it, we'll be 9-0. Only time will tell, but Furia meeting expectations, maybe beating expectations a little bit on this map right now as they look for the knockout punch. They have been indomitable here as defenders. They have yet to drop the round.
Come on. Set up with round 7 as well. We dropped the mirror for a probably would have been expected. Half the box match to see this
Only impact the name on the side of Nade Runner. This wall here get opened up. Passage into no backup on breach. W7M now have quite the heady task ahead of them.
That might be the game, frankly. You can't open the house, so where does this push go? Are you going to barrel through the office door? That's going to be a really tight choke point. But bring it on.
Nobody's waiting you, took down Nade. There goes the Blackbeard. Gas on the run now. KD will fade away amidst the smoke. He is dancing around an awful lot of danger, Jesse. Down goes Palu. Volp's on 1/10 of HP, so for W7M, this is not the expected result we want. What little remains of Volps is gone, and I fear for this W7M team at this point. Loban and Dodez now. Sometimes you expect a little bit better. I expect a little bit better from W7M, period. Furia has 30 seconds to get a flawless finish to this. They win. Dodez guns down hers, and a run out from the Cuban Dodez artist. At least you got hers being a cheerleader on the side. They will continue to beat themselves. Oh my goodness! But they are also confident, Jesse. Nade getting a very final kill. I believe that was hard to tell. But either way, Furia emerged victorious here on Layer. 7-3 the scoreline.
Trying to do that mental warfare at the end, Parker, to hopefully tilt them into map 2. But if you're W7M, you cannot let that happen. You lose Layer, that's expected. You haven't played this map all season. It is what it is.
Skyscraper will await us at the end of this game. Skyscraper will be a fun one, but we're long ahead of us. We can talk more about Skyscraper when we get into the action after this break.
Summoning assault turret.
Time is running out.
Let's see where AAA can take us. Let's go get stuck in the sand. Let's go sleep under the stars. Go for you guys out.
24/7 race is the future planning hotel dispatch the world. Always never shoot your gun. Just a good investment. Return on flavor? No, this is new sweet corn queso crunch double chicken burrito bowl. It's chickenomics, baby. Left your loco. Okay, your loco.
Summoning assault turret.
Let's put it inside burritos and tacos anyway. He's not just old, he's not working for you anymore. What do you want? You want a robot? You want a robot? I'm not saying you have to change who you are, I'm just saying it could be a lot easier if you go through like Cash App instead of...
Bro, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Good morning, Moon.
Of Boston.
Good morning, Dune. Good morning, Oceans 2. Good morning, Good morning, Rush. Good morning to the mother, whispering hush.
Good morning, Knock.
Good morning, stars. Good morning, air. Good morning, people everywhere.
It's time to say goodbye to sleepless nights with Cold's Cushions. Our premium foam reading pillow enhances rest and relaxation. And for neck and back pain, there's the Cold's Bed Wedge pillow for ultimate relaxation and comfort. Cold's leg elevation pillow is soft yet firm enough to keep your legs elevated. Each comes with a stylish yet soft machine washable cover, maximizing comfort for a comfortable, relaxing, pain-free sleep.
Solid start here from Furia in this best of 3 series. Now only one map stands between them and making it to the playoffs again. And let's be honest, when we look at this map, I mean, it could have even been a more dominant performance from Furia should they have gotten that clutch over the line as well.
Yeah.
So close.
It's unfortunate for W7M to come in here where everything needs to be left on the table. Yes, it is your most banned map, but to still put up the same performance that we're seeing, it's just not cutting it.
Yeah, same consistent issue, right? We see the start and we think, okay, W7M is putting on a B side, but I think here, big difference in the way Felipox handles that touch. Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, this is really the big difference. Is Felipox, he could have used the time to go over a timeout, use it as a tactical timeout, work with his team, but instead he tries to go for this round, even though it's unwinnable. And then for the side of W7M, they should be playing so structured in this moment, not to give the confidence to Furia to be able to bring it back, and they do the exact opposite.
And so, in the end, if you think about this, you look at Volps yesterday in a situation where he's in a 1v3 clutch. He gives up completely. They lose the round, okay? There we see Furia. Felipox tries it. They lose the round. In the end, same result. But the result for the team is completely different. On one hand, we've got an IGL that gives up. On the other hand, we've got the IGL of Furia that is boosting the ego, boosting the confidence of his teammates. Wow, he almost made it.
And again, it speaks into that confidence and arrogance that I was talking about with this team, and especially coming off the side of Felipox.
Yeah, and then again, also, of course, you know, you got Wolves playing against power lineups. It's something that we see with him as well. You know, he's been on this roster with Furia when they were W7M back in the day, you know, and they dropped him just before they started winning all these majors and events.
I think there's a little bit of discrepancy here that has to be noted here, that the fact of the matter is, it doesn't seem like Volt performs very well against old rosters that he was on, and whether that's coincidence, whether that's just the case of the reality that he struggles with, it doesn't matter because he's on a brand new team and he needs to be that leader, and we aren't seeing that same leader.
No, we are not, especially when it comes to attacking. It's a big part of what you need to do and need to sort out as an IGO. When we look at it though, for the side of W7M,
we see the direct consequence of that. We see the direct consequence of both not playing well. What's the consequence? Let's take a look at their statistics. Let's take a look at their attack win rate here. Pay attention, 22%. And then last 3 matches, that's including the map 1 of Furia here. W7M's attacks right now, they've dropped significantly since entering those BO3s, most importantly here. And I want you to pay attention to this. 22% attack win rate. Lax, which map are they going to play next?
Skyscraper.
Which side are you going to start on? Attack. And that is going to be a big problem for me because this is one of the hardest maps to attack on. Now, yesterday they surprised me. Yesterday they had great attacks on the Sky. I thought they was okay. They had a 50% win rate. We need to see them start back. And look at their actions here. It's still the same thing.
I still don't even think a 50% attack rate from this team that this is one of their most preferred maps. I don't think that's good enough. You need to have higher than that. The expectations need to be there. This is the reason why they lost and they find themselves in this situation. situation, you're not going to find comfort against a team like Fury that you couldn't even find comfort against Wildcard.
I want to give props to Norris here because if there is one guy in that team that's trying to rejuvenate the hope, the energy in the team, he's just trying to make the players believe they can do this, it's Norris. He's the one never giving up. As I was walking here, I just saw him trying to talk to Wolves, trying to hype him up, trying to give him some energy. He needs to bring back some fire in that team. They need to believe they can do it. Because right now, the mental side has been the biggest hurdle for W7M.
Yeah, I feel like this talk in between these two matches or maps rather is going to be so important for W7M. And we were talking about an elimination game, right? There is only happiness or defeat with this one. You make it to playoffs and you lose out. And that's the final hurdle that you just missed for making it into those playoffs. W7M, of course, looking to defend that major title, and it's going to be difficult if they lose out here. Bring in our casters, though, because we do get to speak to them before the map starts. Now, you two were on this series for today, but I'm going to be honest with you, despite Fury taking that first map, you two landed a banger series today.
2, actually.
Yeah, we did.
Because we're not just casting this one.
Well, that's amazing.
BDS
That's
and
even
IDs
better. Well,
coming
you got 2 amazing games, but then for this one still, though, do we think there is a realistic chance that W7M can bounce back?
I mean, they're going to have to do what they've never done, right? 8-0 over the last 12 months. This is where they have to bounce back. It's where they've got to be strong mentally as well. Starting attack on Skyscraper is never going to be easy, but they have beaten Furia on Skyscraper. It was 1 map in a best of 3 in stage 2, so there is a bit of history. It all comes down to the mental, though, for me.
Yeah, that's going to be their question. All right, it's a big mental block for them, though, but the good thing is that the game is ready, so we're going to go find out. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, you've got to make history here if you're W7M, right?
Yep.
You've got to win Skyscraper, and then you have to go the distance
Yeah.
on winning match number 3. This is obviously the bigger task here. The community vote, okay, thank you. Oh my goodness. I'm going to say 68% of you think that W7M is the team that's going to prevail. Come down. Come down. No, it's Fury who must be the favorites, right? Skyscraper, the most defender-sided map in the meta, as it said on the screen before we load in here.
Yep.
What is a win condition for Furia? 4-2 should be the baseline, right?
Yeah, I think you're going to look for at least 2 attacks in this first half for W7M. If you get more, great. Even if you get 1 attack, I think you're still in this. You know, Furia have choked out attacking side Skyscrapers before. I think back to SI when they were up against FaZe Clan, and that map went the way of FaZe after going down 5-1 through the first half. So it is possible to make a comeback, especially against this Furia team, but it's not going to be easy. We want to see those early rounds coming out from W7M. Should be noted, this is their map pick. They are an excellent Skyscraper team. They were on a 6-game winning streak, including that win over Furia. But the key word in that
Summoning turret.
Word. So while we're that streak, they're going to have to repeat now and hope that those demons don't come back. So, the biggest
Summoning assault. Shields up front. Loading.
A lot of people were very, kind of overwhelmed. I think they do very well.
Summoning assault.
Today, we are going to in our very next matchup. This is also the next. Yeah, to do something. We're not lost out of the first. Jordan is off to a hot start. He gets cut down by KG.
Come at me.
Yeah, now we're in.
The barrier comes out to keep blue across the line. Well, he does find no. Really good possession now. Maiden coming through the bomb down.
down the
Operating
What the W7M has shown, I think, in maybe before, how do you stack up against three incredible
Fury roamers do actually get out. They all extend a little bit. JV goes and grabs his teammate, and they make it back towards the bomb site. Nothing W7M can do with the cutoff angles that they had open. They have to take their time picking up a few skips once more, and now they'll have less than 60 seconds to make this execute good. Yet to even get drum control. Yet to crack those main stairs. That's just coming through now.
That's the first hurdle, right? Get through drum, keep a barrier still in pocket for Philippok so he can use this later on, and it's all being precipitated now and handled by Paulu. Lobin taking some damage as he's side by side with these remaining players. You're going to have to go through a singular doorway, and you're concerned with what might be behind you. I do not like this position for W7M one bit. Furious needs to wait it out. That's it. That's the goal. They're going to take matters into their own hands. Wolves on back stairs, gun down. Paulu falls to Philippok. And Philippok will pick up yet another huge start for him in that round. 3 kills? Not bad for a support player. Furia starts off with a big win.
Yeah, big round to come through from Furia. They start off strong, just like they did on map 1, Parker, and I think some of it even comes down to the operator ban. You look at what W7M chose to ban in this game. First of all, they take out the Clash. Now, usually you look at the Clash, you think Nade on the side of Furia, but it's actually an operator that Herds loves to use when he's roaming on that office side. He will use it to play aggressive on the office breach. Wasn't able to do that time around, of course, had to play a more traditional operator. Still did quite well, of course, playing around that position. Then what we got to see was that Warden ban come out from W7M, and in the second you see a Warden ban, you know they're going all in on the Ying. I cannot understate how important it was that they got a kill on Dots at the very beginning of that round. He did get off one Candela to get tossed out, so he did use a little bit of utility. But even in the 3v3 with decent man counts, even if you have low time, I think you're still in a good spot if you have those Candelas, because you banned out the Warden. You can do so much with everyone blind. They just aren't able to do so.
Inversion energy amplification at 50%. This level should not put a strain on your body, Descendant.
It's a bit of a reoccurring problem with Dots back in map number 1 was how early he was dying.
For sure.
So, I mean, you play roles that often have you somewhere near the front of your attack, right? While Dots is a support player, a lot of support players run shields now. That's just so important, which means you are often the first one in the line of fire. You know Dots loves these shield operators. We discussed this on Layer, but the stat we cited at the time was 62 rounds played on both attack and defense. He played just Monty and Blitz 18 times on attack, so that is a staggering number for just the 2 shield ops. He's been freed of this position this time. And Lobo will kick things off in the first 30 seconds. Dropping KZ yet again, the Legion, the operator first in the grave, both times for Furia.
Yeah, early death coming out from KZ. Does go down to Loban down on that main floor. So that's the roam clear pretty much cleared out now for W7M. You're happy about the space that you've taken. There is still a lot of players in the top floor roaming though, and that's going to be the next problem. Geisha held by Philippok. You've got Nade there on the black stairs. This is an office exhibition defense. Don't forget. So lots of work. The first couple of line charges come through now. Not doing a whole lot to capitalize on it still.
Now down goes Philippok, the big bad from the previous round. All 3 of his kills in the ground. But here's Nade, the cavalry arriving from Fury at the right time. And you might not have lost the Ying, but you've lost Dots and Dodez. Yet again, JV92 knows there's one on that karaoke rappel. So he's got one locked down. That's Paulu, who will use his first death mark. And it'll go right towards Herds, whose position spotted and given away, but it eventually fails. Now up those black stairs, Logan will come. JV92 still in a very favorable position. I like what I'm seeing from this Furia defense.
He gets one pick, he's in a massive spot, but I don't think he knows that the Deimos is on the right side of the team. So much good time still on this round.
Another death mark will go, this time on the JV92 in that position. They will hunt him down for Geisha. Paulu securing him, nobody on Furia in position to trade. That just leaves Moon and Herds far enough back, and all this action on the wrong side of the map.
so much on that lane, Parker. You do have the one of even worth it. Nate and Earth are two great players to hold down this late round. You've got a couple more death marks. The first one being tracked now onto Nate. They get his position. They're aware there's nobody else on their side of the map. Courage and Nate in a really good crossfire position. With these Kiba barriers, they can make it even safer to play in the site.
This is a very powerful position now from her to was just given away for a second, and now he tracks on a very final death mark of the game. All that information to give. Now at the main entry point, it's Nade once again looking to win time. It's on to Palu and Nade 1v1. Time running out, and Nade will have ice in his veins. My goodness, what a clutch for Furia as they take their second round.
It's insane how good Nate is at these support roles, Parker. I will remind you, he starts that round on black stairs, the other side of the map. Maybe the most aggressive player on the team, but somehow he makes his way back towards the bomb site because he knows how important his utility is in the late round too. They waste incredible time on their own game. Nate gets back, hits every shot, plays that shotgun perfectly. One of the best SAS players in all of Siege. Of course, the 22-year-old former world champion from Sao Paulo is always reliable in those spots.
Both rounds so far, W7M has had a hot start, but has struggled through that midway point. And I think the big reason, Jesse, as we discussed back in round number 1, is utility dying early.
Yeah.
If you lose a Lion, if you lose that Ying right off the rip, and when I say right off the rip, I don't mean the start of the round. I mean when you're losing it right when you're about to start your execute, or maybe you're not ready to start your execute, but you're clearing out off-site, and you need those components in order to put everything together. Then getting the first pick is great. But if you're not able to get your utility into the right spot because
HQ here. Commence mission to recapture Slumber Valley.
Main fragger throughout this entire event, then it doesn't matter if you get that first pick. Your stumble in the mid-round is way more detrimental than any positives you've gained from the other frag.
It's insane to look at the stats. It won both of the exits in the last 2 rounds. But it really feels like Furia has the early advantage in both of those, and it comes down to how effective they're trading. It comes down to how much time they who absolutely dominated the way on that layer that we just witnessed. Almost every single first blood. I think they got all but 2, Jesse. So a little bit different here, maybe playing a more passive style. There's an equalizer. KC died early. Third round in a row. He has been sensational in big moments despite not having a lot of progress. He has not been detonated as of yet. I think he's about to God's not able to get out of that predicament, but down he goes. Loving and going through the mid-round. The same thing when he plays the defense. Happening again. We're looking to start off 3 and rotation on a cat. Here's the other side of that. Does start to creep into your mind a little bit. even in that 7-5 loss to DHC, or sorry, to Wildcard, W7M did manage 3 attacks on the Skyscraper. They will need to go flawless in the second quarter if they want to repeat that. Rotate, you move from one side of the map to the other. He's on the bandage for this side. Other side of the map. Let's keep the 0 once again. The run game is not going to get any easier for the We're wondering when they were going to start Shield. He's on the black here in the previous round. We're not seeing juice on it yet again. Really can't afford to take another timeout. Just took it with your coach, so now you've got to commit plus in the line. You've got to try out on there. You're not
First it was Hurd, he was playing Legion. Then it was KZ, he was playing Legion. Just now, it was KZ, playing Legion. It's an operator that's a huge nuisance that generates more value the longer he goes on, and yet Draven really needed it, right? Just either find out where the attackers are coming from, maybe slow down field speed in his great field counters. And Furia keeps sacrificing these first players. Both Herds and KZ were living on borrowed time for a solid 45 seconds of that round. Herds survived, he scampered off, picked up 2 kills on a single point of HP, trying to show that even if you are almost mortally wounded, you can still slay clean, and that's what Herds did.
Skyscraper! Fucking go, Furia!
Still a huge problem.
And I still think Nate has been just so incredible through this game. Got a critical kill that I don't think almost any other player would have been able to get, tucked in on the black door the previous round playing these SAS operators. It was just last month where he had his worst game of the season, 2-8 and a 56 EPS against W7M in the SAL playoffs. Thought maybe he'd be shaking a little bit but against this team, as he doesn't have a great history against them, but today he's looked like the best player on earth.
Loban just almost loses his head as he enters from Pantry. He's down below Geisha right now, and he's got silhouettes above him that he might not be the most noticeable or most known about. This is GD92 and KZ and Loban in a standoff at this point. Oh my, wow. A missed opportunity, gets droned again. Loban is not giving his position away. What a standoff. Cannot get bogged down in this.
JV just escapes. He goes back to the rotate, top of the restaurant stairs at this point. That's more time off the clock. W7M, they've been good getting these early picks, but they keep taking so long and they always get traded. And I fear we're seeing that once again. Bomb sites on the other side of the map. It's Office Exhibition. Don't forget that. And what are W7M doing? They're waiting for runouts. They're trying to wait for a player to walk into the crosshairs, but they're not getting any of these opportunities.
Jonas has been the best performer by far on this W7M team. The only positive KD through these 2 maps. I'm struggling to find positivity here at this point in time. Everybody's numbers in W7M underwater. Dota's 4-4 is the best that they can muster. And I mean, at a 4-0, these are going to be some grim score lines, and we're seeing it happen as we hit the halfway point of the round.
What's the end point of this push, Parker? We've got like 3 guys down below the bomb site. You've almost given up at this point and clearing that inside Rome. They just gotta go to site, I guess?
It's very simple. They're afraid that the stairs are made of lava, and they don't want to tussle with them. Loban will decide to do that. KZ involved in the first bout. He gets a kill, swings his way out of that position. Volp's on the board as well. The Fleetbox trades JV92 right out, and now it's Herds, the lowest rated performer at this current point in time on Skyscraper for Furia, now dealing with W7M quite easily. In this position, going 3-3. Dodez now going positive as he and Paulu still have some utility. Flashbangs for Dodez, death marks, and 1 frag grenade from Paulu, but not a wealth of time to go for W7M, and they know exactly where Dodez is, so the gun has got a lot easier for Furia.
Yeah, they know both positions, Parker, but those got Paulu from finding her, but 1 point gone. Fleetbox and Nate grouped up at this point.
This is a hard shot to make. And Fleetbox hides himself, conceals himself for the right moment. There goes the nade. They knew he was there. My God. W7M with the right read. Now it's up to Nade to clutch. He's got 6 kills. Make it 7. And an 8th on deck. Shotgun out. Just needs to play this angle. Wait time. Paulu pushing up, and Nade gets the job done. My God.
If it's
what more to be said than Nate is saying himself in the server. 8-1. And it's 5-0 for Furia. W7M teetering on the abyss.
I mean, what more is there to say about this guy? Nate is just playing one of the best games of his career. It feels like every opportunity that he has to clutch up, to make the play, to get a difficult kill, he always gets it. His game sense has been absolutely incredible. You know, sometimes when you're just shotgun, it's not the most difficult shots to hit, but the timing is not easy. The swing is not easy. The positioning is not easy. Remember the round where he starts black stairs, he's the majority of it, but coming back to sight is the perfect moment to play. That's the 4th position that his teammate needs from him. Ridiculous stuff coming out from Nade. Joins this squad back in March 2023, and it's been nothing but history since then.
Jesse, I don't know if you've been doing active stat tracking, but without looking at the stats from Lair, just looking here at W7M, what 2 players do you think, they're tied,
have the most kills so far this year.
It has to be Hertz and Nade.
You're halfway there.
It has to be Nade
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
Philippe Pox.
You're correct.
There we go.
Nade and Philippe Hawks not just have the highest rating on the team, but the best KD. They have tied for second best cost. They have the best entry when you combine them. Yo, Philippe Hawks, their latest time. And they have the most kills. We've got another now. The side of Furia is KZ. Swats away at Lovin's entry. Oh no. What a last play by Herds. Capitalizing on Dots, immediately repositioning himself. Now KZ taking damage. Dots is having a real rough go of it on just about every side of this coin. I don't envy his position.
It looks like Herd specifically just is in the team comms with W7M. He always knows where they're going to be pushing, when they're going to make their play, hunting for his second kill of the round. He's taking the peak fight. He hits the shot. Of course he does.
My goodness.
Of course, man.
They do somewhat equalize now as Palu is slowed down by the wire on the window. Denari might be going to damage this unless they get shot away at. He's shouting down below. Working right now on the bar and restaurant side of the map. Solus getting above has brought her back into a healthier spot. There's a lot of value to be gleaned here from that operator. W7M retrieving the diffuser. Volts will hold on to it. That means that it'll be a 4v2
What do you need?
does attempt to get the diffuser down without these numbers changing.
Here comes the first line charge. They know there's players up above. They've all dropped at this point now. They've retreated back to the site. Kind of the first time we've seen Furia not fight as aggressively on their own game, feeling that Hertz has done enough and that their site play is going to be the best shot that they've got to hold this down. Always worried about a flank, especially with JV playing on that Solus. He'd love to be above the bomb site when that flank goes down. Plenty of time to move, plenty of time to get out of dodge. Only one more death mark from Dodes too. It's very important that he finds a pick with it.
I feel like you set the bar real low here, Jesse. Just a single attacking round for W7M was hopeful, right?
Yeah.
And it's not even looking like that's going to happen. Opening things up now is Dodes wants an angle down into the bomb site, sees that saffron-colored smoke, doing its best, choking them off quite literally and figuratively. And now a potential answer back on utility on the side of W7M. They got the crossbow out, flame bolts to go down from the Capitao, but there's only a smoke that remains from Palu at this point in time. So a singular smoke which will telegraph the push. He's going to have to hurry. His Volps has gone down. Now it's Dodes and Palu to follow up. Palu dies. Dodes with a singular kill with 10 seconds left, and it's Nade to seal the deal yet again. Unbelievable play by Nade. A 6-0 first half. Furia a single round away from main stage. W7M will now have to do a 6-0 half themselves, or else they go home.
This will almost certainly be Nade's best performing game of the season. He's sitting at over 200 EPS. His current best game was a 177 against Los back in June. Now it feels like he's completely turned into a different beast. The whole team, I think, is putting up a perfect performance on Skyscraper. Little concerned when they decided to change things up that round. You know, they didn't fight as aggressively on the roam game, but it feels like they just know their opponent. They know that they're in their heads. They're forcing them to stall out. Such a tough spot to be in, especially after Loban died that last round. You saw them trying to open the floorboards with frag grenades, with the DMR, but it's not the same as a Buck Parker, and they really struggled to get those picks before committing to their very late executes. Not mistakes that you can dwell on. If there's any map where a 6-0 comeback is possible, it's Skyscraper. The most defender-sided map that we have in Siege, and one of the best maps that W7 has available to them. But when you're going against the wall, when you're playing the team 8 times in a row, is your mental going to be there to claw a game like this back? Mine wouldn't be. No, I don't know.
Obviously furious they played the same 3 bombs that came exactly in order both times. Starting to carry out the team before moving over that. Every single time
That's the commander leading the operation. Take him out, the
both
rest will
times
fall
carrying
back.
PT were played,
3 players on Furia survived till the end of the round. Same with Barbecue Kitchen. On Exhibition Work Office, it came
I
down
have
to a
confirmed that their
1v1
power supply has been cut off.
and
Excellent
Nade
work,
clutched
Descendant.
up both times on Exhibition Work Office. So almost everything was the same. The first 3 rounds and the last 3 rounds. The only difference was in that first half, W7M were better with opening kills. That was their only real advantage, and it faded in the second quarter of that first half. So things got worse the longer it went along. Speaking of things going from bad to worse, JV92 almost losing his head here on a very challenging wall to open up. That's a single panel office wall that JV is attempting to Maverick torch, and I don't know. I don't think he's going to get it here, Jesse. No.
So close,
He didn't get the wall either. No, this is devastating for Furia.
Yeah, it's bold to try to open that wall with the Maverick, I've got to say. That is a real tough one, and now they're going to have to go to plan B. No other hard breach was brought. They've got 2 shields instead to try to make their way into this bomb site. Haven't really committed to a roam clear. They haven't thought it's been necessary. We are seeing a couple of their players rotate over, actually. Dealing on the top down. Look at Nade going to be jumping in through the kitchen window, clearing out this bottom floor.
Don't you have school?
Maybe we'll be a bit distracted with all that's going on with the site. I say that. The 2 round
watching this in class.
This should be at least 1 free kill for both.
But not until, I want to say later, and I'm pretty sure the class is not until 5:30.
On the board, W7M are just punishing them. There's Hurts in the very first pick. Nade has been dropped as well. It should be his second death. Hurts goes in the window, immediately thrown out.
Yeah.
It's Philippe Hawks down.
Yeah, 5:30 in the afternoon.
No way he pulls this off, right? We
So it's me, the girl, dude, Roger.
Yet to be won by the
Magisters are probably humanity's real hope.
At this point in time,
don't you think?
Philippe Hawks and Nade now matching the same kill tally. The Clash will move up, and Philippe Hawks will be watched by the British Shield operator, who sets it down, and he gets slaughtered by Loeb. And W7M on the board, but it's going to be a tough road to go. All comebacks start with 1. There is hope yet for W7M. They are on the better side. And if we said that 1 round for W7M was the scoreline to go, Furia might find themselves in a position where they might struggle to win their single round on attack too.
Yeah, it's a tough bomb site, a tough map to attack. Nobody's doubting that. I don't know if I loved that push from JV. Choosing the Maverick for that wall is really difficult, especially because he plays a lot of ace on that site. You go back and look at his history, and he loves the ace for this site. No hard breachers were banned out, but maybe just expecting to go for a different strat. Not sure what the mindset was for JV. He'll have more time to think about that when they return to the bomb site in round 10. If we get that far through the game, that is. Still important for W7 to get those rounds, you know. Important to challenge the Maverick. Don't let them get those early plays. Force them to go for these then different angled pushes that they didn't want to have to go for. I said Volps was guaranteed to get a free pick in the middle of that round. He nearly whiffed his shot at that, missing some of the picks that he was throwing out to the back of the blitz player, but still was able to do really good work that round. And as I said earlier, getting Volps involved on this team from a fragging potential, from a fragging standpoint, is really important for W7's success.
Volps having a very pedestrian map here with just 4 kills and 6 deaths. He's the second lowest rated player in the lobby at the moment, and did enter the day as the lowest rated player, and also the least frags, and also the worst KD on W7M. So there really is no bright spot. On his roll, Volps has not been able to keep pace with his counterparts. He's not been able to keep pace with the team. And yeah, for a player that has played the season, he is way below his own
I'm doing a hand cannon.
Volps is a tremendously gifted player. You know that Volps is capable of taking over games, and he can stand up to the best of the best.
No. Actually,
He's one of the highest rated players in Brazil for quite some time. That Volps needs to show up, not the Volps that we have here today, who is dramatically underperforming.
Nice little duo roam coming out from both Loben and Dots, extending over towards this office side of the map. Loben's drawing a lot of eyes his way, but it's going to be on these guys like Dots and Dotas to capitalize on this. Wall's been opened up. They've got some good angles, Parker, but so far, everyone's alive 60 seconds into this. Bit of a rotate now from Naves. He goes to the display window, but yet to really find an entry point. This roam game was very tough to crack for W7M. Now Furia has to do the same thing, and it's once again quite a challenge.
And they're putting the Dokkaebi to go up house stairs. JB92 starts things off by gunning down Logan, and that's the Clash gun. That's a huge impediment that you're not going to have to worry about any longer. Dots swinging onto the opening to keep numbers close. At this point in time, with half the round to go, you cannot play as passive as you want. There is still stall potential on the side of W7M. Those Banshees still in play. The Clash Shield will be no factor, but Palu annihilates Felipox and KZ, swings the pendulum back in favor of W7M. Now it's incumbent upon Fury to get those numbers back.
Big swing coming out there. We see a lot of important frags. KZ and Fleetbox were trying to hit the back. They were over towards Black Stairs. But it was a big couple of kills that came through that way. Trying to make a distraction play on the side of Furia, but it didn't pay off. Now they've got to rely on Nate ticket space.
And they have no intel to work off of, so it's just going to be dry peaks. The Monty of Nape engaging and winning the duel. That'll be one that I'm certain Dots will be soon to forget. Volps with another big round. Dota's on the board too, but Paulie really broke that one open. And just as we saw from W7M's attacks, that mid-round, she is a cruel and harsh mistress. Furia battling the same way that W7M did, and no timeout taken yet, it looks like, or could I be wrong?
Don't think we should see one again. They've gone for a couple of non-traditional attacks on the side of Furia. The first one with the Maverick, we talked about that. Second time, despite so much pressure over on the office side, they sent KZ up the Black Stairs, they sent Felipox in the doorway, and they had a really good push. I think if they kill Palu there, if they don't let him get two, all of a sudden they have sight control. They are now pinching the defenders from two different angles. It's a completely different game. But Palu really was the one who had to step up in that round to save them out from a bad situation. In the man count disadvantage, he's able to do just that. He's been negative or even in all 4 maps over the last 2 days. The last 8 maps, again, have only been one if he was positive. I'm not sure what the stats were like on the last map, but I can't imagine they were great.
Paulie was 8-8.
Okay, so even and they lost. So that's 9 maps in a row now where they have won if and only if Palu goes positive.
Palu was far from the problem there. His cost was 7%, which is really not quite that bad. He went even on entry, 8-8, so he went even as well. He had no clutches, he had no plants. They were really brought down by the 2 boat anchors that have done better here. Dots went 1-10 with a 20% cost, and Volps went 4-10. Both players going negative on entry and roam. Volps was only at a 40% cost. Things have obviously turned around here, but not much better for either Volps or Dots. They are marginally better than they were. The scoreline suggests that they really shouldn't be better than they are, but here's a problem for W7M, Jesse. Your best player, Dodez, just died, and now Lobin. Nitro Cell goes out, Felipox reads into that one, gets off of that position. They know where the Mozzie of Lobin is. But a bad start for W7M to lose their top fragger on that Ella.
If Loman had jumped over that railing instead of tossing out the Nitro, that probably would have been GG, but thankfully he plays a little bit safer. You still don't get the kill back like you wanted to, but you're still in this round despite the disadvantage. There goes Palu, once again bailing out the low man count situation. Gets the kill from inside of Geisha, removes the Zofia, more aggressive fighting, and it's Dots now to get down by KZ.
I just don't get why Dots keeps his engagement. Lobin completely bails him out, but there goes Palu. Dots retrieves, he's back from the dead, but it costs Lobin his life. Volps and Dots, the last 2 standing. HP's low across the board this round. Anybody's game and far from over. Felipox has all 3 targets now, sequestered on the same portion of the map. Lobin looking to be revived by the castle of Volps. Let's give Dots the all-clear to swing onto the door. We cannot have a singular focus as Lobin gets picked back up and we go back to a 3v3. Volps and Logan managed to get away. Trepidation from Felipox with constant potential kill. The Dots will reveal himself. Shotgun and Felipox wins the duel. Volps and Logan is the last 2 men, both down below, both near or in the bomb site. And they will castle off the door. Ingenuity from Furia that we saw in yesterday's game, and now W7M will repay that favor. A minute to go. Furia with a numbers advantage, looking for just a single round. And if that's the case, W7M go home, Furia goes to main stage.
It's a tremendous now with 2 players up, they gotta hold down the bomb.
It's 6-2. Come on.
Upstairs for this execute. The hatch on kitchen is closed. It's reinforced, so that won't be an angle if they split it for a 2-1 push.
go. They'll try to buy themselves some time and some information. Don't know how healthy this drone count actually is inside of Furia. Birds is looking for something. Final 15 seconds, they're running out of time. W7M just have 2 players to hold down the fort. As Furia will barge into this bomb site, attempting to flash out Volks. They managed to get in alive. Volks in a very vulnerable position. Logan will need to clutch out. They spotted him exactly. And herds of Philly Pops do him up. They will avenge themselves. This Herculean run that they've gone on will end with Furia going to the main stage. They started
Fuck
off
yeah.
have been perfect in the lower brackets. Furia going 3-0 from this point onward. The defending major champs, they will go home. We will have a new champion, no repeat winner. Goodbye W7M, a 16 to go home and a 16 to qualify to the main stage.
And for their 13th S-tier event in a row, Furia will make top 8. If they go to a tournament, you better believe they are there to play. They started off 0-2 in this event, Parker, then won back to back to back through the Swiss, and now against their old rivals on W7M. It's all love in South America, but this one's going to feel bad for a while.
Beautiful stuff by both of these teams and a great run by W7M. We've still got more games to play, and there might be a surprise in our very next cast, Jesse. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Oh, who's playing that? That's right, that's right. Coming up, BDS versus NIP. It's on match 3, G2 versus... I'm not even fucking hyped in my life!
So what get coverage confidence with AAA insurance.
Oh, what are you two doing here?
Honey, we've talked about this. It's hard not to talk about it. Hey, we tried this. Talk to me about
I'm gonna make a melee build with Chili. No matter I'm just gonna.
number one selling sheets on Amazon. They're softer than a kitchen. Even our one-star reviews are glowing.
God! Nice. I got it. Man, dude, take some of me. I need
W7M is the first Brazilian team eliminated in this major, and this was all because of you, Furia. And all of the games that you have played against them, you just won them all. Now, one more. So, what makes so easy to play against them?
Eu acho que é muito mental, eles claramente não jogam o que eles jogam normalmente contra a gente, acho que eles têm muito esse fator psicológico e a gente se aproveita disso e é sempre um jogo pegado, mas no controle.
Yeah, it's all the psychological thing. So they do not play what they really play against us, so we take that as an advantage. Outra coisa, vamos falar em português já. A gente precisa falar sobre o como você tá mandando bem nesse Major. O que mudou pra você? O que tá acontecendo?
Bom, acho
now we're going to ask him about the improvement that he has right now in his performance in this Munich Major.
Eu acho que o primeiro dia ele estava me sentindo muito desconfortável, então eu dei uma focada nisso, na posição de jogo ali, tryhardei mesmo, e agora estou me sentindo muito confortável, muito confiante. Eu acho que quanto mais você vai jogando bem, mais confiante você fica e é um processo.
Thank you so much, Hearts. Valeu, pode ir lá se despedir. And he just said that I was not feeling really comfortable the first day in the position that I was playing in, but now I just worked on that, on the confidence, and I will really feel more confident and stronger for the next matches.
I mean, it was best of one and first game on. They got first game on.
Hearing his thoughts about this game as well. Always good to have that. Now, a massive congratulations to Furia. They make it to the main stage, they make it to playoffs, and I feel like the confidence is a big thing as well. We're seeing it in these 1v1s, in the 1v2s. They always seem to have the upper hand.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it really just goes to show that it's not just about coming in and playing, it's about mentality, and that's everything that Furia has been about. It's really been propelling them throughout this and now finding themselves in the qualifier.
I think there were a couple examples of the first touch from Nate and the second one here for me. Those are mental crushers. They are mental crushers made to put the final nail in the coffin of W7M. Their mental was already in shambles. When you lose 2 touches in a row to Nate on that map, that's just going to end you. And it's exactly, I think, a big summary of that match. Nate dropping incredible kills on these guys, and overall just a terrible performance from W7M, from the IGL Volks again, from Dots as well. I think we just saw the end of the W7M roster as we know it, in my opinion. They've just won 2 games in the O1s, and after that, it was just going through hell. Literally, 0 and 6. 6 maps in a row, no answer whatsoever, no flow, no energy, no nothing. That, for me, means a roster change or a role change at least.
Devastating to see that for these players. I mean, I guess you can kind of sense and feel that from the way they're talking, the way they leave the venue as well after they lose about everything, the fact that they're not with a whole team together. We are having 2 really big
Dots
games
went
tonight.
4
There's
and
streams
9.
of Nate already being 8-1 after that clutch, but also the likes of Dots, for example, someone who really didn't step up today, and we're seeing it on the faces of it. We know how emotional Talon can be as a player, but we're seeing it here and now with an early exit of the tournament, and then just to have a player, of course, walk behind you, it's qualified. It has to be such a sad moment as a player.
Yeah, it definitely stings every single time, and seeing that in Paulu's face, I mean, we've seen him smiling time and time again, but I think reality is kind of starting to set in more on that, sure, leaving that liquid roster, not finding success, having a little bit of glimpse of success with this W7 roster, but almost finding something. It's even worse, looking even more grim early on, and you were saying roster change needing to be made. I mean, I can't think of anything else. I mean, I think you can't come here and put up a performance.
I'm gonna die. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Mano, só pela abertura dos lugares, assim, parece ser um lance. Os caras sabem o que eu tô fazendo.
Eu acho que parece ser um emerald.
Mano, acho que não, velho. O cara é bom, velho. Ó, ele veio certinho, acho. Ó, tá bem certinho, ó. É bom, velho. Tá, ele é champion, sim. Champion ou próprio?
No Champions. Nossa, boa, eu ia no Esmeralda, viado.
Com certeza, velho. Mano, e o de design da porta, ó. Você tá no replay, velho. É meio travado. Mas tá gravando o pique certinho.
Pior que esse setup. Mas será que pode ter na rank de setup, pô?
Tá um bom setup, né? Mas ele tá de liso, tá? Liso é meio montado.
Então.
Nossa, esse foi difícil, ele não matou ninguém, tá ligado?
Ele matou 2 caras aqui, ó. Ele matou esse.
Ah, ele matou um cara aí?
Matou, agora eu vou aparecer aqui. Mano, pior que não sei, viado. Sim, eu acho que pode.
Mano, é que poderia ser um setup de ouro também, tá ligado?
Pode ser um setup de ouro.
Os caras só botaram denário e o shield e o cara pegou um Legion, tá ligado?
Mas esse shieldzinho que tá me pegando, tá ligado?
Mas ele é meio lento.
É, será que entra no ouro, mano?
Mano, vamos no ouro,
Vamos no ouro.
Eu acho que é ouro. This is gold.
Gold.
Caralho,
muito
é
bom,
muito bom, viado. Muito bom.
Tá, aqui, vamos ver.
Rankzinho no litoral. Mano, tá mirando no pé.
Pra ter o Marune que faz esse ciclo, é ranking tá tryhard.
Mano, mas ele tá mirando no pé dos caras, cara. Ele tem a branca e ele mira no pé. Assim, isso pode ir. Mano, eu vou colocar aqui as botas. Olha isso também. Olha isso.
Mano, mas pode ser ouro também. Cobre é muito bot. Pensa que aquele cobre era muito bot, tá ligado?
É que tipo, o setup ele não tá de cobre, né?
Não tá de cobre, é.
Mano, eu acho que gold então.
Acho que gold, mano.
Gold again.
Ah, era copper mesmo. Cara, é que tava um setup bem montado aqui nessa rank.
Ó, tem até um pezinho ali, ó.
É, tem um pezinho.
Munich Major for our second elimination / qualification game of the day. BDS going up against NIP. We're also joined by Fresh, and Fresh, you mentioned it just now when we were talking. We also gotta make sure we celebrate the first team that qualified to SI.
Yeah, it's going to be Furia, officially confirmed, and you know, I have brain fog about a lot of things, you know this, but I am so bullish on this team. I said it when they were 0-2 down. Furia are going to do it, they're on the course to do it, and they've qualified to SI in the process. I mean, there's nothing sweeter than being able to be at the biggest event in the year, and also for them to possibly get another title underneath their belt.
The main stage event, though, for them, as we talked, to make it to the playoffs, and the same thing the big thing here is that they're going to present the first main stage to the
He is absolutely magnificent. 150. We're showing Robbie on the screen here. This is also the problem the threats have. This is also the problem that Robbie has. What I want to see from Robbie is if we could get all 4 European teams through today, unlike relaxing over here. What I want to see is the Fragger stepping up and the team synergy that comes from the foundation to go and do it inside of a base. And when I'm thinking about moving this kind one an aggressive team like SSG, and that wasn't off the back of just one player having a top performance. It was all of them in sync, in unison, under one strategy, and following behind that one voice of P4 and being able to get the job done. But it's not to take away from Robbie having a good performance or Virtue having a performance, but you don't want to rely on that, especially once you get further and further into this major. The opponents are only going to get that much harder and far more structured and stable that you can't rely on. Yeah, I was about to say, it gets less and less likely that you can have a big pop-off game when you get to the better end of the tournament.
Yeah, we'll start talking about their opponents for today as well. NIPs, you can see them in their booths. I think a big upset from them yesterday against Shopify Rebellion. And one thing I noticed as well was there was so much passion, so much energy coming from that player booth.
Absolutely. I mean, not just big upsets for them. They've been upsetting me. They're knocking out all of my brethren from the events, but they're coming into these best of threes, treating it like a little bit of a chess match. The strategy and the structure that they have going into each and every one of these matches is almost similar and a replication of what we were seeing throughout this stage, which is why they carried all of the SAL, because they were playing faster pace. They had strategy. They knew the key of what the success rate was going to be.
And that what you say especially has to do with the front and the back line of the roster, because you're noticing something else.
Yes, and similar to, like I said, with a chess match, when we're talking about the chess pieces, you have to look at Fantasy and you have to look at Wizard. One, I would like to put Fantasy as the knight on the chessboard. Yeah. He can jump in and out of these, causing erratic style of play, be very chaotic on that front line, and then you have to look at Wizard, that back line that you just talked about, being that structure, being that force to be reckoned with, and when he does need to be enabled, he absolutely can on that piece and move straight forward, dig his heels in, and get it done and enable the rest of the team to get the job done.
And I think what these two players provide is they provide ultimately a balance in, like you say, Fantasy. He is that X factor, he is that star factor, and they know that at times that will cost them. But at times it will also pay them back with massive rewards, big rounds, because he can do it on his own. And then the rest of the team can then make the play back up it and play the quote-unquote more traditional scene.
Oh.
It's been a really, really good feature. I think this is why we've seen the resurgence of Nip, making it to the scene, making it to this event. Again, being on the precipice of making the main stage. When again, similar to BDS, this team was outside the established top 4 of Brazil and have managed to break their way into it.
And of course, when we talk about chess, I mean, any chess player will know that the opener of a chess game is also important.
Yes, and that is the most important aspect of every single chess match to start, is what the opener is going to be. And what I mean by that in terms of Siege is both these teams, that opening, that win condition is going to start with the opening kills. As you can see on that left side, NIP is the 5th highest rated team here currently at the Munich Major, where BDS is 2nd highest rated. So if you're going to look at this game with a scope, a microscopic lens, you are going to be looking at who is going to be walking away with that opening kill and converting it into a round 1.
Yeah, opening kills are important in any match of Siege, but I think inside of this particular best of 3, it is possibly the most important it's ever been for these teams.
I have to say, that was a piece of art. It looked absolutely amazing, a chess match between these two teams. And, you know, unlike a chess match where it always plays out in the same situation, we have 3 different maps potentially between these two to see where we'll be going to. Our first pick in this series is Clubhouse.
Yeah, so the similarities between these two teams don't stop in terms of their opening and how good they are. It's also in the map detail. Both of these teams like a counter prep and like a counter analysis. So, NIP, traditionally, not particularly amazingly hot on Clubhouse. It's very much a best of 1 map, 50-50 map for them. But BDS have played it a lot, even shown it yesterday. They've lost it at this event, so I'm not necessarily too surprised to see NIP put BDS on a comfortable map. They know how P4's going to IGL it, and therefore counter them from that.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, this is obviously going for comfort here, but what we've been seeing from NIP, which obviously has been doing really well, is their attacks. They have been a little more faster paced, but that begs the question on a map like Clubhouse, where you almost need to be perfect on that front, and if you aren't, you're going to be eaten alive, because where you win on Clubhouse, it's 1 off of your attacks, and the saving grace then becomes your defense.
And then moving through to Skyscraper, this is a comfort pick from BDS. They absolutely love this map, which is kind of interesting given that they're a new-ish team, new-ish roster, obviously post-6 Invitational. They even beat BDS on this map, not BDS, they even beat G2 on this map, and G2 absolutely love this map, so they've got some quality on that map.
And I feel that's the beauty when we're getting to that Skyscraper, hopefully for NIP's sake, that if they can have a strong attacking half, similar to what we could possibly see on Skyscraper, that will already set them up in a good
Chalet, Border, Nighthaven, Cafe, Bangton,
Absolutely. Then
Club.
Going to be let out.
So first pick is Club.
These two teams' middle preference in terms of results, it gets very, very different. I think BDS have played it a lot inside of VML. They've struggled on it, whereas NIP have played it a lot inside of Brazil, and they've done pretty well on it.
As you guys can see behind us, that we have the coaches of both teams lined up to speak to Maria for a pre-game interview.
Oh, okay, coaches interview time. 7 months of being a coach, 7 years. So, what are your last words to each other with that experience of months and years?
Wait, the Team BDS coach is a girl? What the fuck? I did not know that.
It's a cool experience for me because it's only my 2nd major, and I'm still learning to deal with everything, to deal with the team, and I'm learning. So it's going to be really cool. But months of the time, it doesn't mean nothing. Do you agree on that?
I actually agree, you know, like it depends on your vibe, on your dynamic, on your work every day. Honestly, it's just gonna be a pleasure. I haven't played against NIP, and I really respect that organization. Shout out to Bob, by the way. But no, I'm really excited to be playing against you guys. So it's gonna be cool.
So we are very excited in here. So let's get prepared and more and ready for the game.
Thank you so much, Maria. I feel like for the stakes of this match, that's a very friendly, very wholesome interview that we got from the two coaches here. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I love that. But we have to talk about the implications of SI once again, to really providing us with the numbers in regards to the SI qualification. Now, the most important thing for this, look at that number. The increase for BDS, should they win that match here, all of a sudden SI goes from like probably not to probably we will.
And again, just to contextualize this, obviously BDS can, make it in terms of the EML finals, but they want to be
Can
the best
we
they possibly can. They want to make main stage first and foremost, but it gives them a chance at 6 Invitational should they then win this game.
What the finals? Well, not the finals. The playoffs for season?
Nothing is confirmed for them, so they really need this.
I don't know how to do all that yet, but pretty soon.
Even for a player like Pino, a former SI World Champion, I mean, for him to make it back to the Invitational, there's a lot on
Yeah. I feel the energy levels rising in this player room here. We see the players getting ready for the game, but the game is ready as well. So let's send it back to our casters for BDS and IP.
Oh no, the setup during what's the fucking siege?
I tease everyone on this. I see you will see me on the other side. I didn't say what that other side.
Oh, what's up? What up, sexy?
now I'm double the shortest one on the.
Probably a dude.
We can play the
Yeah, dude. I understand, dude.
We've done a TriCast before. You and I, Alpha, did it with Nick all the way back in
No, dude.
Manchester.
Dude.
So it's nice to welcome you on here now with Jesse. You bring a flavor to the analyst desk that I think will be great here for live casting. Let's run ourselves into BDS versus into the pajamas. One of these teams will go to the main stage. One will go
Shield at 0%.
The first European team knocked out as well if they do not manage to win this series. So loss in the line for both teams. BDS have failed to make top 8 in their last 5 international events. That includes that Wolves roster that we used to see them playing here. So really is going to be a lot of expectations. It's been a while since we've seen this team.
it feels like it's really entirely different project as a Wolf roster.
But now they find themselves in the same position as we use such foreign language to describe BDS here at this event. We haven't really said the same about Ninjas in Jail. We got those 2 NA victories over the Space Station and Shadowfire Rebellion. We can finally start to give Nip their proverbial flowers.
I think as the NA captain, we have to be a little bit of haters to not give them their flowers after what they've done this tournament. Also,
Bro! Of course he goes.
Could end up having a big flank, but pretty quickly.
statistically which usually does not bode well. On his roll, he's the guy that you expect to be getting all these opening picks and maybe doing against the best of the best.
Why didn't
He
be
did have
asked
some
for
pretty heavy
good?
hitters on him. Were they able to pull off now? 35 seconds to go. Their start was looking towards that church wall. Dealing with the mute jammer on the other side as electricity has been completely banned out, so you have no choice but to run the mute if you want to keep that wall intact. And right now, the defense for BDS doing effective jobs at cutting down this utility, but the guns on Nip so good. Hates battling his way through. Freck and Virtue the last two standing, and Freck will need to clutch the round, but he won't get anything. Nobody will. Nip, a flawless start to Clubhouse.
Perfect setup. I mean, the room clear, I don't know what you think. Very clear, very efficient. Evan almost got off the head of Frank there when he dropped to the garage. After that, the flank watch is there. They get the first pick like this. And after that, just a simple hard reach onto the church wall. And we collapse. One
I'm
from
gonna
Blue,
get this.
one from the hallway, two from Moto. Perfect setup. And that's a classic
And
church take. Perfectly executed by
then
NIT.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
work
Hates
on
in every shot that he needed to. Walks down those main stairs as the Habana. He's used all his utility at that point. They took a lot of time on the early game, but that's what NIP like to do. They're often thought of as like one of the slowest teams in South America, but they do such a good
Unique
job
ability
with those
level
executes when they can get properly set up. Hates a fantastic play coming through here. Maybe a supportive operator of the Habana, but willing to flex onto any operator they need to for his team. The second most off played here at the tournament and gets the job done on a frag roll.
Now we can already
I'm
see
gonna-
BDS
yeah,
trying
I'm
to
gonna
adapt to that with that
do
shield on
that.
side,
I'm gonna
bringing
also
on the clash to try and
do
face
this.
the shields, and good luck to them. Comes will go off that shield. And we'll probably
I'm gonna
attack
do
that
this,
with the
of course.
Capitao. I think we're looking at, once again, mostly a default tech. If I remember the way NIP loves to play this, they will go on server side and trying to problem pose the cash player with Fantasy on Deimos from downstairs, and after that collapse to the bomb side. The turtle setup on the side of BDS is very strong. The fact that Mira is open, Azami is open, Clash is open, makes the turtle setup very viable here.
Yeah, bringing out that Clash, not something we often see from Lasmo, but if anybody grabs it, it is usually him. Historically, he plays the Goyo on this site, so Freck will then pick up the Goyo, and that kind of leaves the Warden not being brought on this, which we would typically see on a BDS gym bedroom defense. Not really going to be exploited on the NIP side, but they've got a couple of smokes with the Capitao, so they could come back to bite them in the end.
I'm anticipating with that server push that it's going to be basically the win condition of that round. If they can cut off these players, and the first opening kill from Freg, aggressive on gym window. That's what we expect from these guys.
It's Capitao down, good utility eliminated. No smokes remain on the side of Ninjas in Pajamas, so if they were hoping for some concealment or even some area denial, you'll have to rely on other operators to do that. You've got area denial in the hands of the Deimos with those two frag grenades, but Fantasy's job will likely be elsewhere, fighting on the other side of the map as you guys talked about. So how much will Fantasy be able to impact the direct push should he stay alive? Burned a minute now into this round, BDS has that advantage.
Losing that Capitao is really tough. When you're facing a clash here, you're going to have to find a way to problem solve that in any other way, and you really don't want to face that.
Yeah, looking at the lineup right now, they might even just be deciding, like, wait, we might just have to give up this part of the map. They do have the laundry hatch open. We saw them working on Jacuzzi as well. And with these air jabs, I mean, they do have the ability to stop somebody from pushing out, taking that CC window. That would usually be the risk. If you don't clear this side of the map, you're over on highway. But that's going to be a great push by Fantasy. He finds the back of the Clash.
Classic hammer and nail scenario here with the flank watch being the bait, and Fantasy walks in from construction, gets that pick, they get the control that they needed in that scenario. They can now overwhelm the bomb site from any angle, office, construction, jacuzzi, and the windows. It's looking really grim for BDS right now.
They've still got those windows controls outside too, with diffuser in hands for Cons. As they go on upside down rappel and look to narrow down these final defenders who've now lost complete control of this bomb site and have forced their way back. Oh my, into Logi and on the stairs. Down goes Freck at the hands of Pino. That's a gorgeous shot outside of the building. And a 4v2 as Nip looked to overwhelm these remaining defenders. Don't count out BDS just yet. Robbie leading this team in terms of kills, in terms of rating. He's still very much up to searching for his first kill.
It's just a moment for Robbie to come alive. They don't necessarily know where he is, and he gets the first, but he's got to do it all and just can't find it, Parker. There's no way for him to find that many players. NIP too well coordinated during the execute.
And once again, it's Fantasy here, finding the gap. That construction wall being open, it basically creates a gap for him to go back and backstab that Clash, and opens the entirety of the bomb site. And afterwards, I want you to pay attention to the 3-2-1 execute that we just witnessed. You said it, Parker, there was a way that 2v4 could work out of the way of BDS because they were in off angles. But the thing is, when NIP coordinate that execute, it's 3, 2, 1, we go together. If one dies, the trade happens. Once again, clear, default take from NIP. And once again, doing it in attack on a map that's not necessarily easy to attack either.
Yeah, especially for NIP. I mean, they're coming in. They've played a lot of Clubhouse here at the Munich Major 3 times already. They lost 3-7 to W7M, 3-7 to SSG, and then finally got their win back against the Italians and 3 once more. So I don't know if we can predict the winner based on those stats, but it's looking 50 to 7-3 in front of us. 71 minutes space station at 17 loss against Space Plans. It's nice to see energy.
He wasn't a standout performer on this team. In Stage 2, he was the 3rd highest on his team and the 13th highest in the whole region. Hayes was actually the best player through the domestic stage. He enters this game far below his
I fucking died. I wasn't looking and I fucking died.
From the breach from construction as well. Beautiful take.
Very helpful too that they recognized so many BDS players were off site. Lasmo was roaming over towards Master inside of Logi. P4 was bottom main stairs when that push started to come on through. So you had 2 players that weren't predictable on site. You had a couple players who were distracted with the Raptors. Big play.
What?
It's difficult, it's not working out the way you want. We're going to have a solution and because right now they're just opening everything and then they're like collapsing basically. But either you want to go or you want to go back to the where they're not playing and you try to get it. Just be on the same page is the most important. Because you like that game. If you know what you're gonna go through this the whole
Wise words coming out from Laloon, the coach.
I said I avoided the mission when I did it. Okay, yeah.
together maybe a bit of a better defensive setup. And IP did do well, even when they had that late round push, but I think it still looked like a better opportunity for BDS.
I'm really impressed by Fantasy so far. I think he was really a raw diamond that NIT picked up almost 1.5 years ago. As a reminder, Fantasy used to be an absolute star of Brazil. He was a wonder kid with Furia. He played 2 different SIs, 4 different majors, and then he fell off. The last he went into tier 2, he played for W7M Academy. He was all the way back. NIP was that one roster that took a chance on him, and Bob was saying he's been extremely valuable for this roster. Extremely valuable. That's one piece of and he dies here in opening that. As I say this, I'm the best jinxer. He was 2-0 in opening kills before that, by the way.
To your point, Fantasy has an EPS of 110, which is good enough for him to be just outside of the top 10 of players that are still here. For a bunch of players that have exited the event that are actually ahead of him. He does have the most usually get a lot of good
The pressure of that, he got to bring down the main stairs, he wants to move around, and that gets you punished by the good player. User, Zero from the roof, the back line of NIP, getting all those strikes in the fastest way, a bit like Kate, and then kind of being the hurt, right, the entry and the other side.
20 seconds left, the rubber hits the road here, BDS desperate for the very first round, it looks
coming in, winning that round, playing more team playing as larger extension. That was a good recognition that NIP is the first dropping right around.
Before making the move, circle set up, every time no one commits to a plan. He was the one that died at because he tried a plan that was not worth it and was not needed. He was not a veteran in the execution. The basement is strong enough for us to win this if we stay 5 on it, and he commits to that and that works. Here you can see the adaptation and you bring it again. Figure out to slow that down, reward him, and you're only as any to have a strong circle setup, and expecting them to play again into that time burn situation. They expect an IP to be slow. Alright, that's gonna be a win condition then. Trying to play outside. And we do see the flashbang coming into effect now. They didn't bring it in the basement, but they did bring it on both top floor bomb sites, and without that being available, Lazimo's gonna move over to the Warden, which he will then still be playing at an extended position. To play in that kind of
We need to check this. Let's use
the whole cash side, but I wonder how long they're gonna stay
especially because we've now seen a full rotation of bomb site. I'm curious to see if Kant is going to call a different
the moment they do don't have a whole lot of map control. That's the time for the weapon.
It's like they're wondering if it's the bomb site. Do they have any information? One player on the ground with a red pin, they know exactly where he is. Trying to cover for that. Over to the black.
gas player might be. Jaeger spotted, taking out Valentinos. Now he has. Even after he got that first kill in the line, and then found the others doing anything crazy, and then they're willing to go down to the play and then they make their move really patient around the BDS.
It becomes crystal clear the way NIP has been playing, by the way. Once again, they see a gap and they take it. And I think that what is here is that they're thinking from BDS instead of panicking, instead of reacting to quickly and moving. But they are behind the back. He saves the entire BDS by staying there, not moving. Every time that he ends the rest of but we got the numbers, and it's exactly what they needed. Great composer, and things that will fuel the confidence in the end of BDS.
Yeah. We go back to CCD Cash for our final attacking round to see from NIP, and their last attack was extremely weird. They had control construction, they pushed in that way, while at the same time
New battle protocol will
Everything is being thrown right now, and look at how little HP he's lost. Still fighting from his position. Lost by right now. They got trapped in the corner. Flashbang to go, and Wizard collapses. A nice hold by Robbie to eat utility and eat time.
How much time is wasted? Exactly. I mean, we've still got this breach that's not been opened. They don't really have the utility at this point to get the breach any more open than it is. So this in garage, but even this, they don't have the breach for.
I am baffled by how much time Robbie was burning here. 2 capital firebolts, at the same time the flashes, the nades. It's impressive he bought time, but I don't think it's enough.
That's right now, Nip just in a big numbers advantage that will continue to grow. Nitro Cell goes out, does damage to Hates.
I got what I need.
But it's Nip very firmly in control of that one. BDS will only muster 2 successful defenses here on Clubhouse as the first half goes to Ninjas in Pajamas for 2.
A really cool little moment quickly in that execute where they actually pop the fire extinguisher to cause a cloud of smoke in the red hall. That was what allowed the planter to then jump in the window so you get from rafters into CC and get into a spot where you can start forcing the plant, start forcing those defenders to move. Really smart round from NIP, and I think it caps off a smart half overall. overall, we did a great job of spotting those gaps and then exploiting them.
The most important thing for the winning condition here is that you see the entirety of NIP commit to the right call every time. What happened here? They breach server, that's great. They have this little move called Bicons that gets them the opening kill. But after that, you see the entirety of NIP trying to play off of Robbie, right? You see the gridlock, you see the air jabs, you see the capital fireballs, all of those things here. After he gets that opening pick, all of the utility available on NIP was spent on that garage, getting Robbie out of there, getting the kill, and then the kill is secured. I'm once again impressed by the level of coordination from NIP. That what lends them, again, an edge in the attack side on Savannah. A really nice late round kill from Collins in that round as well. He holds the record for the most clutches here in Munich and is the only person to have a clutch on all 3 days of the event so far. We are waiting for his fourth, but I expect that it's coming very soon.
I did note that his ranking is taken in this event. He's the lowest rated player in the lobby. And he's not doing well in the bragging department, and yet he's turned that around completely today. So, again, it just goes to show you that your impact round by round, a lot of what Cons is going to be doing is going to be off of the field. It's going to be in getting this team in a good position to play well, IGLing for them, but he's also getting kills. He's going to take probably more of a, a back-end sheltered role here as a defender. He'll be running on the clash. He'll give in calls to the team and allowing the rest of them to benefit from it. But I don't know if we're going to see a lot of fragging from him in the second half.
We'll see. I think he will need to be very important here. The reason for this is that drone is key to BDS stake. Right now they know this is a fully extended roaming setup and they've just seen the entirety of the 3 anchors into armory. This is exactly the kind of information that P4 needed to call the right thing. Now, are they going for a roam clear? Or are they going to isolate the bomb site? You can see the hesitation. They don't know yet.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some things, and so with the vert, they should be able to find this one. Eventually. There we go, P4 finds Fantasy thanks to that drone. And we've talked all event about how good the droning has been for BDS. This has been a consistent trend in a lot of their important wins. I think for NIP, that's something you've got to focus on when you're up against this team.
And I love the way they've done it. One player focusing on getting that free kill, that opening kill. All 4 of them have been working at the same time at room clearing. They can work on 2 different things at the same time, getting both the opening kill and also making sure no robber is left up top.
We'll get some more information over towards blue now. Is there still plenty of drones stashed about? I do wonder if that drone persists downstairs. We'll be able to give them more information towards places over towards that pole squad underneath the hatch as well. There's no pressure whatsoever from NIP as BDS walked right in the kitchen. They've only slowed down a little bit by one of those volcanic canisters that have been used very effectively, but they find the second kill at the same time. Wizard and Fantasy both in the grave now as NIP has to hang on for the next minute and 15 seconds.
Crazy to keep the pressure up. I really expect things to slow down. BDS use those can openers to get the hatches, but happy to just dip your toes into oil pits.
I will be right back. I'm gonna go make some.
Now it's a 3v5 where you're really starting to put pressure on NIP, especially this.
Look to work his way through dirt tunnel. P4 gets a good read down.
Okay, okay.
Taken at the same time. P4 needs to blow open that door. He'll do just that. Lasmo creeping up. I like the way the BDS is going about this. They're trying nicely. Cons is the read and a double swing. Cons gets both. Nip moved to that point.
Well, the best attempt they could have gone for, I think, given the circumstance. That round really falls apart at the start with everybody going back down. I mean, you said it, Leo. Really didn't have what they wanted for. Surprised that they got the one frag on a fantasy when he went for that flank. Nice shot from Lasmo to be able to win that one out. But it just felt like they did not have the utility to work those floorboards to get the angles open that they needed to, and ended up just having to make some solo plays that didn't go their way.
And then in that scenario, I mean, you expect an IP to be in full control. It's exactly what happens in that 2v3. What do you see? You see one player holding dirt, the two others are focused on P4, they have his information. As soon as the dirt player dies, then all three players swing on the last remaining player at the same time, without any call needed to be made by an IP. That's natural chemistry right there, and that's discipline at the same time. I think their coach was right. They're awakened, and they're playing the right way.
Now we gotta see BDS go back-to-back rounds just to force the overtime. The bright spot is that this is NIP's map pick. So if you're coming in a series, you're BDS, you don't necessarily expect to win on cover. That's the start they got off to after having just a strong couple of attacks and then, of course, stalling out a little bit. It has been disappointing to see them fall off since that time. Still plenty of time to bring this one back. They can absolutely have 7 last night.
It's a bad time as well for the fraggers to fall off on the side of BDS despite how close the scores are. Nip has been far more efficient in winning their rounds. The kills really just do tell that story. Nobody is positive on the side of BDS. Freck is closest, sitting at 8 and 8. Everybody else underwater. And I mean, with a 6-4 scoreline, it wouldn't be abnormal to see 2, maybe even 3 players positive, where the supports or even one fragger may be underperforming. On numbers could be doing badly. Nip is seeing Fantasy lead the way, but really it has been Cons, the lowest rated player in this lobby before a single round was played, and boy is he shutting us out.
I am extremely happy about Con's performance so far the entire season. As a reminder, Psycho used to be the team captain of NIP when they won 6 Invitational, and they decided to keep him at the beginning of the 2025 season, and Cons then stepped up and reinvented himself as a player, becoming the IGL. He stepped up massively, the real mind, the brain behind all of NIP's attack and defenses. And who goes down now?
Cons.
I'm the jinxer.
It's called the caster curse for a reason. I know you're an analyst. You're not used to doing the caster stuff, but your words have power, and you need to wield them well.
I am surprised at the way they built this, by the way, because this was a full extension from an IP, and BDS, instead of ignoring it, our problem is solving it actively with a blitz, going into Jacuzzi here. That Eli is isolated.
Oh, they've lost Hates, but Fantasy's position inside a bedroom has been given away, and he's hunted down as the pain train was caught on his heels. An advantage for BDS. They still have the shield up as well, and plenty of utility.
Really
both
awkward.
Smokes, both flashes.
Really awkward spot for these last 2 anchors on the side of NIP. Wizard and Pino way back in the site. They've got to just hold things down, and so much time for BDS. 1:30. Virtue again on the shield. How many times have we talked about his impact? They ban out the Monty, thinking, okay, don't have to worry about Virtue anymore, but the Blitz is even more deadly.
Funny enough, I think that having time might be a problem for BDS here, in the sense that they can overthink this. They can speak too much. They can then be isolated in situations where NIP can get aggressive and maybe bring this back to a 2v2.
It's Pino right now playing red stairs as Virtue is outside the building. He might strike, and depending on who's watching that breach, right now it's been Wizard's job. He will still reposition over to the safety of this bomb chassis. 2 will go in through the breach. You've got P4 for the backstab, as you've talked about before, Leo. Smokes go out. Virtue running in. If this does not work for BDS, the map goes to Nip. Virtue has no support. Lasmo was outside of the breach. No follow-up. But hey, they trust the process. It works. P4 had gotten the down. Nip get a bit anxious. And BDS respond by gunning down the final player, a head scratcher.
Why isn't IP swinging that? They had it in them.
You kill the blitz. You stay strong. You don't move. You banish the players when you walk in. That's your advantage. Why is that Malusi jumping out of server for no reason?
Lasmo completely goes away Virtue. He lets his blitz push in first, but then stays outside of server. Everything was weird about this end of round.
There was nothing that was seemingly going right. I mean, I thought Virtue was going to use the flash and the blitz, but didn't end up being able to do that, so it goes down, and that makes it a 2v2. Pino, I think, just a little bit eager there. You see it exactly where you're just talking about, Leo. some big swings coming out. Lateral clutches up at
Come
the
on.
end. P4 was coming in from the backside too.
Yeah,
Didn't
I'm
watch
out
that,
for
but
Victor's
had a
back.
big impact coming out from Khan winning his 1v1. NIP getting a little nervous, it feels, at the end of that round.
It's fine that BDS, though, in a position where they're clearly back against the wall, where NIP is supposed to win this when they're on match point, they take the hardest path. They chose to go and problem solve that room.
Give me my
They chose
awful
to go
pot.
and get that fight.
Good morning, Steve.
Launching void vessel exploration operation.
Successfully, yes. In terms of drawing first blood, it's pretty close to the end to it. 7 11 in 7 of those, they've not converted effectively. So all over the place for both of these teams, and frankly, a far more even matchup than I expected here in the playoffs. BDS team to beat, and I do fear this NIP team had a history in the SA League of falling short when the time got tough. How do you choose to go guilty? You get that open now. Interesting extension. Unlike when BDS are playing the Azami over by Raptors, they're playing it relatively conservatively inside of construction right now.
That doesn't work in the next each other. They just saw that gas is free. And that is a massive valuable information. It means that they can take half of the map and then start working on construction. With that control, onto that from the front map and switching that area. This is something to problem solve now. And you can see from the next area of problem solve.
Yeah, this is just what I was talking about. You don't have a Raptors to make that side of the map a little bit quicker to clear, but this is going to take some time. They don't have a Flores. They only have 1 nail left in the office. Robbie, these two are really tough to deal with.
Ryan's going to take that into his own hands. Robbie using his gadgetry and then taking a hit with Johnson as he suffers through it. Whatsoever, with the green blood the hole now. And the swing, and here comes the blitz. There's the help being sent in from the into the jammer. So he's straight back and forth. Eagle out. Again, there's nothing he can do but unleash the sidearm. He shuts it down, but not before Fantasy picks apart P4. The last 2 remaining players on BDS inside of construction. They have to deal with the Raji hold. They have to deal with the bomb site. Who would have wanted to do
but be very cautious in the last 35.
Discipline is the key here. It's important. Either you pick up a second, or you pick up a second, and they do. And they've no choice but to reposition. Pino will manage to do that under the watch of that Lion. As he sees him walk right in, pivoting over, and Cons will get the final kill. BDS stumbling at the finish line, and despite spirited effort, it's Nick who takes their own match in the 11th hour or the 12th round.
That does come through. They have really strong creative ways to finish that map. Love that setup.
Need to recharge my shield.
That round and does just enough in his teammates to close that out and win that.
The real hero here. If it wasn't for his construction hold, if he didn't deal a hold against 2 different players pushing on to the Lion first, and then the player on the bridge, and then the bridge itself. The space all of that. Really deserves doing that.
A couple of late round fumbles made using the blitz coming out of the Virtue. We saw that Monty back.
Over limit.
Well, we still got at least one more. We'll just get it done. 2-0.
And
in the can. But first, let's get this.
With 24/7 roadside assistance, trip planning, hotel discounts, and more, you're always ready to go. AAA, membership required.
They say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But we put it inside burritos and tacos anyway. Crispy chicken from Taco Bell, brand new classic.
Yeah!
Please, where'd you get that?
Rated PG.
On 48
I
hour
know
shifts,
where the time
don't care
goes.
if you're eating or people want trouble maintaining consistency. My energy was low. And now the biggest change I've noticed is having maintained energy levels. I feel good from morning till night. I've been in the fire service for over 20 years, and without the resiliency and having a well-established routine, I don't think I would have made it this far.
Have you told him yet?
Tell me what?
We only accept certain forms of payment, like iron ingots, cowrie shells.
Are you serious? Don't want this movie vacation station. Sure, we can all agree.
Come on, let's be real. Your currency's not just old, it's not working for you anymore.
What do you want? You want a robot? You want a robot as a father?
Dad, I'm not saying we have to change who we are. I'm saying it could be a lot easier if we think through like
Look at this new kitchen.
everything is so
Humanity is very weak.
Fuel your day.
That's why humans need us so desperately.
With complete protein and all 9 essential amino acids to keep you going. Enjoy velvety deliciousness with no artificial sweeteners. Real nutrition from Orgain. Experience a new level of access with unlimited brightness and 3 times the double. I'll take all of this. Cash your card. Face card. L-Skin Vitamin C, E, and Ferulic Serum. L-Effective 15% Vitamin C formula.
Lethal. But you still need to pay for this.
I didn't sleep for this. No, that's not what I said. Security!
Okay, her face card's insane.
Apply now for a face card that never declines. Can you email me?
Welcome to the Marshalls
Go
Lab.
on, try it all while you still can. Starting at $13.99.
Let's go! Alexa, I just crushed that round. Should we send Sherman the same Take This L gift again?
What about 1,000 tissue boxes? Check your Amazon cart.
This is a must-call.
We're linking and building over here.
Hell yeah, Alexa.
It's time to say goodbye to sleepless nights with Cold's Cushions. Our premium foam reading pillow enhances rest and relaxation. And for neck and back pain, there's the Cold's Bed Wedge pillow for ultimate relaxation and comfort. Cold's leg elevation pillow is soft yet firm enough to keep your legs elevated. Each comes with a stylish yet soft machine washable cover, maximizing comfort for a comfortable, relaxing, pain-free sleep.
BDS home. Now, before this game started, we highlighted certain players over on the side of NIP. I'm glad we did, because they absolutely delivered.
Yeah, absolutely. So the player that we're going to talk about here is Fantasy. Now, you called him a knight.
I did.
You said he was getting on that chessboard causing chaos. Now, Fantasy, he started out with a big double kill, but actually the reason he impressed me most was the fact that he was getting the entries. He was getting the most important kills of the round. He wasn't often, providing multi-kills after the first round. Did in that round, but it was the entry kills, it was opening up, it was creating space for his teammates. Even when rounds were not necessarily getting the way of Nip, he was being dynamic. He was the one that was finding that space, and then Nip were capitalizing it, particularly on their attacks.
Yeah, and then we just look at the map. So, I mean, what did I say was going to be the win condition? What did I say the opener was going to have to be, and who's going to be walking away with it?
It was the first kill.
It was those opening kills, and as you can clearly see on the side of NIP, they were walking away with far more of those opening kills. Unfortunately, they couldn't convert some of those early on, but to be fair, I would argue easily NIP could have closed out this series in a lot sooner of a fashion, just due to small mistakes that I don't want to discredit BDS being able to claw some of those rounds back, but it was more so of a lack of NIP of just paying attention to certain details.
I'm frustrated, and I know you want to speak, but I'm frustrated. I'm looking at that scoreboard. I'm looking at the scoreboard on the left-hand side of my screen, and it feels like another game where BDS get close, but it shows that when their big firepower, when their Frex, when their Robbies are not popping off, they're losing the game. And it was 5-7, it was so close. There was rounds that they could have brought back, but they're just not quite getting that timing, not quite getting that synergy correct, and it's ultimately cost them, because that was a close game on their opponent's map pick. But it's close, but it's so far as well.
I mean, he called Robbie a major player, right? He needs to show it here as well if they want to stay inside of this event. Now, we're looking at BDS in between these two maps. Of course, it was a close one, right? They almost managed to push it into overtime, but just not quite. We're going to go into Skyscraper, which is BDS's map pick, but we all know once you pick the map, your opponent gets to pick the starting side.
Correct.
And I figure, of course, going to pick defense. What do BDS need to do in that first half on the attack to get some rounds in the board?
I think this is a little bit nervous now, because they're down 0-1 inside of the best of 3. They're starting on their map pick. Yes, they are good at Skyscraper, but they will start on the unfavourable side, as you just said, and that is attack. What do they need to do? I think first and foremost, their fraggers need to turn up, in terms of Robbie, particularly in terms of frag. Be confident, but when those two guys are off the board, which they were a couple of times in terms of BDS's attacks on Clubhouse, they need to commit to a plan. They need to be doing it together. We saw a couple of times where, Lasmo was baiting out P4, who was baiting out Virtue, who was baiting out Lasmo, and nobody was really the person that was going in and forcing that team play. We need to see that on Skyscraper. Skyscraper is such a small map that when you hesitate, the defenders can move around so quickly and be ready. And we need to not see that from BDS.
Yeah, and then I would say easily on the side of NIP, I think they just keep the foot on the back of their necks and not allow any bit of breathing room for the side of BDS to get comfortable, because like you said, it's a small map, you can't hesitate on it, and we already are seeing how Fantasy himself is playing. He will immediately take that if he is given the opportunity.
Alright, we're bringing our casters, we're joined by not just 2, but 3 people over on the side of the Extreme One skin. Leo, how are you hanging in there over on the other side?
I feel fine. I'm blinking. Please send help.
Okay, is this like a situation like where you blink twice and we need to come get someone to escort you? Like to get you out?
Marker, he's signaling to them.
I think he's blinking.
Is this Morse code? You guys read this? I don't.
He wanted to do this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a voluntary thing, of course, but I'm sure you guys are having a great time, and I hope that continues, though. I hope so for BDS, that they can find a way to find themselves back into this game. Otherwise, elimination is on the table for them. I'll send it back to you guys to take it away.
Yeah, Nip has been on this run they sent most of North America home. Now it's Europe's turn to feel like how we feel. Now, it's not just about potentially losing this series, but there's more on the line here for BDS. Big org, big expectations. It was shown at the start that BDS are also fighting for an SI spot in Paris, of all places. You want to be there, you want the org to be there, you want the players to be there. What happens if BDS falls short in this series, not just here, but also for SI?
Yeah, they are definitely playing for both the main stage and the SI chances, right? And the big problem for me is that if BDS doesn't win this, everything then relies on EML finals in Malta, and that's going to be a big problem because you don't want to only focus on one single competition to maybe have a chance to go to SI. Why is it important? Well, they bear the name of BDS, an organization that has been so successful at Six Invitational, but also across Siege in general. Most importantly, Six Invitational in Paris, when all of the staff is French, when before is French, when Lasmo is French, you want that.
Yeah, and the biggest thing too, you've got all this pressure, and you've got to go to the most defender-sided map in all of Siege, Skyscraper with attacking start is going to be a tall task for BDS, but they knew that when they picked this map. They've got to be confident coming into a map like Skyscraper. They'll know their opponents on it. They know what NIP like to do, and frankly, NIP kind of like to lose on this Skyscraper map. A 6-game losing streak, although some really close matches up against W7M at the tail end of Stage 2. So plenty of footage, plenty of VOD work being done, and now we get to see what that preparation looks like.
Yeah, you're going to have a robust mental to start attacking on Skyscraper, knowing that your back is against the wall. BDS have a lot of players who always want to play at the top level. They've tasted success on the main stage before. They did enter this event towards the bottom of the EU depth charts. This is something we said in their very first matchup that you and I casted, Jesse, was that a lot of people have been sleeping on this team. Teams have been sleeping on it, other players have been sleeping on it, some of us as casters have been sleeping on this BDS roster. Now is the time to put the money where your mouth is and beat NIP on this map. It's your map. You've got it all in front of you. It's going to be hard. You do it. Then we go to best of 3.
We've talked a lot about BDS so far, but a lot of people had those same doubts about NIP, right? We talked about the start of map 1. Not a lot of people had NIP in their top 8. It's been over 2 years since NIP last beat a European team. That was the Atlanta Major when they beat Virtus Pro. Since that, they are 0-3 up against Europeans. They could be about to break that streak right here.
And if you think about it, it's been even a longer time. If you think about how much they've missed those major events, you know, they obviously made EWC, but was first rounded here at that international event. Now is the moment for them to go back on the main stage. That has taken a long, long time. It has taken the replacement of their long-term captain, Psycho, and a long development of that roster. And they're on the verge of it. On the side of BDS, they woke up during the playoffs of EML. They consistently grow. And I think that it would be a shame to put a stop to that growth at this moment. They need to show the glimpses of hope. It needs to be more than Clubhouse and being close to beating NIP. It means beating NIP here on Skyscraper.
Well, the majority of the operator bans have come through, and they are largely focused on the walls. We see Ace and Kaid, no explanation needed there. The Mira as well, often an operator used to keep the walls closed, especially on Skyscraper. And then we get the Monty, the one operator not really focused on that part of the map. And I think given how good Virtue was on the Monty on Clubhouse, and how much he frankly struggled on some of those other shields, I really like that ban from NIP.
Amazing push here to get the first kill of Fantasy. That's
these are all required. Like, okay, so these require me.
One of the things that I wanted to mention.
These are all my
achievements.
achievements.
At the entries, we've seen too many players die, and that was not the fraggers that they wanted. Now Ruby takes his leadership, he takes his ownership of the entry role, gets in with Deimos, gets the kill on Fantasy.
I like that you mentioned Robbie because he was absent through most of that Clubhouse. He was a player whose name we so seldom said. And with his presence on this team and the way that he is capable of playing, broke double digits in what, 2 of the 3 games that you and I casted, Jesse, you know that he's able to rise up against the best of the best. He obviously has no shortage of fragging potential on their side. Just as we were critical of Robbie, we need to look at Hates' performance in map number 1. But it doesn't really matter what Hates did because he ultimately won the map. We don't need to be critical of a player who might not have performed up to expectations. The rest of the team got done.
The pressure gets higher for Cons and Wizard. The other 2 roamers here on the karaoke side of the map. One of them's got to find some way to get a kill back. The Deimos down below. Robbie's already done so much good work. They're trying to get a base kill on him, but nobody's doing a shot.
Keep it short. Almost getting Wizard. Cons on the run. Down goes Freck. That's the ying off of the board. I didn't hear any Candelas go off. So I do have to wonder if there was any value gained from that objective, or gained from that towards the objective before dying. Now next in line is Hate still playing off this position inside of drum, staring at that Asia opening. My goodness, and he gets Lasmo. They knew he was there. Why vault in? There was no double swing. Now the Deimos baiting Cons into a fight on black stairs. Expecting in another. Robbie looking for a triple kill to start things off. Long pronounced action here as it's got Wizard on the run, and he manages to get away at least for now.
As a reminder, the bomb side is exhibition.
Robbie does find his 3rd. It's a harder kill, but one he gets all the same. And now with 45 seconds, you have to move over to the opposite side of the map.
Still not an easy task though as an attacking team, right? You're only at a 1-man advantage, and they are all falling back towards the bomb site as we speak. So for NIP, low time, they can hold some crossfires and hopefully work a couple picks back.
That will to fight is commendable for these guys. They felt that they needed to hold drums as long as possible. They wanted to retake black stairs. They wanted to go aggressive. They wanted to put as many obstacles as possible in front of BDS that now has to come up with 20 seconds and execute that 3v2 perfectly.
I mean, it's still a holdable position for Nip at this point in time, and it will get scrappy. Pino finds one, squares his body away. Out goes the flash. Smart goggles activated. They don't know how close he is. Pino can easily flank around. He'll need to save it as he's the last man standing, and Hates gets the job done as Virtue and P4 both go into the ground. Oh my goodness. Isolated on an island, but Hates is there for added insurance, and Nip start off with a victory.
And that's the problem with Skyscraper, right? You can get the man advantage, but it's not quite enough. You need even more than that for a successful execute, and it's great that Robbie gets those 3 opening picks. He plays fantastic in the early game. When you're losing Lasmo, when you're losing Freck on the Ying, you mentioned it, Parker, he only got to toss out 1 Candela before going down. That push is still really difficult. Hates, for his part, was still doing sight setup right before that push was coming in, but BDS, because they went so slow, Hates was able to make a couple extra angles with Eagle X. They're able to put down a little bit extra barbed wire. Just let them prepare for that execute. And
what do you need?
Maybe need to go a bit faster for that push.
Either they needed to go faster, either they need to do that on Cora as a better drone information. You know that everyone is committing to that aggression all the way down in Western at the opposite side of the map. You know that someone is all the way up Black Circle around Karaoke and around drums. Why is no one committing to the bomb side?
Yeah, that would work too.
The bomb side is fully empty. Well, they didn't add any formation.
And I will say this, I will praise and commend an IT for willing
See,
to
I
play
could be
it
dismantling these,
as much as possible.
but I'm gonna sell some because at the end of the day,
aggressive, take that fight out to BDS, and that shows that the confidence is still very much there in that jump out. I think it was another show of that.
You know, this is really feeling for like our last series. We're still early, but our last series, we saw game 1 won by Fury. At game 2, then they start defense on Skyscraper. They play very
okay.
Really doesn't pay off for the massive lead in the first half. We have to find some way to make sure that doesn't happen again. We saw W7M fall for those problems. BDM needs to be a little bit better at either punching that roam game or, as you said, Leo, getting that side.
One thing that was working for them the first round was probably to all attack from the same side, try to work the teams together, try to clear the room, all 5 of them together. I do not see that happen right now. They're all spread out around the map. Might be a square with this. Are they stolen? What control do they have right now? Robbie's downstairs with no one to help him, and everyone's still outside. And that's a full minute already spent. No control whatsoever.
It's hard enough attacking on Skyscraper, but when you're doing it as a team of individuals,
If you need something for battle, you won't find anyone better.
Things aren't going to go very well.
Stepper for Robbie too, because he got 3 kills with Gameless, but now there's going to be that mute, and Pino on the roam game is down there sitting on a mute jammer, rotating a bit now, but it makes that game really difficult to find value from.
It's saying not where these jammers will sit, so when Wizard was running the mute in round number 1, it was far more sight-oriented this time around. You can enable offsite play, and it makes it very damning for Robbie to get value out of this gadget.
Now, and IT has chosen to go into a special setup. No one is playing aggressive here, and they're overcooked. Now, that's the big problem. If you decide everyone is to play passive, you give up that roam, you need to play towards those win conditions. That needs to be a crossfire, not jumping out from air down.
Fantasy's able to get one back onto Lasmo, but he will die very soon after at the hands of Virtue. So now it's a swing from Hates trying to survive, rushing out of his position, but Robbie's still down below and will eagerly grab that kill. Completely blind as Freck and Wizard fighting each other. Wizard taking a second to peel back.
Don't go out looking like that. Might as well write your
this
last
point.
will
Pino's
and
being hounded by
testament
that
before
net
you
mark.
leave.
Wizard is the only question mark on the side of Nip.
Know kind of where he's at, but his teammate goes down. Now he's got all to do, Parker, in a 1v4.
I don't see how BDS followed this one at all. Wizard doing some damage, but Robbie, a big round yet again. Is it another 3K for Robbie? You were critical of him. Now you caster cursed him in the right direction.
I think one of the hardest things to do when you're a pro player is choosing to pick the right battles, right?
Yeah.
Olha só, de terceira hora de urbanismo. Eu quero só a gente jogando avançado, tá ligado? A gente tá jogando pra recuar, mas a gente não tá fazendo cruzado. Tipo, a gente tá rodando o tambor, sendo que a gente nem tem o pixel do altar ali ainda. Pra ficar peitando, entendeu? Sendo que a gente pode ainda ficar no charinho, ajudando a lei, entendeu? E a gente não tá fazendo nada disso. Jogar avançado. Então, demorou? De terceiro vamos onde temos lá. Mesmo? E vamos continuar com a ideia de reforçar, por exemplo, agora a gente vai cozinha avançada. Então, mano, talvez ali não seja até bom uma volta ali, Maguinho. Pra gente tentar realmente o que eles estão fazendo e ajudar nessa feitada. Demorou? Beleza. Tá a cozinha avançada agora. Então, pro karaokê, a gente faz avançada lá cheio de trap. Tá? E, mano, vamos tentar em conjunto. Nossa comunicação tá muito ruim ali, mano.
porque a gente tá garantido que a gente não tá, entendeu? Então melhorar isso, velho.
For sure. Really, really interesting to know what he's saying there. I hope Mario will send us the translation quickly. But one of the things that I picked up was the Deimos. I think they understand that is a big problem for them. The second thing for me is they pick the right win condition. Play turtle against that setup. The problem is if you play turtle and play passive, why do you go aggressive, right? You're throwing bodies at them, the wrong decision. Exactly what happened on that clubhouse when they go out of server. Same problem here. If you want to fail, you need a leadership decision, and that's what's missing here now. Especially for Collins, he's playing on the smoke. He dies with 3 toss of faith in his pocket when he goes for that swing, and then you feel everybody else on NIP be like, oh shoot, I've got to get a kill back. I've got to play more aggressive. I've got to take more risks because my captain just ran out the door.
Keep it short.
Now we're in a disadvantaged state. If you can start to see the panic a little bit, we're only 2 rounds into this map, and NIP already calling their attack timeout. You can see just how important it is to have a dominating defensive side. The fact that they've already lost 1 attack and want to call that attack.
Maria has translated what was said for us. And the big one is we need information, we need to know how to counter them, let's bring a Valkyrie. And immediately that's acted upon. So Wizard will bring the operator right off the rip. And then said that NIP are playing too passive a style and not playing their own game. To be more aggressive to match BDS. So will we see an acted upon immediately? We know that they've already accomplished one of those goals, which is bring the Valkyrie to the table. So Wizard will run this operator, should give them intel. And it might just be a push right into the bomb.
If you need something for battle, you won't find anyone better.
Down Hates and Vino in this position. Wizard also dies. Fantasy doomed. BDS bringing the intel to them. You don't need to bring the Valkyrie to know where these players are coming from. They're already in the middle of the bomb site. Virtual get the case down, and Nip is reduced to just Hates, who's the only player yet to get a kill. Frack punishing him. And BDS win 2 attacks on Skyscraper.
Well, the tech timeout goes both ways. When it's given to Diloon, then that's a given round win for BDS afterwards. Why is that interesting? Well, that chance of facing. That chance of facing is probably the best thing they could have done. They understand that they're going to try and play more aggressive.
Well, I combined a bunch of shit.
They extend more. There's a gap onto the bomb site. And that can be exploited with a rush. Perfect read onto what NIP had there, and perfect rush to counter that.
I don't think BDS could have come up with a better attack if they were in the attack timeout of NIP and listening to every word that was being said by Dan, the coach of NIP. It felt like they knew exactly what was going to come out. You said it perfectly, Leo. They're playing more aggressive. Let's go fast on it and hit the site. And I was a little surprised to see NIP go barbecue kitchen, because it is a bomb site that is incredibly susceptible to those rush plays. Because they lost the previous round, they still have the opportunity to go upstairs. They could have taken that choice to play Tea Room Karaoke again. You can see some rushes on Tea Karaoke too, don't get me wrong, but I feel like it's a lot harder to make a rush work on that site compared to barbecue kitchen.
Yeah, when you play BDS, you expect their strong suit to be that unit, that step-by-step fundamental good way of playing Siege. But one thing that P4 was well known for all the way back in the French scene is to have those drones pre-placed onto the bomb site, and he will make the call of a rush without hesitation. He will call that because he always have his drone as the agile near the bomb site to kind of see what it is looking like. If it's an extended rogue, it allows him to call for the right strategy, and here he calls that rush at the perfect timing.
Some really interesting operator bans coming through. We already called it the Deimos being removed. Robbie was so good on that operator. But then the Clash gets banned out, and that's not an operator that we saw NIP play even once through that first quarter. Leo, why do you think they want to get rid of the Clash?
I think it's because we've not seen a full rotation of sites yet, and that, assuming, is a
target confirmed.
A little fun fact for everybody here is action happens early. Doesn't matter what operator, I guess you give Robbie, he's still going to remove you and your head from the server.
So if I do this, that's 40, and that's
still in a long duel. He's got Wizard on the run.
1,500.
Robbie finds another. They said you needed to be more aggressive. Stop playing so passive. And what does BDS do? They up the ante. They go even more aggro than before, and they are tearing through NIP en route to a flawless round.
Robbie, known hater of fun facts, will not let you get them in.
I didn't get to say my fun fact.
Massive 3K on the Dokkaebi though, Parker.
Hold on a second, and that plays into my fun fact. Every single team that has won a round has done so by getting a 3K. In round number 1, Hates got a 3K, so did Robbie. BDS lose the round. Round number 2, Robbie at 3K. They win the round. Round number 3, Freck at 3K. They win the round. Round number 4, Robbie, at 3K, they win the round.
You got 3 triple kills in 4 rounds, that's what you're telling me?
Yeah, I need to buy this.
The triple
50
triple
bucks.
strat. Triples are
For what
best.
I need.
Triples are good, triples are best. Robbie's got triple kills.
In Canada, the triple just means you like your coffee extremely diluted.
You don't like the coffee. You like cream and sugar. Yes.
And I like the word that is eating those.
Would you like to use the laboratory?
I've said it before, and I will say it again. You've got to learn to pick your battles. And if you want to be aggressive, that's all fine. But play aggressive out of traps.
Would you like to access the laboratory?
The advantage of the map, where you have intel to get aggressive. When you can go and double up on that player. Why is Robbie given 3-1v1? If you want to go aggressive, that's all fine. But let's all do together. Calculated aggression.
If there's something you need, you'll need to pay.
And that right now is not the case for an actor.
Heading out right before this map started, Parker asked a question to you, Leo. What do you think this map ends? Do you think it goes 2-0? And I think your answer was something like, oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's skyscraper attack. You're not supposed to be able to win big on sky attacks, but BDS have flipped the script, and I think they're perfectly exploiting what NIP are doing.
I mean, that's been the story of BDS so far at this event during EML playoffs. They always flip the script whenever I feel like they're not going to perform. They perform, and whenever I expect them and praise them on the next, then they drop the ball. I don't know what to say. The perfect answer.
When the going got tough, Nip got going in SA League. Every time they went up against stiff competition, Nip crumbled during stage 2. Now, leave it to North America to make Nip look like they've forgotten that. Because now, a real region, EU, is showing up and on a map where Nip realistically should have 3 rounds themselves right now. This scoreline should be swapped. But BDS on their own map are winning the inarguably more difficult side. And I honestly think we're setting Nip up to completely collapse here. BDS should run away with this once the side swap comes in. Because let's face it, the likelihood of this being an attacker side is the same likelihood that all 3 of us are able to understand Portuguese by the end of this series.
Yeah, and then what happens on map 3, right? We get to layer. You toss the game like this, the perfect opportunity for NIP. That's going to start wearing on your mental opportunity for all 4 European teams to get top 8 of Munich.
And once again, look at that drone placement. Once again, near the bomb site, perfect information. This is a direct take. They have all the info that they need. The only thing that I'm waiting to see is that opening kill. Because right now they're stalling hard and they still don't have control.
Should know they can walk out black if they really need to get an extra angle onto that smoke flare with this drone. Another one deep in the bomb site as well. They've just got so much info to play off.
And notice the change of pace here. And if he's not giving a single opportunity, not taking gunfights. They're playing off of the crossfires and the utility they have on the bomb side. They found out that if they give opening pace to BDS, yes, they will win. But let's just play to the strength of the map.
And they've given every opening pick to BDS. Robbie in particular is 3 of the 4 first bloods, Freck as well. So basically the way it works is if you get opening pick, you get a 3K. That's how it's happened every single round. Fantasy and Wizard on the board first. They were stalling out. BDS had to go, and Nip are ready to greet them every single step of the way.
Perfectly played so far. Games control. The only thing they've really managed at this point, but even that's getting traded out. Big 2K for Fantasy.
Exactly like on Clubhouse, and that happens again. If you give BDS a pick, they will take it. If you don't give them anything, then they will spend that utility, but they have 0 control. So you're going to abuse that, and you're going to get the round just based off the map layout.
Yeah, I mean, really tough round to come through there. Nice response from NIP as well. Still in this game, you know. We start singing the praise of NIP, BDS bring it back. Now we start singing the praise of BDS. NIP will bring it back, and I think it all comes down to that chess match you were talking about on Clubhouse, Leo. These teams adapting to each other extremely well. I still think they've got to figure out this drone problem. It's something BDS has done extremely well since the first day of Swiss, and it still feels like an advantage that they have.
I'm wondering if that's the work of all of the staff, thinking of Eden, thinking of Furious, thinking of Lilun, of Helby. They've got an incredibly talented staff that helps them set up the perfect counter strats. Those droning work, that's something that can be easily pre-planned by your staff. When you've got one staff that works so well, it gives you that much of an edge in the matches, and you can really see how much that's been helping before. And the entirety of BDS takes the right decision in attack.
Yeah, Jesse and I brought this up on a previous cast when we saw them. It's just how large the support staff is for BDS, right? And Jesse compared it to CAG, who don't even technically have a coach here, right?
Yeah.
So you've got an armada of stats people in the background. There's no reason why things should be happening that surprise you, unless it's the very first time this team has ever pulled it out.
Yeah, but 2 guys from the office, but Coach Dan,
manager, I got Dan and Bob out back helping me with these.
As a manager, I'm not sure how much Bob is really contributing to the strategic side of the game, right? So it really is just Dan and the team trying to do their best.
When we would hear tactical timeouts from Bob, a lot of it was just motivational.
Yeah.
It wasn't strategic. It was, come on, guys, we can be better than this. You need to wake up. Which every now and then you need, but the strategic depth was definitely missing on the side there. They had Mighty as their coach for a while, if memory serves correctly, and he was able to give them more of a strategic element.
And no, I think we were getting both with Dan. You can see that emotion go through him. Oh, and finally, Fantasy win that opening kill. That was long time awaited. We needed Fantasy step up, and that's it. Is that the first opening kill that NIP is getting in that match?
No, they got an opening blood in the previous round. Fantasy got one there too. But it was a flurry, if you recall. There were 2 very swift kills, 3 kills actually. 3 opening picks for Nip in the previous round before, I think it was P4, the only player who was able to get on the board that round for BDS.
That's Fantasy's getting aggressive top black where he finds the first frag onto Freck, and then as soon as he gets that, he's going to rotate back towards his team. They don't need to extend all the way in Karaoke and T. They can start to bring this back. Fantasy just playing outside of drum at the moment, could be hunting for a little bit more.
Impressive how static BDS is still so far, still stalling, still looking for that zone control. 130 left into the round and still don't have control. Robbie is left by himself here taking that gunfight.
Pretty crazy that Robbie and Freck combined for 16 kills. There's only 19 kills across the entire board of BDS. The remaining players all have 1 to their name. It's a real heat sink here. The problem is that if these players are cold and we just can't tell just yet, it will be very bad for them if Robbie goes down in the ensuing fight. And it looks like we might have actually early action with 1 minute and 10 seconds still on the clock. Right now just languishing outside of this breach. Cons takes down Virtue. There goes the Lion. There was 1 E, 1D that I think I heard. So you're going to be starved of that utility, and Fantasy swings. Logic bombs will go off. P4 is no more. Robbie's still on the board, which bodes well for BDS, but that's about the only bright spot at this point in time.
Glad to see that confidence from Fantasy. Game coming back to the bomb site, having more of that impact.
So it's this on hard, okay, and then intercept out on hard.
And there goes Robbie. A flawless round for Ninjas in Pajamas. Now Lasmo says goodbye to Cons. And he also gets Fantasy slapping the taste out of his mouth on the door. Still playing off his position with 25 seconds. It was a triple kill for Fantasy on this round before he was shut down. Now it falls on the remaining players of NIP, and they've got the crosses held. They've got the protection of the bomb sites. A tie game looking most likely swapping sides, which is still good for BDS. Wizard will send us away to the second half. 3-3. No team closer to a result.
I'm just wondering, 3 rounds, is it enough for NIP to really go on the attack side and feel confident they can take it? Because it's such a defender-sided map that a 3-3 split, you're not going to be happy about that when you start a defense. I think they figured out the right things, though. They were giving up way too many early picks by playing too aggressive. When they started playing a little bit slower and then played their aggression at the right timing, that's when it started to work. It just took a little bit too long to figure out.
Brought back to a conversation you and I were having before this map, Leo, and how after the group stage of SAL this time, we saw NIP as the #1 rated defensive team in the world. They were so strong in those defenses, and then they got to playoffs and they had a couple of stumbles in the best of 3. They lost to some teams that maybe they shouldn't have. They had some really close games. That defensive rating started to dip down and down and down to a point where it's now more or less, it's still high, but it's in the mix of what we tend to expect from these top-level teams at the major. Now we have to see them performing on the offensive side. You're going to look to guys like Fantasy, who have been extremely good on the attacking entry, but also at times inconsistent. Guys like Wizard as well, who can play that kind of flex support role on the attack, but still position themselves to get all of those kills. Wizard in particular, the highest rated attacking player on this team, a 114 KDR for the Munich Major.
And he's right back on the shields, right back on that blitz. That helped them so much on Clubhouse. Get as much control as possible and basically create movement for Fantasy to punish players and get an opening kill. Now, Skyscraper plays completely differently. Such a small, crowded map with crossfires everywhere. The shields can be inefficient to a certain amount of point, but also so viable to break those crossfires. We'll see how they're going to play.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a couple of electricity bands coming through as we tend to expect, and then once again the Monty and Ying, a couple of important operators that do get removed. Same ops that we saw being banned out on Clubhouse too. Very different circumstances, but can still be really effective. A little bit more common to see the Ying banned out here on Sky.
Let's see how the Shield of Cons works as he's very quick. Oh, he actually just got a good spot on one of those defenders. I think that was Freck that he saw. Now over on house side, very typical to clear out the other side of the map first. That's where the focus will be.
Oh, I had to complete the main motherfucking story, baby.
And Lasmo dies first. What is this action? Wizard with 2 very quick kills. Are those last one in?
I think that was a jump out from Descendant side, trying to stay aggressive over this the roaming player, I think. And that Blitz was again standing alone on the exhibition side. He double his form and for the shield, don't know what to do. The first one in the building ends up being the last. And the 2 entries kills that they're getting is on the back of Fino getting aggressed on.
A double jump out, Lazio outside of Geisha, and then outside of Terrace went P4, so really nice little play. More players up the building.
I was going to say, they still have good utility on the side of Nip too, so they got those kills without expending very much. Yes, you lost your Heart Breacher, that's rough. But you'll have both Logic Bombs, you have your flashes, you have your smokes, you've got all the utility on the Grim as well. That's now all been used. Look at that trail all down the hallway. That'll be a rough go of it for the defenders, but BDS not taking any of these advances. Wizard shredded by Robbie on the Solus, 11 kills. Khan's getting Diffuser down. This cross still being held by Fantasy, as that's a mag dump from the P90. Still a really good spot from Fantasy to grab them. Hates is there to take 2 out of the equation, and it's all up to Frank. Nip looking for the advantage, and it seems like we actually do have an attacker side. Skyscraper, what is going on?
And once again, it's on the back of the defense trying to do too much. And you see that. Why do you need to double jump out there? Yeah. What is it worth the risk? You see NIP holding on your extended room on the exhibition side. You really need to jump out and play aggressive here. Not really. The defense is so strong. You can then, go inside, go back slowly, and you will be able to play out of the map.
Really good punish from NIP too, though, to wait for that, to recognize that it might come through. Wizard who gets those first 2 opening kills that I did just say he's been NIP's best attacking player through this tournament so far. And of the 4 maps that NIP have won at this event prior to today, he was the MVP, the highest FPS player in 3 of them. His consistency in the winning games has been massive for NIP. Recently, we've seen guys like Fantasy, I think, spend a little bit more. Khans as well in that last game having some big moments.
Hello, Descendant. What can I do?
This event, and if he keeps playing like that, keeps walking for those moments, that could be a huge deal.
No big surprise here to see BDS go back exactly to the same bomb site, picking exactly the same operators. They understand. We did not play to the real win condition of that strategy, and we need to be better. And so that's why they run it again. They understood that, and NIP was struggling to problem solve that. On their side, see the adaptation from Khans, bringing double hard bridge to the KD, no more shields. Maybe this is going to be a direct take, and completely ignoring of that extension.
Like that read from NIP, understanding that this is going to be a bit of a different look despite the same operators. We shouldn't expect to see those big jump outs. Still the same positions, Lasmo still in Geisha, P4 still in Terrace, but you just don't have to play quite as aggressive.
A reminder for people watching the stakes of this matchup. Winner goes to the main stage and will be our second last team to play in that top 8. The loser will go home. Ninjas and Pajamas has been on this heroic bottom of the bracket run, knocking out both Space Station and Shopify Rebellion. BDS soared high early on, but have come back down to earth. Only one of them can make main stage. And if NIP make it, that would mean the only Brazilian team that would fail to qualify would have done so at the hands of another Brazilian team. Once again, a very dominant performance from this region.
2 Selmas tossed out, both of them impact tricks, so they don't have any way to enter in through the VIP wall nor the office wall. It makes this clear a little bit awkward now if you're an NIP fan. They actually start to rotate some players away and decide, okay, we've got our angles, we put some pressure on, but we need to focus on Geisha, worry about other parts of the map.
Khans carrying the diffuser all the way on that other side, and still as isolated as he was on the blitz. No one really helping him, and the same issue that we saw from BDS. They're trying to have multiple pressure points, but that quickly can turn into you stalling, and if you do not get a single ground, then nothing is achieved. At 1:30 through the round, you can see no one gets control, everyone is still outside, and that is going to be a big problem come to the lower end of the round.
That time waste too, the BDS players are happy with the roam game that they have achieved. They've now fallen off, so great that you've cleared that out. We do see Freck sticking around a little bit inside of Trophy. He's the one guy who didn't retreat back to site. If he gets a pick, that'll be huge.
Weaver still alive with a little bit over a minute to go. One of the sluggish rounds that we have seen. That's just what attacking on Skyscraper could be like. Remember, this is still a defender fortress for the most part, and Frank will get pick number 1.
Oh, I could have 5 instead of 4.
And I snap back from Khans as he reads into P4 perfectly.
We're on the Hagios.
I think he's expecting it, but the 1v1 is so close here on a block with the point. Honestly, if he brings that round back, it's solely thanks to him.
HQ here. Commence mission to recapture the Haven.
P4 in that position, it seems that half the map for you. Now somebody has to take up space. know that Bertram's in this position. Down the road, we'll shake him off of his spot. Collins now taking an awful lot of damage. Last move, Brownie cannot be left in the position. Fantasy picks it up. Sunshine Wizard, he's off to the races. He misses his shot. Keno eliminates Robbie, and it's Bertram to try to clutch this one out. But Collins gets rolled himself. 3 kills. Around open and sealing the deal. You got the forward down below. Stop the play once. That gets down, and you can't take the final of the player, but you can in the final second. And start that.
Oh, I'm not good with fucking snipers. Of course we're using that.
Your targeting position, and let's bring you back. Don't let this bring you down. Okay? You got this, okay?
Yep.
What is it, guys?
Oh, when in doubt, yeah, they fire it out, baby. When in doubt, just fire it out.
Too aggressive, too too much. Getting those double kills is completely crazy. That sets him back into the right lane. And what was impressive to see is Inquisitor being set all the way on top of the table so that he's safe from service, and then you have 2 players. One, Pino watches the man to the back. The other, so in that moment, the 2 players that are after it, one in the center, and the other can translate. 10 seconds with an idea that will once again. Timeout here.
Oh yeah, I got a mastery ring. Mastery ring. You wanna walk this way?
Fronted by the pass. Taken off of its Nick will go. The process. Good news though. Players who are online on this
Mission complete. Well done.
As you heard Leland mention it, they need to
needs to turn to buy time now as he knows there's everyone pushing from over towards Dragon's side. Dragon people will shut the door. No comeback potential here for Nick despite a valiant effort. And you saw no way that BDF was going to leave that. And you were absolutely correct. He's coming. You're not allowed to stop.
Did you want him to respond?
Oh my goodness.
I played a mission with 100 squad.
I was just letting him glaze me. I
I was right, and I just.
Glaze! What? You said glaze! Yeah, I just let him glaze me. Just let him glaze me. What the fuck?
I mean, it's a big point for Freck to get back in with a spawn peak, and I was gonna say I have to agree 100% because Freck has not had a very good tournament. He's negative 11 coming into this game here in Munich, and a lot of those struggles, particularly, were coming on the defensive side. He actually has an even KD when you look at his attack.
Are you ranked it?
Minus 11 directly on the defense
Rank up.
to start off with a spawn peak and then get a couple of more really important kills in there, and I think he can get his team back in it.
Yeah, now it's going to be a tough one because if I'm not wrong, we've gone through many different rotations of one side. They will have to go on one of the weakest one, which will be Kitchen. Now, that is a real test because if they lose that one, NIP is on match point. VDS needs to have that mental pressure on them. 2 match points to save if they lose that round. It's really important. It's either you put NIP on match point, either you go back and it's 5-5 and you're still on the stronger side.
At the same point, there's pressure for NIP too, though, right? Because while you did start off with 2 good attacks, nobody's going to take that away from them. This is supposed to be the easy bomb site. If you fail to get this attacking round win, now you've given BDS momentum. They don't have to go back to that bomb site to finish out this game. They can play top 4 back-to-back to win this out. And we start looking at a game that is almost certainly headed into overtime, if not a 7-5 win for BDS.
Both teams have used their timeouts as well, so you're just going to have to troubleshoot this live. You won't have any opportunity to talk amongst yourselves unless you can't bring the coach in, but you could do one of those sit-on-the-roof timeouts. I suppose that's the best you're going to get.
I'm waiting to see the kind of things that they will do. I love what BDS did last time. They really made use of the ground floor. And then
I love it up! I love it up! Where the fuck the guy at?
on the side of BDS, but a very different take from NIP. They completely gave up that field, which I thought was their main crutch to get some of that ground. They need that gun up. I think they want to get that opening kill. They want to have that upper hand in management, and that goes to show that they're thinking most of this action will take place around the fragging core.
I was able. I do not. This could have a lot.
He rotates back down those house stairs, so they're going to be a lot of hunting players on the side of NIP who are hungry to get these opening picks. Bobby's very much by himself. He goes down. You kind of go back to that time of
Descendant.
Feeling that confidence to play the soloist is going to be the win condition, definitely win condition for BDS to go back towards the bomb site when the execution happens. And in the meantime, he goes for the aggression, gets it. That's the Ruby that we want. That's the Ruby that they needed. They needed a strong fragger to go aggressive and contend with fantasy.
This is his 3rd time playing Solus on a bomb site. This is the first time in a bomb site.
I remember the moment we first met. This place is the same as where we met then. A subconscious space formed by RK. It was created based on the moment when RK activity was at its peak in Daya's memories. Follow my voice. I need your RK to analyze her memories.
You see the geyser wall still need to be opened up. There's a lot.
It's going to be a rough thing to break there. The drums crossfire, the geisha,
Look over there, Descendant. A memory that has been molded into a physical form. It has been made unerasable, no matter how hard she tries to forget it. It appears to have been created by coercive commands or brainwashing. We should investigate.
Nip, with this numbers advantage, all of a sudden BDS has been reduced to P4 and Robbie. Robbie will have to just crowd back towards the bomb site. He's already worked his way now over towards B. P4 will stand against Nip. You said the weaker bomb site. Nip needs to bail themselves out of this. 15 seconds. Down goes P4. Khan rotating back in. Robbie the savior. 13 kills, but Wizard and Khans will move Nip to match point.
That is a mental pressure, by the way. BDS had that ground in their hand. If they chose to fight on that top floor, they could have figured it out.
This is a bulbous structure. Daya recognizes this place as a ship. She must have come to this place many times to have this information embedded in this way. Yes, this is a memory that was imprinted on Daya as an oblivion. The bulbous ship that she boarded as a commander. Does this mean Corral? Descendant, it is Corral. We must hurry. I told you this memory was forced into this shape, didn't I?
The other one is just giving them up.
Dia does not wish to remember this moment any longer. If we miss this opportunity, we may never see it again.
Absolutely amazing for NIP, and he's doing it on the ground. I think Cody has been so incredible. They could ban him out, but
8 3Ks so far through this game. Round 1 had Hates and Robbie. Round 2 was just Robbie. Round 3 was Freck. Round 4 was Robbie. Fantasy on round 6. Bronze on round 8.
Connection has been established with K-pop.
So not only
However,
is this happening,
the dimensional gap left behind by the destruction of the Ironheart will
I remember
soon
you, Foster, saying something about an attacker sighted skyscraper.
The connection will not last.
We're one in that match.
So far, 6 attacking rounds.
We're looking at an attacker sighted skyscraper.
If you're BDS, you're sweating them.
Dominator!
I think the pressure...
Can you hear my voice?
I think the last round was a critical one.
Sire!
The way they did, BDS needs a strong mantle.
Is all well?
In their hands, it's the most important one that has just...
I have been concerned for you.
That is a really...
My well-being is not important. Your report on the situation in Klipov.
Sire,
did you not hear me? Your report on the situation in Klipov.
forgive me, sire, but I thought with the dimensions connected, you would soon be returning to Klipov. The situation in Klipov is dire. Most of the key areas of the planet have been destroyed by the Colossi. The Legion of Darkness you left behind has been wiped out. The Order of Truth, including your humble servant, still resists, but time is running out.
Dominator! I have finally reached a legion that wields the power of the ancestors. Our analysis of the Colossi and our void research have provided more than sufficient means to save.
Sire, it appears there are not enough remaining Ironhearts. The dimensional gap is...
Dominator! If I strike the weakest point of the dimensional boundary on this planet, I can still reach Klipov with the remaining Ironhearts.
Anywhere at this event.
Do not give up.
An SMG-11 and an area to hold as a rover
With
and
all
he
due
will and get an ace. That's the
it is time to face reality.
player of EML coming into this
Such action
He just wants to go home.
to the destruction of both worlds, and you will not stop the Colossi.
BDS loses this.
Please,
their SI chances
let go
drop
of Klipov.
drastically. They will only rely on
Join forces with the descendants of the ancestors for the great cause.
desperately need that win.
You know that the enemy of all life is approaching from beyond the void.
Enough! I will hear no more of this.
Earlier on in this,
I will not give up on Klipov.
did a great interview with Anne where he talked a little bit about it. That's up on
The dimensional gap is closing.
You wouldn't know it by looking at his play today.
Accept the truth.
Dominator!
From losing, we've got 13
Dominator!
Often making it to SI, they would have a much better chance, 60% if they win. This is very, very important for this quarter, but mostly important for BDS.
Hope for the great cause, from the Descendants, from the enemies of my home, Klipov and vengeance. I refuse to give up on either.
Every single player playing this game will tell you that their goal is to lift the hammer.
My first Descendant.
Only when you wear the name of BDS.
Awaken those like you, and prepare to march.
It's French speaking, what these guys, all they dream about.
I will use every means necessary to restore the Ironheart.
You know, in their nation.
Descendant, I suggest we break the RK synchronization immediately. Dia's subconscious is building a defense mechanism. As soon as you leave this memory, I will terminate the synchronization. Hurry.
None of it matters. You've got to find a way to break this defensive side, and this was strong, right? For BDS, they managed to get this defensive win last time, but it was with the clash. Lasman doesn't have that anymore. Gets banned out, so he's got to go to the Warden instead.
I already hear an air jab get hit. I don't know if that was near a window here. Already some information from BDS, and that's the progression. And it's handled very well by these.
Give me my pack! My second pack!
have something to ask of the great Reina?
Some of the work at an angle on a P4, but whipping his shots is fantasy. Uh-oh.
Plug the hole. Virtue was close enough by as well. They'll go for it yet again.
Okay, let's hear it. What? Hey, Descendant. I heard you just right. Anyway, although. Oh.
By that spot, and now he'll rush out. He's greeted by fantasy aggression from BDS. He's not particularly strong. The Nitro Cell will go. Laszlo gets the shot. Looking for a second. Guns up BDS now. Working
You need information about the Colossi.
with their back against the wall. BDS with a numbers advantage of 1.
I need to defeat the Frostwalker, the Swamp Walker, the Obstructor, Frostwalker.
Robbie trades back looking for his own 3Ks. He's gotten so many this time around. 15 kills for Robbie. Freck in lockstep with 14. Khan's finding an opportunity potentially as he plays around the bomb chassis. There's players on his left and his right. Freck and P4 with the kills to send us to OT, and the defenders might have something to say about our anti-defense slander just a few rounds ago.
Oh, I was not breathing there. I forgot to breathe. The tension was so high. I mean, if you needed a proof that Siege is close quarter combat, that was insane. The entirety of the 3 minutes played around just one side of the map. In the end, I think BDS understand the win condition. If we play to the time, if we play to the strength of the utility and of the layout of the map, we know that NIP doesn't find solutions easily. They cannot for themselves. I mean, put in their own words, Lilun said that NIP would struggle a little bit on that map, and that Skyscraper was a map where attacking is kind of hard, and I think they really understand that's what they need to abuse. They've got OT defense now, Jesse.
Yeah, exactly. That's where things really start to turn around, and I touched briefly on Laszlo's operator. The fact that they banned his clash forced him to switch his operator. He goes to the Warden, and I think it's the most important kill in that round. The fact that he stops Wizard from jumping in on that blitz, making space inside of Exhibition, changed the entire round. Because if he doesn't get killed there, all of a sudden he's running through your sight, he's blinding you, he's getting some free picks. Sure, they get the trade back, they get the vert kill, which is great for the buck, but it's way too late.
Yeah, that Bliss, if it gets into the bomb site, you lose the round 100%. That's utter chaos, and you cannot get rid of him. That was super important kill. Show that even though Frag and Ruby are the two main fraggers on that roster, Laszlo can still step up and get the important kills.
So what happens here? Both sides 3-3, defenders, attackers, no advantage whatsoever. Nip has the opportunity to attack once. BDS will defend twice.
I will double down on your take. I will say that defense is.
I'm gonna keep it on hard. I'm gonna give it a buck. If the game asks me to do it on normal, I'll switch. But
I'm gonna give it on hard. Time has been the win condition. Now that it's very clear, you will see the circle set up, and you see the entirety of BDS not going for the six anymore, not going to aggressive attack, fight defense story. They understand. Here,
Alpha, or to be more
Restoring.
Like he was what?
Assuming it.
I'm just stealing your talking points, that's it.
Still feels like it could be, but NIP knows they've got to do something different. That's why we're seeing sends come up from people.
Do you need something?
No, it's not really that important, but
But what?
well, if it's okay, would you like to go for a walk?
Oh, good! I need to go grab some herbs. You're coming too. Right, Captain? Oh, you guys go ahead. I've got a cramp in my leg.
That is a D1 card block.
Not too far, though.
Oh, okay.
Ugh, seriously, what is wrong with you?
I'm sorry.
Do you get it now?
That is some shit. I'm gonna be real. That is some shit I would.
Nell, you seem to be going through a lot lately. I wonder if there's.
I'm gonna be lying. That is some shit that I would do with my actual friends.
Enzo, do you remember the 26th Mobile Infantry?
Not gonna lie, I would do some shit as well.
I supplied them with munitions many times. They were really brave soldiers. Huh. I wonder where they're fighting now.
They were all killed in action.
little bit too belated and could have capitalized.
During the mission I was overseeing.
Even better, we'll have
Now,
While en route to Hagios, the main force was threatened. I had the choice to save them if I used the 26th Mobile Infantry as bait. So I sent them to their deaths, believing it was a sacrifice of the few to save the many.
Nell, it wasn't your fault. Think of how many lives you saved. I would have given the same order.
Enzo, if you were one of those few, would you still have wanted me to do it? Tell me what I should have done.
In situations like that, you do what has to be done, Nell. I believe in you.
All right. Enzo Stallone.
To Axion Point.
Now, what happened? What did Enzo say? Did he ask you anything?
We talked about the operation. Oh, we're in the middle of a war. That's all we should talk about. Alpha, when you've needed to sacrifice a few for the many, how did you make that choice?
I used to make decisions rationally, just like the previous Alpha did. But it's different now. I want us to survive together, or if it comes to it, die together. Damn, I must be getting sentimental in my old age.
Oh, the two of you make it so complicated. You want me to tell him? I'll lock you both in a room where you can't leave until you kiss it.
Super 6-1 is unresponsive. I repeat, Super 6-1 is unresponsive.
Transport, respond!
This is Super 6-1 requesting assistance.
Alpha, Harris, respond!
I repeat, we're descending toward the Axion.
They have to put themselves these bomb sites, exact same bomb site they just faced when they were in defense at the exhibition. Now, same theory, right? This is gonna be a direct take. We're gonna use the Yings and the Blitz to go and flood the bomb site, abusing the smoke grenades and the glass on P4. Is that gonna be enough? The same problem holds. There is no ground control. It's sheer utility, the bug downstairs, and the 1, 2, 3 execute. And then after that, you pray you get the kills.
Can't languish too long at this point in time. No damage really been done as P4 now is frozen off the wall and right as I speak. Out go the
We're going to the Axion Plain.
He's kind of lost himself at this point in time, and they know his position due to the Malusi Banshee. Hates with the first one, but suddenly BDS is to the wrong side. Diffuser almost went down, but Virtue decides against it. Rosie engaging with Lasmo, shooting through the soft wall. It's a messy one, but BDS is persevering. It's up to Wizard to clutch. The shield is up. Robbie on 16 kills, Fred on 18. It looks like Nip has lost the plot.
Alpha, Harris, damn it!
This is Dominic of the 22nd Recon Squad. I'm here at Blair's request. Is Jaber not with you? How the hell did a transport that took off from Kingston end up here? Was it because of a dimensional... I've heard this is a
The issue is...
This is no time for jokes.
The tactical I'm not sure if they...
I never...
Okay.
I will...
Rougher...
It's not often you get to learn on the job, so I'm happy. I'm Cadet Amelia, the Tactical Adjutant in Training, and in charge of this operational briefing. Continuing what Executive Officer Stallone was saying, I'll begin the follow-up briefing immediately. Please bear with me if I stutter. Firstly, since the Axion Plains is a very large area, it's not efficient for us to conduct a search as one large group. And considering the size of this dimensional breach, it's very likely a Colossus will force its way through at the next opportunity. In preparation for the worst, we've divided up the operation zones to allow an efficient ground intercept response. Any warnings of Colossi appearances will be communicated through me or through the Axion Central Control System. Please keep all comms channels clear at all times. All right. Let's begin the operation. Oh,
yes, ma'am.
Please, find the commander and the captain and Nell. Descendant, a large cluster of breach creatures has been detected in the area. Creature response confirmed. Inbound to location.
Oh.
Shield down.
No, I died! Oh. I aborted the damn mission.
A large cluster of breach creatures has been detected in the area. Inbound to location.
Ah! Inside the operations zone. No! 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 No!
This is Haley. HQ. Resistance too many strong.
Thank you, Sariti!
Vulgus Special Assault Ship identified.
Still at 0%. I need to get through this.
heck of a fucking fight!
Shield down.
Hold this special assault ship spotted.
Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Baby, I'm running on my own 2 feet again.
Protection target nearby. I'll guide you to the location. Descendant, requesting takedown of enemy assault ship.
You get every goodies here. Woo! 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 Dodge and rolling, dodge and rolling, dodge and rolling, dodge and rolling.
Descendant, primary tactical objective confirmed in Operation Zone. Please take it out.
Are you gay? I get a whole bunch of goodies here.
Quick crossfire around green stairs. Other better than that, you see the 5 players on the bomb side. The denial defense is going over here. You see there are 3 guns grenades, you see the 20 fire canisters, and you see the C4. All 3 of those things were made so that BDS thought that it would be safe to go for the execute, but that was the trap set up by NIP to deny it. And as you can see right now, something that is quite similar. They bring the smoke once again for the late round, and the UK drones on top of that. It seems to be clear they want to punish BDS for being too slow.
Yeah, they've clearly got a lot of utility in on this round. The Echo, we see a lot from Pino in this bomb site. The smoke, the cons, we'll see on every bomb site. The Frost, weird for the bottom floor of Blair. Where he wants to go with that one. This is not an operator that I have on record from him in their last 8 Flare basement defenses.
Yeah, it looks like some small adaptations. If you think about it, the way that NIP played that first round was directly a counter-strike to BDS way of playing, trying to play the denial that plans. On the other side, NIP then brings the Frost and here plays towards the garage side, trying to be a little bit annoying and cause problems on that entry point. That's 2 ways of BDS to attack here. And 2 ways that were denied by the counter-strike.
They've got Fantasy to start on the previous round on the run now, as that was the Shield of Virtue bolting through the window looking for an early opening pick, and early because we are 45 seconds into this round, and already BDS is bearing down on this NIP defense.
So far it's clean. So far they've got the control within, what, first 30 seconds. They've already got the ram going. They've got the perfect control. They make the vert. We can clearly see this is going to be a blue stairs execute side. Let's just see how they will counter the smoke and the UK drones.
Yeah, they've not gotten to the hard part yet, though. To be fair, right? This is gonna be the difficult part. Getting down into the execute with so much site utility from NIP, they didn't have to contest with any real roamers. They got back to that bomb site fast on the ninjas.
There's no gas grenade left. They spent it holding those blue stairs. I'm not sure it was worth it. If the Blitz can push in here, then they will have got everything for the execute. The UK drone has been set. Look at this. It was beautiful. Let the Blitz being stuck. Then you have the swing of your other player. They get the kill and they can push in. UK drone being effectively useless. All 3 gas grenades spent for nothing.
And now Fantasy will go as well. Lasmo is the one quarterbacking this, leading the charge with his teammates around him, sustaining some damage in his position. He allows Virtue to back up, and he will breathe a sigh of relief and go right back into the fray.
Top of the defuse kit. Nobody's holding it at the moment. On the side of BDS, Lasmo will go back upstairs and take it. They clearly want to take it down this hatch into office. Can still rotate filter stairs, but you can get a really good plant on, especially under smokes when you drop that hatch.
Many things can still go wrong. The UK drones are still there. The 2 of them, by the way. The execute can still be isolated. You need a couple of kills, and you need trades here.
And Virtue has almost no support, but hold on a second. Lasmo gets off the lobby. Could you imagine 2 second players on BDS acing in the same series?
Normal.
There's always the impactful ones. This time, early round and late, he's able to come in off his teammates' pressure. I think worked really well off the blitz, that the space was being made for him. He's just following up his teammates, doing what is absolutely necessary of him in a push like that. Really big stuff coming up from, once again, the 20-year-old, just turned 20 a couple weeks back.
I think everything was perfect and displayed the real strength of BDS here, which is coordination and strategy. If you think about it, the room clear was done within 30 seconds with the help of the Blitz. Then the problem solving of the blue stairs. You've got a UK drone that's going to the Blitz then behind him to get the kill on the smoke. After that, even then, they take no chances. They do the 5v3 execute, sending the Blitz as the lurk, and everyone else collapsing on the bomb side off the back of this distraction caused by the Blitz. Beautifully played for BDS.
Ah! Fuck myself then.
I've got a very good nose, and I can smell this game starting to head towards OT. I know it's early.
You want me to play it on hard. Love you.
It's been going like this the entire time. If you think about it, Clubhouse could have went either way. I know it was a 7-5 victory for NIP, but I felt like both teams were playing really well. And Skyscraper was even more of a greater. And if you look at this, once again, the first 2 rounds are extremely close, and they're fighting tooth and nail on both sides. really both deserving of that main stage spot.
Jets, do we know who the winner of this game will play?
So this is going to be really interesting because of the way that I think the boost lock systems work. The seeding makes it so, if I'm not mistaken, because of Furia winning, whoever wins this match is the 6th seed. It would mean that if BDS wins it, for example, they would start in the winner bracket. Now this is massive because the two other teams that won today will be in the lower bracket and they will be the one team that joins the upper bracket.
Yeah, big deal. Even if the same record, 6, 7, and 8 are three very different seeds.
6, 7?
In particular, being the one starting on the top floor, playing tomorrow, starting in the upper bracket. So lots on the line for these two teams. We'll have to wait a little bit, I think, to get the exact matchups. There's still math to be done, Parker, but for now, all that matters is getting into the playoffs. This top floor always an important one to clear when you're going for bunks and briefing. They started with a bunks breach, but now here comes the top clear.
And a push in from Robbie, using the sound of that can opener to conceal his position. As I have to imagine that was the clash, of Cons who keeps flirting with the outside of this map. But
the real big problem with that Bugs bomb site most of the time is how do you crack open that burst? How do you get rid of the players up top? And now, with the Green Bees and the Lion, this is the moment where it happens. And that doesn't work. No threat, nothing. Just a single player swinging, that's Robbie. The others held off by the gas grenades.
And Lasmo will keep him in this position with the fire spreading. The Bees also giving the position away at Wizard. The only one taking damage from the fire seemed to be Lasmo himself. As that shotgun in the hands of the Warden, still right now directed at center mass on the door frame. It was good enough for one kill, yet to find a second. Fantasy dies elsewhere to P4, and we're back to even numbers.
That was the only anchor to start this round. You've got Collins who's still playing around green stairs, but it's the start. There was 4 players top floor and just Fantasy in the site. So you always do have the option for this bunks breathing bomb site. Do we just want to ignore that?
That's right, I'm level 15 now.
That Warden up top providing so much value for so long. Wizards absolutely keeping things intact for almost 2 minutes.
And I'm really glad you brought up the Warden, because the reason you play a Warden on the top floor in that bomb site is because if a team is going to ignore the top floor, they're generally going to flood the site with smoke. Sometimes it sends walls as well, which Warden doesn't counter, but still you're really trying to obscure that vision, and Warden can be a great operator for making sure that you have the vision regardless. But the problem, I think, with that adaptation from BDS, the problem with getting up on top floor and just trying to hit the site, is the only smokes they had were being held by Lasmo, and he was the guy top floor trying to stop those players. It's going to be impossible to plan down unless you can rely on Lasmo walking in and getting all those kills and get some work reds. It just wasn't going to be enough there, so a little unfortunate for BDS. It was clear they really planned on killing the top floor, and once that went south, the adaptation wasn't strong enough.
I mean, I was going to ask Neil flat out, is that a good use of the Capital on Warden duty up top? Should you not need him for the execute unless you can kill the Warden, and then use the smokes and plays from above? But if you don't kill the Warden, the value would be more on the direct side.
I would say this, the biggest problem with that Capital is if you look at the layout of the map here, as we're on top down, they need to get rid of the player that was here.
Here we go again.
Go on, I'm waiting.
That's going to be a really tough one. The Captain was useless for that, and that's why Robbie, when he's picked, is alone because the rest of the doors were held by gas grenades. The gas grenades themselves pollinate the ground by isolating Robbie. He dies first. After that, no one can pick up the guys above, and at this moment, if you still have Barrett on this bomb side, you know you're going to win the round.
Well, the first site rotation goes through, and IP take a short lead up to 1, and they'll go back to the strongest site on the map, top floor here, defending against BDS. Very much the same lineup. The only adaptation is they dropped the Azami, they brought in the Bandit, being played out by Cons, hoping to keep those mask walls closed a little bit longer than last time. We see already that they are a little bit worried. Lasmo might know that there's a Bandit on the other side here, or perhaps not.
Is this going to work? It will.
What is Bandit doing?
Oh, no, that's sad.
Haven't you been praising Cons all day?
Yeah, well, you know, every player, it happens to the best. I will say this.
Can you answer me this question? How many Bandit batteries did he put down?
None. He was
Say the number again?
Yeah, no. The way the Bandit free works, you want all 4 batteries because you want to keep doing it. to have the same sound as at home, and I will say this, I was one of the players that probably had the worst sound when I was at LAN. I didn't hear anything. You did not put me on penetrating duty because of that. Maybe Cons is the same.
I also think you want to keep those batteries in pocket because you want it to be a surprise. You've got the mute chamber there, so you put the extra third on, and then you have the opportunity to put the bandit in, but you didn't put the bandit in.
So as soon as Kaid is open, you can do that, or you just do the liquefy. You mute and you go, I'm muting, guys, and you listen to the bandit trick. That's easy peasy. Yep.
Well, the wall is open, regardless of anything that might have gone down. They still have all 5 defenders left alive, but you've got to imagine the push is going to be coming in pretty quick. Robbie's already up those lobby stairs.
That's Robbie asserting himself now as he had 2 targets that have been hit, but he doesn't find anything. Cons dies with all those bandit batteries in pocket still. So almost no effect whatsoever from that bandit from a utility perspective.
The main win condition is still the same. You still see smoke, you still see Tachenka. That's going to be the denial of the plant. Now, one big difference here. BDS has the man advantage. When they go for the diffuser, when they go for the plant, they should be able to play aggressive. No, they've lost that.
It's a flank. It's a big flank that comes in, and the SMG is alive on the side of Nip, and the advantage goes back in their favor. My goodness, BDS getting swamped at this point. Robbie's still fighting for his life in this position with pound for pound one of the best guns in the game. He's still got all 3 of his death marks as well. Unsure how successful they'll be with these mute jammers, but he's got to make something work. No, Fantasy is on the ground, and Nip will stretch their lead by 1.
One big mistake. They've got everything in control. They're 5v4. They have the side control as well. They can flood. Problem is they hesitate. And that hesitation gives enough time for an IP to send a lurker up the green stairs, backstab the main working force that was supposed to be the distraction of the execution. As soon as they lose those 2 players, the rest of an IP can then forget about the backside, that's cleared, focus on the front, and collapse on the rest of the BDS roster. Hesitation cost BDS the round here.
I was kind of confused why how Fancy got to the position he was in, rotating up those green stairs, but while we were all focused on Cons and the main wall and the bandit tricking that was or was not going on, Fancy ended up dropping down the site hatch at about 2 minutes left on the clock. He stayed down below the site for the majority of that round, never really contested despite Robbie being down there on the demos, and then I think it was really his flank hitting the back of that bush, disrupting the man count advantage that BDS were trying to play with, and starting to put the final nails in that coffin.
I love the Daenerys setup that we're seeing so far. This is going to be really useful to prevent anyone pushing in garage. I cannot wait to see where he's going to use the rest. But the double up here, as you can see, the Scopus is going to be really annoying to clear. The Daenerys on the right side of the bomb site will be there to help when they go for the execute, and then the rest can be played upstairs. This is going to be really tough to roam clear, and this is the direct adaptation to how BDS countered things. As you can see, the direct traps I mentioned make the site stronger. Why is that? Because they're extending up top. They need the site to be strong with utility in case a rush happens, because they're so extended. Now that's a direct adaptation, because last time we played this bomb site, BDS won, and that's the only attack, because they room cleared in the span of 20 seconds. Now facing a full room, it's going to be a whole other level of room clear that they need to pull off.
You're excited to see the Denari. The devs are excited to see Scopus, Denari, and Demos. All these at the same time, some of the newest operators to the game. And obviously very important and impactful. Scopus, an operator you don't see all that often, tends to get more value on the bigger maps, and you're hard pressed to find a bigger place to play though, player.
Look at this. You can see directly the bomb site. One draws was close to the bomb site. As always, you expect it with P4 and with BDS. If there is a huge extension, they will look to directly take a shortcut to the bomb site, ignoring completely all of the roamers.
Right at the moment, they're waiting for their moment with the last one. That could be it.
Descendant, a large cluster of breach creatures has been detected in the area. Breach creature response confirmed. Inbound to location.
Large-scale dimension. fought all rounds.
Help! Help! Oh! Oh! And I get one-shotted in the back. I think I need help. I'm gonna get shot in the back.
Be careful.
Oh, you gotta be fucking a tyrant breach? Oh hell no! No 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 no.
Vulcan Special Assault Ship identified.
This is Haley. Resistance here is strong.
I hit off the fucking bike. At least I get something. Oh, I did it.
Part of the reason why BDS wanted to ban it out is to move over to the 4 instead, which has also been a common pick for him on this site. Not overly reliant on this. To clean up Virtue, but he's not sometimes it goes the other way and they pop it open.
Hates was the main
they attack you. That kill is very important.
mounting a couple.
Oh, it's gone. Thank you, it's gone.
The typical situation where you don't want to give your opponent some confidence back. You can hear BDS getting hyped. You can still feel like they believe they can do it. They're on their easier side here. They believe in their defending side, and you don't want to give up that lead. You don't want to let them come back into the match, because after that, you've seen the mental on the side of BDS. When those fraggers are fueled on confidence, there's nothing you can do to stop them.
Now they have to go back to the bottom side quick from the Motion's team secret. The top floor was but we assume they can win that one. It's evened out. More work still to be done from this team. They've got to keep that momentum going from the previous battle from the skyscraper to keep things up in this game. Their defensive line is often reliant on the big releases like the mirror setup, I should say.
the vert, and they're gonna execute down those blue stairs exactly as you see this door frame. That's where they will go for the plant. We don't know when it's gonna be removed. At this moment, what do you have to deny? 1 C4, 3 gas grenade. Is that enough to deny and execute? I'm not sure. Especially if energy has got a full vert.
Setting up for a possible execute. Instead of extreme home makeover, he's now deciding maybe a more direct take and closer to his bomb site. He's pushing his way in.
Like this.
The same suspicions as you did. A drop in from Cons on this view shield, an unorthodox operator, but so far it is paying off.
They don't know.
And they're waiting. BDS getting baited into this Pino, gunning down Lasmo, Chaos thrown in.
I don't even know what the fuck this is. We're just in accident plan. My ass is gonna get touched heavily.
We saw BDS defend right top floor. I thought the most important kill came
Nig. Goodbye. Oh, we're so I love you, Cherry Taco. I know my fucking. Wow.
I need backup.
Are you not gonna res?
Haley here. I need backup at these coordinates. Shield at zero. This is Haley. Resistance here is strong. Maybe I gotta get cocky. Somebody help.
Something I can aim.
Shield at 0%. There's too many of them here.
Bro, these are rocks.
I'll keep it cool this time.
Somehow manages to steal a plant away, which I think is very unlikely. We will continue on.
Of course, as of a few years ago now, Glassy's got to stand still, see through that smoke. You're pushing up aggressively. The advantage will be towards the Warden. He sees you, you don't see him. Nicely played by Virtue at the end there. I do think the advantage was just too big to come up against.
Yeah, and as we said before, right, BDS knows how to play around this top 4 bomb side, the one with the highest win rate.
Yeah.
Now, the comeback starts. They have 2 more rounds of match point to save. I want to see a direct adaptation here to the way they play the basement. I think the basement defense they had without the roam clearly was not going to cut it. You've seen it before, right? When they had that huge roam alone without support, he got killed instantly. After that, he's not easy to control. Now, adaptation. Scoreboard is there. I'm expecting these guys to put a much better fight up top. The important thing is how much time they burn when they end up.
We see a lot of Scopos play on this bomb site. I don't think I've ever seen it from Freck. Not in the last 8 defenses that they've played on this bomb site. So this might be a bit of a thorn in their side. Was trying to do that P4 roam with the mute jammers last time. It was a little bit slow. It'll be a lot faster on this. Scopos, and most importantly of all, you can get back to safety if you do get thrown down.
I think you remember how Williams used this operator back in the first half.
I think he was already using it as a roamer. It's probably almost on the same bomb side, right?
It was the same site, yeah.
It was the same site, yeah. It was back in round number 5.
So we're looking at the same lineup for an IP as well. You have 2 players that are there for the room clear, the Dokabi and the Deimos. The rest is supposed to be there when they get to control above cafeteria to try and make some vertical play onto the before. The round here is gonna be won in the room. How much time can they burn?
So far, the drones haven't really found Freck's second body. He himself is down in the bottom floor. I know we saw him set up his utilities on floor, and there they go. They find it, and they will clear it out without any real problems. Takes some time now, but I would say that's pretty fast. 60 seconds, they've cleared out the only roam potential.
I'm not a fan of this. At the moment, no one is playing on the ground floor, which means that technically all 5 players are downstairs, and they're going to have to play towards the retake. Now, that retake is going to have to come through the stairs. We saw Freck trying to attempt that at the last time they played on basement. It was way too late. If you look at the setup right now, which scenario do you have? Smoke has these guys grenades, you have maybe the C4 on Warden. That's pretty much it. If you look at the utility here, they've got almost the same, if not less utility than they had on the round where they lost this against a good execute.
It's something that wasn't really visualized there, but the moment those boogie drones started to go, everybody on BDS moved from their position. They completely shuffled the deck and moved their forces around to predict where this actual XQ is going to come from, likely spearheaded by this fuse shield yet again.
The run of the station, it's going to be a really tough one to stay under that fence.
And IPF showed up with the exact same look that they won the last attack with. Round number 8, they looked exactly the same. Freck with his flank now must win this fight.
You need a trade there. Someone needs to help him. Robbie was there. He dies. No trade.
It's almost like there's a bit of fear struck into the hearts of BDS as they sit idle. Wizard finding 2 very quick picks, crushing these defenders, leaving even more on the weight. The shoulders of Virtue, Lasmo, and P4, but Lasmo does get on the board. He's been the best player over the last couple rounds for BDS, but he is no more. Right in the midst of the gas, Cons will have to escape from this position. A nice toss by Virtue. 30 seconds to go. They'll throw out the fuse kit. They're going to try to bait out smokes onto the fuse, or maybe he just takes matters into his own hands and goes for a straight engagement, buying time for Fantasy to get the defuse kit down. But he's finished off by P4. A blind spot on the side of Nip, so the guns will come out. A drop in by Hates. P4 guns him down. Cons now under fire, getting real close. But BDS has almost stuck the landing. Wizard will need to ace. But Virtue just plays the time, and they stay alive again. It's not clean, it's not the greatest, but it's enough at the end to move on this team. P4 and Virtue. What a ridiculously short round played by them in the late. We thought Wizard was going to crack up wide open. 3 H, no stopping, double flank. Not enough though. Perfeito, velho. Só que ninguém fala que não tem um 2 kit por cima da mira no 2, tá ligado? A patrão não tava nem carregada. Pelo menos se a gente vai plantar ali, mano, se a gente quer plantar ali, ou nós atrás da bomba, tá ligado? Se o cara não chegar também, a gente mirasse, tá ligado? A gente tinha DD pra nós. Tá ligado? Então nós somos com isso, comunicação, mano. Eles vão provavelmente no bombe de baixo, no bombe do meio. Demorou? Então acho que o que a gente faz, mano? Mano, vamos fazer uma progressão ali de Blackbeard ali e tal, com Ace, a gente abrindo as paradas na bomba. Tá. Se os caras fizerem um gol de verde. Gol verde? É, ou uma FOD verde também. Se pá que a FOD verde é até melhor contra eles. Eles vão se matar pra nós. Tá, mas se não for uma FOD verde, se a gente faz o domínio controle? Então, não, eu acho que a gente faz a plant bait. Tá, perfeito. Acho que é melhor. Tá ligado? Tá. Vamos fazer a plant bait. Bora. Bora.
Sounds like he was calling an attack here. I felt like Jackie was speaking about Blackbeard. Yeah, exactly. And they are going to go and pick it, I think. Just to go back to that last round, impressive way of losing it for an IP. I will say this. Cons makes the right call. I will say this. He gives the diffuser to the teammate behind him. And then goes on to push. The problem is Fantasy went for a plan where he was fully exposed from any angle. So for the fuse shield was supposed to go and bait people as the plant was going down. The problem is the fuse doesn't push far away and Fantasy is directly available and anyone can get rid of it. Really tough round for NIP and that's going to be doesn't go their way, but one more chance of locking down before overtime. This has got to rely on their better. See all these players in the server. So good in these high pressure moments. We see these high pressure moments. A guy like Fantasy, he's been to a lot of big events, but sometimes when you're a star fragger, those nerves can still get holding up and holding down the fort for the ninjas.
I suppose this depends
Our
on whether
point
you're
is the beta.
a glass half full or glass half empty kind of person. But Nick have always struggled to close these out effectively. Back on map number one, BDS.
Please proceed to the Colossus guided capture zone.
If it's new research, I'm listening.
Same with the SAL playoffs when NIP went up against some less than ideal.
We give credit to BDS, and they do deserve it. But it gets to a point where when this keeps happening over and over and over and over again, it's more about Nip failing when they need to succeed the most.
All the focus in that round. If they lose that round, they let BDS claw their way back, saving 3 match points. The momentum will be with them for sure. Now, my problem with NIP stake right now, as you can see, they are not spending utility or players up top, getting rid of their vert. They get rid of the anchor, that's fine, that's a good way, but the vert is still there, and they will need somehow to find enough smokes and a plant spot that is somewhat not being challenged by the Warden.
But with the shield on the back of Cons, he might have the opportunity to sneak it past them.
Listen to all those smokes going off. Smart goggles, smart glasses. Used by Robbie as he takes a bit of damage, and in this corner, Cons getting the user down. Somebody from Nip will now need to take up the mantle as the case has been dropped in the Lion's Den.
They know where the diffuser is. They have the boundary cam on the bomb side right now. They have the vert as well. Everything, all the win condition is still there, Jesse.
There's no plan B. How do you get back to the kit and get a successful plant if you couldn't do with Fuse?
50-50 gunfights, that's really all you can do, right? Try to exploit an opening that isn't already there. Robbie goes down, Virtue 2. Pino and Fantasy have the idea. Hates dies, though, yet again. Suddenly the guns from BDS put a pause on the defuse. Fantasy will pick it up. Surely third time is a charm. Every time this happens, a reset is needed. Nip running out of time. Fantasy being watched. Wizard contesting. Holy shit, they've done it. They send us to
It's crazy. It's a miracle. BDS is still in it. The BDS can still make it to the main stage.
Let's go to mile a minute. I don't know how these BDS guys are so... I mean, that round is ridiculous. You lose your B4 anger the first death of the round. You lose site control immediately. And a lot of teams, I've seen at that moment, it's like a panic. They drop down the hatch. They move down the stairs. They try to get into the site. But BDS, so composed. Everybody stays up top. They play their impacts to get good lines of sight. They play the warden to get good lines of sight, see through the smoke, stop that plant, not once, not twice, but 3 times in the bomb sites. And now they've got every bit of momentum in the world.
The first hero, Robbie, denying the first plant, and then Lasmo. Lasmo with a triple kill. Lasmo denies the second plant, then kills the cover, then kills the third attempt to a plant. Lasmo with 13 kills, the young French rookie, proving he deserved a spot on that BDS project. Now 2 rounds away from making it to his first main stage at a major event.
10 seconds left before insertion. wasn't here about Lilu taking more of a backseat. I know we were trying to praise the leadership of that team, but confidence really did come through. And this team has relied on each other, yeah.
Oh, a special human child. What do you need?
It has not been successful at all. During the timeout, by the way, we did get a translation from Maria, and she said that let's go with Blackbeard, let's go with Ace, let's open everything up. They will kill themselves for us. Let's bait out the plan. And they were right. They did overpeak at the beginning. But the playing game was not good for Nip, and they got outfoxed because it was too linear to take. And now we go to extra innings.
And if you look at the faces of the NIP player after that round, the deception, the defeat, the resentment, they had 3 match points. They had it in their hands. Who has the momentum right now? BDS has it. And that's going to play a lot in their favor, especially now that they can go back to that top floor that they still haven't lost.
It's not over yet though, and this is the third opportunity for NIP to get another look at this top floor, trying to adapt, trying to get something different going. They've got Pino back on the glass. He's been loving this operator all map long. Operation's a very important part of the map, and they've pushed Fantasy out very quickly. Fantasy has pushed the zombie out very quickly, I should say. Brings retrieve that position. They start to breach open the walls. BDS cannot get too overconfident just yet. They still have to win 2 rounds in the next 3.
The comeback has happened. At this point, for the third map in a row, BDS has tightened up the game. Nip succeeded in one of the 2...
Target confirmed.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. They've got less than a minute 30 to work with. They've lost the player that was in observation. They are trying to go for a green take.
And they're falling apart. They're falling apart. Pino's gone ice cold. Fantasy dies first. Hates follows right up. That's your offensive engine. Gone. Sputtered out. Wizard is down now too. The comments on the side evaporated. Now it's BDS with a minute to go. Just narrowing down the HP on Cons and Pino as they watch as their chances go up in literal and proverbial flames.
At the finish line, everything is falling off the vehicle. Somebody has to make a difference, but what are they to do?
If you need something for battle, you won't find anyone better.
Never been in more control. Look at them high from the players. Look at everyone. They know they have it in their hands now. Who's got the match point? Not NIP anymore. That's BDS. And that's because NIP was flustered. They were staggering. They were stalling. They had no idea what to do. They tried to change the pace. They tried to change the side of the attack. Nothing worked for them. They left someone in the back of the guy instantly. There was no back pressure. And after this, nothing. Everything scrambled. Now, BDS, they've got the advantage. And they've got the top floor to start working on. I need these guys to step up. I need to...
Magisters are probably humanity's real hope, don't you think?
Truth be told,
To have you on the cast so that we have yet another person to lose our minds on the mic here, even if you do have a little bit of French bias.
We know it's all love for both these teams. I mean, whoever will come out on top will be the team that deserves it. But NIP, in order to achieve something like that, they've got to find some way to swap the momentum. They've got to find someone to get control of this game. The wheels have fallen off the bus. The engine's been scrapped for parts.
Launching Void Vessel Exploration Operation.
I expect BDS to be able to adapt. They should do it.
their regions, living in the shadows of bigger foes. And now only one of them in the next minute and 40 seconds will be able to make it into the top 8.
I can feel the pressure. I feel like I'm even more pressure.
Thank you.
Target confirmed. Ready to fire.
For some period, I don't know how to say that in English, but surprised them a little bit touchy about our gameplay that was not really good. So congratulations.
The major main stage spot. Of course, it was Nip who took it.
I mean, it's just such a momentum shift for both teams in those moments. You think you're going to close it out here for NIP, but then for the side of BDS, you just continue to keep it on, and then you fast forward into this last round where NIP, you can clearly see it, fits into what Van Steve was talking about. They came together as a team. Very convincing.
My ass sucks with a sniper rifle. Holy fuck.
When NIP were on the defense, they were forcing BDS to execute. They knew that BDS weren't necessarily together when they were going for the execution. But when BDS were on the defense, they were heroes like
And look it. I like this character, but it's and that kind of puts you in a bad spot unless you're gonna camp. I think my best bet is to get rid of it. Alright, everyone.
More daddy, keep going faster, daddy. Down, more daddy, keep going faster, daddy. Down, more daddy, keep going faster, daddy.
Not even paying attention. Sorry, but I'm more worried about Masti.
Yeah, actually, maybe we can. I still remember when the camera looked at me. No, celebrating.
Maybe he's one of the most on this
Down, more daddy, keep going faster, daddy.
And we actually.
Down, more daddy, keep going faster, daddy.
Down,
more daddy, keep going faster, daddy.
To trying to let players have the freedom to get their hope.
I don't even want to bother pursuing.
It's really cool for me to build a team.
It makes it in.
Guys, just start it. You just start it.
Step forward a little bit. I would say from 40 kilometers.
Fuck off. 3 damn seconds. Break your shield?
I'm so horny.
Available now. I have no MP. Let me cut that.
girl do you want?
Oh my bro. Why would you move? This boss, like. Oh, nice catch. Nice catch. Oh! I have no fucking shield. Fuck me. I have no shield. I need this. Well, alright, fucking then.
For the arena remains only one more spot for players that's either gonna go to G2 or Weibo. We're gonna find out who it is after this best of 3. I'm excited to start talking about this series, and we just saw this player interview with Reeps on the side of Weibo. Start talking about Weibo. Looking at that roster, of course, the only remaining hope, I guess we can call, from APL, but a lot of the hope rests on the shoulders of a player like Reeps as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's been the standalone, the one guy maybe carrying his team across so many events. Reeps has been the guy dropping incredible numbers in APL as well. I think he's the main reason why Reeps has been dominating their own region, coming near as one of the only 2 teams in the world to have won Stage 1 and Stage 2 in their own region.
Yeah, it's an absolutely, serious talent on the side of Reeps. I think it's crazy how chill he is, how casual he is. He's playing inside of his coat as well. Yeah, of course, has such a small mousepad hanging off the desk. He's a real enigma at times.
Yeah, we're speaking of that though. Let's have a look at Reeps, and I guess let's take a look at his stats as well. And in particular, a specific sense in regards to the sense.
Yeah.
It's so different than what most players have.
It honestly is. It feels like he set his sense accidentally when he first started playing the game, and has just kept with it. I have no idea how he makes the micro adjustments.
The difference?
I don't know.
Between the X and Y.
I don't know. That got me shook. That is shocking me.
I think I know why. Some players have it because they like to have like a higher sense on the vertical, so it counters
yeah,
the
for the recoil.
Yes.
I assume that's for the recoil, but like I'm not gonna feel that. But look at this. the setup of the mousepad, the way that he's playing it. I mean, it's just it's such a fun
and
story.
Do you know what? He makes such small micro adjustments that it really is. It's like he's barely moving his mouse when you get to observe it in person. It is absolutely crazy.
It is. It's very funny to watch, of course. And I know we just heard from him in the interview, but we're going to throw it back to that specific part where he talks about the sense one more time.
I remember when I first time played Siege, I felt like the recoil was so hard to control, and then I just increased the sense. So in Siege, the default sensitivity is 50-50, and I didn't change it. I changed my DPI, so I guess that's the reason why it's so high.
Love that for him though, and we're looking at the Weibo players now getting together, hurdling up together, of course. When we're looking at this roster though, I mean, they have faced a lot of opponents so far into the major. They're now playing their final game as we hear them getting ready behind us as well. But in regards to the opponents they face, what have we noticed about their game so far?
What we will see is that Weibo, you can see their team profile here, their EPS. They've played actually some quite good opponents. They've played Enterprise, you know, we saw Enterprise go out, but after that, NIP, who have just made mainstay, Shopify, who are North America's best hope, then Team Secret, European's best team, EWC winners, and then we go through and they play up against G2. What I will say about Weibo actually is their stats as a team, they're almost not like an APAC team. Of course, they come from the APAC region, but every individual has got solid stats. They play good quality siege. Normally when you see APAC teams, the one thing that they will do is they will have one real pop-off player and then others who can't necessarily hold their own internationally. Weibo don't have that. Yes, Reaps is excellent, but also the rest of them, they can hold their own.
Yeah, it's not the easiest opponent for them though today, as we'll start talking about G2 as well going up in this matchup. We had hopes of all 4 EU teams making it to the playoffs, and now the hope remains on the shoulders of G2, especially for a lot of G2 fans out there. And they're probably wondering, I mean, a lot of people in chat will be wondering as well, when does Stompin play? He plays now, and I'm sure with what he's shown us so far, he will pop off again.
I mean, he's been, I will say this, the main win condition for this G2 roster. They're used to having superstars on that roster, and usually it is the firepower and it is the chemistry and the leadership of Alemao brought together that gets them kills. But I will say this, no matter the leadership, if you have a player like Stompin hitting lifts that he does, looking at the way his teammates are looking at him, the realization from Alemao that he's got such a talent on his roster, that is to me the main win condition on that roster. That is the beauty of G2, having picked up one of the best generational hope out of Siege in a very long time.
I mean, it's just the G2 way. They just pick up talent after talent after talent, right? And I think, you know, there's people that maybe question Stompin when they first got picked up because he never played Tier 1, because he was an 18-year-old kid moving across the world. There were pros who didn't think it was going to go well, and this kid has settled into pro life so well, and G2 took, you know, a huge risk in taking him, but he's paid them back and more. And all of the G2 players, I can confirm, are absolutely loving seeing this graphic.
That's why it's so good to be in the player areas. Of course, they can see this graphic on our screens now as well, right before this game. And now, with G2, of course, they're playing their last match here potentially before those playoffs. So I want to look at their path to getting here as well, because when we talk about G2 and the things they've been doing so far, I feel like the Samurai has been slaying.
It feels like the only way for G2 to win is to beat an APL team, and if you look at it, it looks like they got rid of GAG, they got rid of D+, and now they are facing Weibo, and it's just natural, right, for G2 to eliminate those APL teams to make it to the main stage.
Yeah, I think so. You know, they beat CAG. I think they were good against CAG, up against D+ yesterday. I thought we really saw the real G2, the G2 that all 3 of us know and love and have seen inside of EML. I don't think they'd really shown us that until they came into that game yesterday. But then, now it feels like G2 back. I feel like I finally trust them again after that D+ game, and if I was Weibo, I'd be a little bit worried.
Dangerous to trust them as well. We know how that goes sometimes here, but I want to take a look at the map veto, see where this series will be taking us, because they played each other at SI. Of course, it was a 2-0 back then for G2, but the rosters are looking a little bit different, and this time we're going to Cafe.
Oh wow, that is a ballsy pick, I will say this, from Weibo. Not only, okay, it is a great map for Weibo, they're on a 6-1 streak right now, and a good record for them, but if you look at this, it is one of G2's preferred maps. They're absolutely insane on it. In fact, many teams are not even picking it against them.
Yeah, they barely get an opportunity to, even if they would start attack. G2 are always going to be happy to play Cafe. Moving through to G2's pick, we're going to see that they will go to Skyscraper. Speaking of another map they don't get to play very often, Skyscraper. Why don't teams let G2 play Skyscraper? G2 are incredible at attacking this map. They very much set the meta back in the day, and they've continued to. I would say Alamo is probably one of the best IGLs in terms of attacking this map, so they'll want to go there.
Target
confirmed. We've actually really ever seen them play it as well. So it is a little bit of yeah, it's crazy.
G2, in my opinion, is one of the best lair team in the world.
Yeah.
Hold on a little longer. Your mom will save you no matter what.
One of the best teams in the world at Lair is Falcons, and G2 were happy to play Falcons there. It was a banner of game. They did lose that, but they beat everybody else they played there. So I think for G2 especially, this is a super strong match.
Inversion energy amplification at 50%. This level should not put a strain on your body, Descendant.
G2 comes from as well, but we are very much leading this map veto in the favor of G2. The question is, can they do it though as well? We're going to find out with our casters, Gus and Xenox.
Yeah, and you guys are indeed from the EML region, but guess what? We got the APAC casters here on this one for Weibo. A big game, G2, Weibo. Final spot to see who can go into the finals here at the Munich Major. This couldn't be a better matchup to close out the Swiss stage. Two teams that have had ups and downs. 72% of you back home expecting G2. Well, I would imagine a lot of those are pro Stompin fans. Let's be honest, guys, I think the reality, this one closer to 50-50. Either of these two could win it. It really just comes down to who brings their best. The SI qualification implications, well, they don't really matter for either of these two.
They can officially put themselves through to Paris, but I mean, at this point, both of them are pretty much shoot-ins. Yeah, very keen for this matchup. I've already braced myself emotionally for the conclusion because whoever wins, whoever loses, it's going to be sad, right? We'll either have no APL teams in the playoffs bracket,
King, by the way.
Or we send home the king.
Send home the king. I mean, we could have had Reaps as the king as well. I mean, he's the APAC king, really. So it's like Reaps, Stompin. Do we get some kind of like battle between those two? I want to touch on that briefly though, because for Reaps, he probably hasn't been at his ultra best, where he is certainly capable. Multi-kills, frags, big 1vx clutches, and just by and large dominating for Weibo. I don't think we've seen the best from him. Can he save the best for last here in the Swiss stage? G2, Weibo, it's our final best of 3 for today. And for the Swiss stage, G2 will start defense. Cafe, it is the map pick of Weibo.
No, Rips hasn't quite been at his absolute best. A 106 EPS heading into the afternoon. Stompin currently top 10 at the event, 115 in comparison. Cost numbers very, very similar though. So expecting both of them at 67, 66 respectively to have large impact in this matchup. But it needs to be a team effort from both rosters, as is the case at this level of Siege, this deep in a tournament, and with both a qualification / elimination on the line. I'm hoping that we do see the best of both teams. Opening round over towards Dining, G2 on defense. They'll be looking to get the ball rolling early here.
Well, Cafe is an interesting map. It's the second least played map so far at the major. The only map with less playtime has actually been Chalet, played just the once. Cafe now coming into a third game. 61.5% defensive win rate. Would imagine that's going to be the storyline in this matchup. Defense should very much prevail. Speaking of that, G2 beginning on the defense, it's Loira, who's got himself on the Solus and wants to get active early. Couple that with the pulse from Alamau, it suggests to me that for G2, they want to get as much information as they possibly can here on their defense and try and dispel Weibo before they can even get into the best positions for their attack.
Yeah, it's info for Dinar, not only on map entry, but also Dinar with triple nitro in tow here. It's also been intriguing at this event, spiked up to a 23% pick rate, with her buffs leading into the event. And of course, impacts in play alongside a couple of other metrics changing has made her quite a useful operator. Interestingly enough, G2 actually with a lower pick rate, I believe, in comparison to Weibo, who have dipped their toes in to the Souls a little bit more at this particular event.
Speaking of Reaps earlier, he's the opening death here on Cafe. Not a good sign for the APL team. They need him fit and firing. The push now from Speak Easy will send Doki down from bar to pillar with a nitro and tail. And while that does not connect, it's Loira who finds the opening 2 kills of this match. And that already will now put Weibo in a very difficult position in the opening round. His fireplace and mining. Blaz will lose his life with Speakeasy still alive on the Blackbeard, now postured over towards Train. Decent map control now established. Loira shut down, turn, puts an end to the demon. And Hover now gets himself into the corner to go for this plan inside of mining, which will be successful. Nitro no impact, Turd lost his life, the trade is imminent. Now it's a 2v2 post plan.
And Elmau still isolated below, looking to feed information across the Stompin, still top floor. So the defense isolated. Hoven and Speakeasy given an opportunity to relocate. Information gained for Stompin, but unable to action upon that. Now 30 seconds left. They need to be snappy on the retake.
Yeah, G2 cannot allow that time to keep going down. Hoven, angle, red stairs, catches out Alamau and down to the king himself in the 1v2, low on time. The Blackbeard dealt with. What a shot. Good reposition from Stompin. Now gives himself the best chance. He will throw out the gas bait, stick the kid, but Hoven doesn't take contact towards red stairs. Stompin must now commit to the counter to use. Hoven, watching from the back, shoots him in that very position, wins the opening round for Weibo despite the opening 2 deaths. That is a huge early round for the APAC team.
And a big clutch up there from Weibo in the opening round. It didn't look great for them. The information was garnered beautifully by G2 and they actioned it quite well to begin with. But then as they fought their way into the objectives, that defense split across third and first floors respectively. Alamau finding it tricky to make a playmaking opportunity work. Stompin did his best, the 1v1, and the usage of the U2 was great. He almost had Hoven. Narrowly missed that shot. If it landed, they win the round. Unfortunately, Hoven, though able to just avoid those shots, pushes through, gets the kill, and Weibo sneak the first round.
Yeah, I think it's a big factor that Weibo were able to win that round from a deficit, attacking into Cafe. It is their map pick. Stealing around nice and early sets them up perfectly for their own mental, for their own confidence. And what is a do or die best of 3? And as we know historically,
Oh shit, we were up. Cafe. All in one.
In these sort of matches. Top 8 version being able to go deep.
Launching void vessel exploration operation.
Where we usually see the APAC teams fall away, but Weibo has been the exception to that previously. Pre-show is all G2 in the Grim Reaper, so maybe elements of that. Fairly successful. Similar to Brazilian teams like Nigeria, there's North America or something. But it's easy, phase restart. We know that it will be all about the delay. They've got the echo that can put pressure eventually on the plane later on. Lawyer trying to be able to do the rental zone. Super out so to catch the so much delay time over towards Queensland. So they are not low. Especially Dokia will be a because they've kind of got both angles covered. All of the delay start hit, they're ready for eyeballs. What is hard, and they're not throwing hands early on in this round, perhaps looking to make the play. Elsewhere, Shock Drone getting to work from Hoven. Great piece of utility to counteract the Goyo. One of the base of the default, and now kind of getting into most of those 3 RP. Goyo really playing that position, so down that hatch later on to the round. That being said, 3, the hatch is still actually in place, and there's action elsewhere. And then G2 on top. Oliver has started incredibly well. Gets rid of Lola. He's 4 kill now inside the opening 2 rounds. Sure, they dominate towards the track, they're not allowed. Weber to get into a good position. It's a good one. Reception, they're failing to play off that information correctly. They had such a strong advantage in that area of the game, but equalizes 33 Weibo again. A little bit of luck over the 30 seconds. Cross held. Well, maybe they'll need to try and break it. Stompin's the one that needs to be beaten. Stompin holding an angle towards Red Stairs is cutting off this push coming out of bar. It wasn't crossed through. 1 for 1. Keeps it now. Even once again, Hoven's been strong, but so has Stompin. Reaps will go for the plant towards the bomb chassis. At this point, Doki and Stompin can just push together. Stompin indeed will. Shots don't land initially, but in the end, the ones that do matter the most, and that is the round going the way of G2. Big round from Stompin. Big reposition. With Blend Code Tech pushed out, played Red Stairs, knew full well where that push was going to come from on the far side of the map. Held a deep, good, strong angle. It gets rewarded.
Yeah, the mid round now from G2 started to look a little questionable with the light play to have the fails to Red Stairs is really challenging to deal with this fall back instead of progressing forward. It just takes time when you're trying to get back to the field.
Coming into Cafe, not always into what we're going to kill, getting advantages.
So if I think this is the back area, but in the mid-round, they have been letting Weibo back into this round. That's the find a way to let that more of an advantage once you do get those open kills.
Been Laura from G2 first slide in the opening couple of rounds here on Cafe. Being an area that Weibo will be looking to address it in the third as we head over the top floor. Stompin, key position again. This time it's lounge. With substitution with keeper barriers in hand on the Azami. And this will test the use of clearance of the attack. Big frag grenade set here for Weibo. All but Reeks with 2 in pocket.
Alabama, of course, playing a new castle combo towards shot. Will keep that locked down. That provides more honest. Cover for Stompin to be able to play aggressive in lounge. Considering this shot hold, Alabama only those shoots into the Blackbeard, and then he will lose his life. That battle was acted by Weibo. They wanted to take the fight to G2. I disregarded the shot hold.
Yeah, nice little flop there. Everyone on the defense, not allowed to use it really hard man play. Good Stompin now. Easy balls.
With that reinforced though, top red, it's still pretty covered nicely. That's a big win for Weibo. The clear shot has got down control. It's still got at one point at the back position now. This is where they explode the they want to attack into the back.
Enemy container has been revealed. Please verify the data.
Looking to retake towards Pixel, as he done so quietly, it won't be checked properly by Alpay. 2v2 for the third round straight. Low offside. Hoffman does get the trade. What a start from Hoffman. 7-1. Doki gets in. Looking out for that 1v1. He has to go, though, for the reload. Hoffman goes for the head. A second attacking round for Weibo here on Cafe.
Hey, if there's one thing about Weibo, they absolutely love the DMR meta at the moment. Every single one of them. Will do everything they can to be the best.
And of course I am on it!
Rightfully so. I started to get a little bit nervous for them there. The amount of information that they were able to garner in that sort of 30-second downtime didn't seem like it was a lot.
I think the moment in that round, though, that stood out for me was Reeks repelling in lounge. Yeah. With Stompin and full well knowing that Stompin was playing that position, that's the 50-50 for me, where if Reeks repels in, dies, it's advantage G2, and then therefore Weibo don't have lounge control. Him getting that kill helps unlock the round.
It was really close, so you could see in the background Lawyer trying to find the position to find that kill and then keep Stompin up, and just Walls able to quite get that into the time. Stompin did a good job here, but then the great shot from Reeks, the pre-fire was great, the trade was also sound, but not quite enough at the end. The 2 versus 2, not unable to trade that out. DMR shredding there at the end. Weibo with the lead.
Well, it is their map pick, right? So if we want to set the overall expectations for this particular series, I actually had a really good look at the maps coming into this for these two teams, guys. And to me, the first thing that I said was Weibo are going to need to in Cafe. If they're going to win this series, they have to win this map. With the remaining maps, it's Skyscraper and Lair. Of course, Skyscraper the pick for G2. They have, well, it's not so much about G2, it's more about Weibo. They haven't played with Skyscraper. We genuinely have no information on Weibo this calendar year on the map.
Hold on a little longer. Your mom will save you no matter what.
They picked it, you backed it in on that particular map. You go to Lair after that, and well, Lair is a deciding map
that is incredibly favoured to G2. Push up white shotgun. Hoven is feeling it. He knows this is his kind of night. He's 9-1. Super early into the round. Tries to get one back and a good clear onto Hoven. Oh, okay, G2 though are responding pretty quickly into the round. I think they've picked up on the fact that Weibo, if they want to bring that pace, they will be committed in trying to then continue with that pace rather than pulling back on it. So G2 have to respond. They do. They hit shots. Leaves poor old Reaps and Turf now outside of the exterior in a 2 versus 4.
A long streak of picks in the opening minute of this action phase, tilting the way of G2. Responding really nicely to that initial pick onto Loira, isolating Hoven, and then Speak Easy and Arpe also shut down.
Oh, my beloved
So a
daughter.
2-2 scoreline.
Hold on a
back
little
in here.
longer. Your mom will save you no matter
Opportunity
what.
to try to stack a little bit. Plenty of time. At least gets one.
And keeps out Stompin in the 1v1.
It just keeps the defense honest.
And then there's still a minute remaining, so really from Turd's perspective here, it's just all about can he create more 1v1s? Back himself to try and clutch out a 1v4.
Has a yellow pin. A 1v2, that's achievable.
Weibo have not been a super strong team in the 1vx's, only 3 so far at the tournament. On the flip side, G2 have actually been really strong in that department with 6, doubling Weibo. So they've been far more of a clutch team. In contrast to the APL roster, 40 seconds left for Turd, continuing to just try and poke, prod, find these 1v1s. Credit to G2 not really giving him that sort of opportunity. It's the easiest way to play this. It's boring, it's slow, it's annoying, but for G2 it's just all about sit back, play sight, crossfire positions, make sure he can't do anything else. And that was the case in the end. A 2-2 scoreline. After the 4 rounds of Cafe have been played thus far, for Weibo, 2 attacking rounds already on the board is obviously better than the 2 defensive rounds for G2.
Yeah, nice little back and forth between these 2 rosters thus far. It's back-to-back opening kills now for Weibo, both from Hoven, but this time around, after this pick here, Hoven isolated, unable to have impact, and then Doki and Reading does his job really nicely as well to circumnavigate that pressure from Pillar as they look to try and trade that out. Did Weibo
a little split though on their attack though? If you've got 1 player, or maybe let's say 2 players opting for a bit more of an aggressive push in deep position, but the other 2 players playing Capitao Grim are playing exterior setup kind of focus mentality, I do wonder if there's a bit of a split then in the team communication. I mean, you're 9-1 in Hoven's case, so sometimes you get that rush of 1 where you're like, I'm just going to go and do what I want. I've seen Reaps usually be that kind of player at times. He's 1-4, and again, that's been the talking point for Weibo, I think, at this tournament is...
Hold on a little longer.
Reaps is such a talented player. He's been definitely down on form. If they're really serious, they're going to need more from Reaps. Probably not the kind of player you expect to maintain this level of form.
Shot?
Arpe himself yet to find a kill.
Are you?
Are you? Early stages here at Cafe. Early days though, we got a Bakery for the 5th round, 2nd attempt here from G2, successful last time out. Weibo able to fight their way through reception, but ultimately unable to close around with Stompin, especially over towards Red Stairs, posing problems, and he'll play that position once more here for the 2nd go around. Control the bar for Weibo, uncontested. The entire defense situated on the 1st floor.
Logic Bomb activated. I do wonder if Weibo kind of guarded last time out this site. G2 didn't really offer any kind of 2nd floor pressure. They didn't really have a lot of nitro cells. That's the same instance in this case. However, he's the only one who's got a nitro. And the use of that nitro is not so much to deny the vert, it's more for the freezer drop. Same positions really for G2. They've brought the exact same lineup, all 5 operators from last time out on this site, so they're going back with what worked last time.
Intriguingly, no hard breach here for the attack.
Well, it's the same lineup as well for Weibo.
Yeah.
Speakeasy finds the opening kill on the flights. That's now 3 straight for Weibo. No trade to come through for G2. And more importantly, that's the smoke as well. So no gas baits for the late round. And with that logic bomb, Hoven gets his 10th kill inside 5 rounds. No Alamount, no Echo. So with no Echo, no smoke, G2 up on the back foot in this 5th round.
Certainly not a comfortable position. Stompin and Doki will need to be the two to make a play. Minute on the clock. And Weibo pivot to reception side.
Good pivot from Doki. Capture Speakeasy coming down red. Battle over towards Bar. Stompin does well to get Hoppen. Still the one-play advantage for Weibo, but Stompin is someone that almost plays to the strength of 2. Heading into the final 45 seconds, still winnable for both teams. The death march from Turd on the Deimos to catch out Stompin's position and get whereabouts he is located in their minds. Doki playing close to Freezer. He'll be the first point of contact for G2.
Weibo ideally want to try and play for the plant win comp, but they do not have that diffuser in play. Over towards the kitchen double door makes it awkward. Weibo are very split, by the way, for their 3 players. Turd will go to death mark once again. This is going to be a push and catch. What a shot, though, from Turd on the vendetta shot as well. Stompin, pistol out. Into the final 10 seconds. He cannot see those seconds any longer. A quick clear, and the numbers prevail for Weibo. They take a 3rd attacking round now on Cafe, putting G2 to the sword here on this map. What's most impressive as well, Gus, is the fact you've now won Fireplace Mining, Bar Cocktail, and Kitchen. 3 different sites, 3 different attacking round wins. G2 certainly not giving up without a fight, though. It was Doki and Stompin to try and put up a fight, but overwhelmed. The diffuser location made it awkward for Weibo, but when they were able to then join it down into the 2v1, ultimately they quickly pivot to the kill win con and do so successfully. Final round now of the half, and if Weibo can walk away with the lead, it'd be great. I mean, even a 3 flat would be still strong for them. Reading the side of choice.
Attackers have discovered the location of
See the Solace back into the composition. Now that will be her 4th appearance in the half. Laura likely to lurk down below to garner information. Relay that to the rest of the team. Also critically on a map like Cafe opens up more jump out opportunities potentially as well, with the ability to find claymores and a couple in the hands of Reaps this round.
And 3 for Hoppen. That was not on my bingo card coming into this match. I will say though, this series is very much going to be the definition of a marathon, not a sprint. There's no data of Weibo on Skyscraper. It's not a map they play. So
Inversion energy amplification at 50%. This level should not put a strain on your body, Descendant.
Eliminates Ape. Samora cannot make it back in safely. Good reposition from Reaps. Gets the trade, limits the damage. Stompin then finds one onto Speakeasy. He's got to double digits with that high angle of difficulty shot to get rid of Turd. 10 and 4 for Stompin. Nitro thrown out in desperation, but Hoppen goes over towards New Belt rather than through shot. Hoppen and Reaps. 2 versus 3. These rounds have been so scrappy, though. We haven't really seen a lot of rounds conclude with multiple players alive. It feels like almost every round has come down to a 2v2, essentially.
Battle assignment.
Will it happen again? Stompin has now put into shop. Is he aware of the fact that Hoppen is actually now in bar?
I don't think so.
I mean, the way he's positioned, he's got no idea, whereas Hoppen knows full well that Stompin is inside of shop. Never mind, Stompin turns at the right time. Good clear, trade from Reaps is there. Doki low on health and still 1 whole minute in the round means anything could happen from here. With Reaps still alive inside of the server. And we know he could be the sort of player that will play and gain confidence the better he performs. This could be the kind of round that sets the fire beneath him.
Does have 1 piece of BU tool that could be used here. 45 seconds. Can he problem solve himself through this clutch?
Drone inside of reading, by the way. So might have information on Blaz, who is... Oh, what a shot though from Doki. Yeah, indeed. That's a clean one. Down the end of the hallway. 1 pixel shot from Doki. ends the round, ends the half. It's 3-3, all tied up. Weibo, go defense.
Weibo, go defense.
So far so good, and I think that's probably the right messaging for Weibo. Pretty solid half for them. They happen to walk away with 3. The siege overall they played and the tempo in which they threw into the server, I think worked pretty well for them for the most part. Duty's counterplay overall definitely did aid them at times.
I wonder if we're going to get some trash talk as Doki's telling Weibo to help out Hoven, and he...
Oh, hey, there's a right smile for Turd, so you know he wants to fight back.
I mean, Turd... he is the kind of player as well, Turd, that could be like 1 in 10. As long as his team wins, he'll be talking trash.
Oh, absolutely.
That's all we need to really turn this one into a bit of a classic. The banter between them. Weibo is undoubtedly the team that likes to provide the most banter in the APL region. It's no real contest, as much as others may look to try. So the bands is Army and Valkyrie, along with Bontang and Capital. We head to the replays from that previous round. Rips had an opportunity. This is a clean shot. We'll see if we get it from Doki's perspective, but it was quite literally 1 pixel angle down that end of the corridor, the way he was positioned. Got to see it on our side screen. It was a really clean shot from Doki.
Oh, I should have ran the toss.
Question now for me heading into the second half is what's the common from the previous second half? Play heavy neutral trying to fight these with the key positions on the map. Often that kind of playstyle does work well against APL teams.
We are privy to some, very fun statistics. In terms of average time at entry,
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest,
a
I'm
minute
doing it.
47. So that puts them in the top 6 at the tournament so far. So on average, they are one of the quicker teams when it does come to, I guess, their attack side and getting these kills.
Stupid though, I don't listen. I don't listen. See, I don't listen, but now I'm listening.
So it's Turd on the solos here for the 7th round. He retreats back towards Reading, maybe looking to contest this exterior rappel. Lawyer clued in though and holding that if it is to eventuate.
By the way, for those at home, if you ever are watching and spectating Reeves, he plays with such a high sensitivity that his wrist barely moves. So you may notice sometimes he looks a little jittery. That might just be because he slightly over-moved his wrist.
It's because he breathed.
Yeah. It's an insanely high number. But yeah, the pacing right now from G2, I mean, this is bar cocktail, so naturally it's always going to be one of the slower ones. And indeed, Lawyer, though, finds the kill onto Turd, so he clears out second floor roam. The vast majority of G2 are more prepared with setting up for the execution top floor, but Lawyer does his job on the lurking Docker. Now has another logic bomb ready to go for the final 90 seconds. Big easy low on the warden as well. Weibo are susceptible in this 7th round.
Time ticking those. G2 need to formulate a plan to take advantage.
Oh, clean kill from Blaz. Weibo falling apart here on the opening defensive round. It's only Roots that's left. This may end up now being a flawless in a match where the majority of the rounds have only had 1, 2, sometimes very rarely 3 alive. This has been dominant from G2 to kickstart the second half. In the hallway, indeed the flawless will be confirmed as Lawyer shuts down Reeves. G2 take the lead and start to just up their trash talk game in the server as well. I wonder if they feel like they're getting into the heads of their opponent.
Yeah, a little bit maybe. That suffocating style of attack, which I theorize may be the plan here on Cafe, translated across into that first round.
Doki's fired up. I mean, Doki's playing incredibly well right now, 7-3. He's been active. Doki, Stolpert, and Laura have been sensational so far in this match. This is, by the way, the first time that round, actually, and
okay, so my resistance to electricity?
The fact that a team.
It's
Either
only
team
it's
has
supposed
won
to
2
the
rounds straight
recommended
going.
is
The
900.
first half was quite literally back and forth.
So
1
that's
to 1.
shit.
Up
I'm
until
gonna
the
say
6th
it.
and 7th
That's
round,
pretty
where
shit.
now G2 have won 2 straight.
Also,
This is their first lead of the game.
Also, the first.
Let me
four
check
was,
out the recommended modules.
Picking
You
up
guys
on the
can see
point
it.
you made earlier about a lot of the late rounds being very close, that is replicated in the stats. In the first half, the most players up at the conclusion of a round was 3. That was back on round number 4. Fireplace, G2 winning that on defense. So G2 make a statement in the opening round of the half. Still a long way to go though on this rotation, dining for the follow-up. Dining and mining specifically. I like the addition of the Ram this round. Stompin will be able to use those auto breaches to great effect if they get control in lounge. That can help contest the likes of the Pulse of Speakeasy currently inside of Train.
And just to add even more information to this, Weibo are actually, statistically, over the course of this year, better at attacking on Cafe than they are defending. G2 is inverse of that. They are better defending than they are attacking. Run out here from Turd, doesn't convert, and they lose Arpe to Alamau. 1 and 7 for Arpe, struggling to have impact. Another opening kill for G2. They're starting to really take control of this match. Although, shot from Speakeasy. Pistol in hand, gets the kill onto Moira. Evens things back up once again.
Once again looking threatening on the power, just like round 7. Scan goes out. Round being taken by Stompin, eagerly contesting Pixel. Hover dives, fall. And so G2 now with top floor control.
Score 2 boogie on a breaches for Stompin, and now with that top floor control, they'll be able to utilize that utility. They've got a minute as well to compound on this advantage that they have created from their early aggression with Hoven in the grave. This should really be the kind of round that G2 is able to lock in from here. So someone like Speakeasy though, the cardiac sensor and the nitrocell available, he could offer the point of difference for Weibo on the defense. Reeps is over towards bot white stairs as well. And up close shotgun, Doki meets that shotgun. That's Kid on the floor. So a position that needs to be cleared and cleared by Blaz really quickly.
Both below. Both defenders playing below. 30 seconds.
Still the nitrocell as well for Speakeasy. Sight clear. Blaz checking. Needs to find the position that they feel is the most safe. 20 seconds remaining, and they opt to now actually rotate in over towards mining. Speakeasy, of course, has been getting a lot of this information. Nitrocell, are they ready to shoot this here? He doesn't even get the chance to throw it out of his hands. Stompin denied him that opportunity. Well, far too much faith from Weibo in the vert denial.
That's a massive overinvestment.
5-3 lead for G2. Well, they've put themselves in a really good position to take out Weibo's map pick. Weibo need to talk things over.
But whenever we go back to cocktail or reading, they're going to be nade stacking, right? There's no Aruni, they banned a zombie, okay? So the only things that we have to deny is Wamai, Jaeger, and we can also castle windows, okay? So make sure we're putting a castle on that C1 door, and it's on the landing window, and also on like on C5, okay? Because they're just going to keep constantly nade stacking C1 over and over and over again. There is very little deny for it, okay? Outside of that, we just need to make sure that we're slowing down a little bit and moving around a little bit too much. Yeah, these guys, they just love to fucking punish us when we move too much. Yeah, they're going to sit on these repels, they're going to wait there for their picks, and once they get their picks, they're going to go for their push, okay?
Yeah.
So just relax, calm down, relax on the movement, and make sure we communicate when we want to push and how we want to push. We can go for these picks together as a team. Yeah, let's go. Let's go, guys.
It's always a nice feeling as a noob caster when the coach basically says exactly what you say. The G2 are punishing movement. They are suffocating them with these attacks. Weibo getting jittery. They're overplaying their hand, and they're being punished.
I just want to see Weibo play more direct. I feel like they're trying to do a lot of funny things. The way that they're positioning around the map.
The investment below, the pulse and the Solace is questionable. I mean, it's one of those plays, if it pays off, they look like geniuses, right? But G2, really, really good game sense, clued in, ready for reposition.
playing in a position where it's tricky to deny.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Well and truly outplaying Weibo here on Attack Cafe.
10 seconds left.
So 3 rounds straight for G2 in those 3 rounds as well, getting all of the opening kills, starting to win these rounds in a more comfortable fashion with the flawless and 3 alive. Alpha, well, giving himself a chance to go for a 5-second kill. And repositions ever so slightly to go for it again. He got 2 shots off, doesn't land either. Does send a little message to G2 though that maybe Weibo want to up their more direct game. Take the fight a little bit more to their opponents. Alamau on the blitz, along with the Glads. They're going to go for the quick bakery clear. No, straight through prep. Never mind the pivot over towards bakery and through. Alamau. A little indecisive, I think, with that push overall. Thought about prep, then opted to slide back in through bake. I thought it was just going to be a bake clear, but no, pushed even further and got then punished. The Blast does find a kill, but he's DMR. But still the advantage for Weibo, taking the battle prep and stopping clears out on the glass, gets rid of Speakeasy, with Hoffman falling. G2's pressure that they have not let up from continues to overwhelm Weibo. Reeps is now forced back to sight, and the drop was already being watched. They just got overwhelmed, decimated, destroyed, cut open, sliced, however you want to say it. G2 have just taught Weibo a huge lesson.
Well, there's a reason these guys are #1 in EU. There is a reason these guys were the runners-up at EWC. They know how to play some really good Siege.
I haven't seen Weibo get that sliced up in a long time, not in the APL region, and certainly not even sometimes even internationally from Weibo this year. What strikes me the most is, and I do wonder, it's hard to sort of guesstimate a little bit, but once Weibo kind of dealt with the initial wave of that push, the blitz and go and got a couple of kills, I think they maybe anticipated a bit more of that slowdown reset, but G2 just kept going. G2 never stopped.
Yeah, I mean, I had my eyes over to the left on the overhead, and positionally, they had such good positions. White stairs, red stairs. Speakeasy was a little bit isolated on the side through the mid-round, and he got punished. Had good positions. Hoven lost his duel, so too did Turd as he dropped Hatch. And Reeps again, so far away from the objective, having 0 impacts, and that's not isolated to just this round. Reeps has not been in position to have impact in this match.
Well, I mean, Reeps' position as well was not, to be fair, in position for a bakery side rush hit, but then he probably needed to get involved a little bit sooner then. And again, that's where I kind of go back to what I was saying, but maybe Reeps was not actually expecting G2 to keep the foot on the gas pedal. 6-3, G2 have won 4 rounds straight. This game went from being quite literally back and forth and looking incredibly even, hard to split, and some positives and negatives for both of the teams, and right now it's just all positive for G2. They have upped their game to a new level that Weibo do not have the capability of matching.
Extremely logical.
Hard to envision, even on defense, for Weibo to bring this back. Have they got what it takes mentally? Because they don't look switched on right now. And Hoven's impact was always going to wane eventually, guys. Like, he was not going to go and drop 30 in this game. Started 9-1, since then 12-7.
So it's back to top floor, Speakeasy on the catch, which was highlighted earlier, in anticipation for the nade dump here for total for G2. Shotgun's also in play, Stompin with the responsibility of dealing with both the mirror windows and that catch. Quite a focus on the cocktail side currently from G2.
Well, I wonder if G2 just kind of sense that they can finish this quickly. They're obviously not going to just rush in straight away. You can't, it's Bark Cocktail, but they'll go do their clear game. Last time out on this
Inversion energy amplification at 50%.
Got rid of the lurkers.
This level should not put a strain on your body, Descendant.
Stompin's garnering a lot of information here. Window dealt with. Good start to the round for G2. At the midpoint, the groundwork has been phenomenal. It's all about conversion from this point, and the shot calling will need to be good.
They've been very clinical in a lot of their setups. No surprise that they've now won 4 rounds straight. And even though a shot hasn't really been fired, it still feels like G2 are starting to constrict the defense of Weibo Turd playing the Soul is still over towards reading. I have been keeping an eye on Lura to see if he does go for that. Instead, it's just 3 dead instantly. It was a double nitro from Hoffman. Weibo finally get something to go their way. At the 1 minute mark, they've been able to find 4 kills in about 2 seconds to essentially win this round. The run out from Turd, a little bit ambitious. Blythe was watching, got the kill, needs now 4 more inside the last 50 seconds. Unlikely, a strange all round where a lot of the setup for G2 felt like it was actually putting them in the best position to win the round. Hoffman gets a double nitro, another kill happened at the same time, and suddenly just snap your fingers, the round was over. Blazel, of course, back himself in. And to be fair, he's moving with decent pace. Spots one over towards Washroom. Pixel, that's Hoffman, 15 and 7, looking for his 16th kill, which is towards Pixel. Overswing though from Blaz, and of course more eyes can enter the battle. Speakeasy gets the kill. Weibo finally get a round on the board for the first time in 4 rounds. 6-4, 2 more defensive rounds on Cafe needed, not impossible, but a strange round.
Like you can keep the base again, like you keep the meters with the space there, and have like a lot of that top slot. Scala, remember, can just low focus. And after this low focus, because then we play for the skills like to punish them, okay? So like I'm gonna be able now to like slow, or use the Hibana to open all the meters. Okay, just remember, what is done. So like being in piece for Lura, okay?
Not BB.
Yeah, and also if they go like banks hold like for training, these things remember the pockets as well that it also works because they don't have the control of the heaven, okay?
Okay.
Okay, let's go guys, we got this. Remember,
Let's go guys.
The communism can also do it to see, okay? To see the opportunity. Okay, let's go guys. Let's go guys. But no panic, relax.
Well, no panic, says Doki. Sees the opportunity. G2, 2 opportunities to close out this opening map and then head to their map of Skyscraper, which does have that hint of unknown. Weibo have not played the map at all in 2025. An official, at least. I'm sure they've scripted it at some point, and it's always that question of is it a map they've secretly kept hidden, allowing it through twice now technically at the major. Remember last time out, didn't quite get to that 3rd map where we wanted to see it. So clearly they've been a little bit more happy to let it through. Still think it's going to take a big ask though for Weibo to suddenly gain enough momentum to get this one to overtime.
10 seconds remaining.
Hobben's 3rd 3K by the way, so his 3rd multi-kill round so far on this map. He's clearly been Weibo's best. Funny to think that we played 10 rounds of Siege for Weibo. 4 players are going negative.
Actually, you know what, let me go to the
We heard some discussion there about Hibana specifically to counter the mirror. It was initially selected. G2 switching off. The Lion Deimos combination here suggesting a point of difference for the attack. Maybe less of a focus on the utility game. Maybe leaning more into the info gathering and looking to take space that way. Blackbeard as well to stop and
let me go right here. I know my name is Bunny.
Maybe sensing opportunity to push in through reading.
I mean, the ultimate bunny. I want to grab Bunny, the ultimate bunny.
First death mark now in play, the sentry.
If it's new research, does he get the nitro video twice a days as well from Ape? Dancing on thin ice and escapes with his life and the kill onto Alamau. Another frag grenade for Ape, another one. 4 frag grenades have been dodged by Ape.
No catch for Weibo, but seemingly it doesn't matter.
Well, he's not sure though where they're eventually going to push in. He needs a little bit of help. Stompin down main corridor into mining. Speakeasy lost his life. Stompin gets a bit of information that no one is home.
Toe below.
Needs to get this and get this quickly. Stompin will be able to get this kid down. The Solus's impact is nil. It's none. Turd has not been able to fulfill his duty.
But then I need that damn dog. I don't
35 seconds and there goes 2 quickly for Weibo, make it 3. Lyra Doki Stompin all one piece and only Turd left. Nothing he can do. Oh, it's swift and clinical from G2. The EML team will put the sword to Weibo. They take the opening map of this series over only now require one more to book their place in the finals.
And it's why we always say Siege, it's a game of two halves. It was so to and fro in the first half. Weibo looking quite strong. Second half though, all G2.
Well, it means for Weibo, they're going to have to do it the hard way. They have not won a single map of Skyscraper in 2025. To stay alive in the Munich Major, they must now do it.
So, I need the spiral catalyst. I need more of those and I need more of these. Yeah, give me my orc skin.
No matter what crosses your path, it covers confidence with AAA and
10 hours. Almost done.
What are you two doing here? Honey, we talked about this. Deal this good, it's hard not to stock up. Wait, these prices? Tom, you missed a bunch of stuff.
I'm actually almost done.
looking at map 1. Your team isn't here just yet, but you are. So can we get your reactions after the first map?
It was a really good map. We prepped really good for it, so it's a pretty easy map to be honest. So hope we can carry that into map 2 and make playoffs.
Thank you so much. As you see the rest of G2 going in.
Was you surprised they picked Cafe something?
Oh yeah, we were expecting Chalet.
Yeah. You went absolutely huge as well.
Yeah.
Was that all Doki giving you the information? Was it Carl? Or was it just you popping up?
Doki.
Does it give you pressure actually that people consider you to be like the king or someone's over with it? Does that have pressure on your shoulders or?
No, I'm used to that at this point, so it doesn't affect me. Alright, we'll let you head off and go get back and ready for map 2. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, no, once again he was absolutely excellent inside of 1-4 now, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, we're looking at the player profile.
Damn, KOC 91, KD is 14 to 6, KPR 1.26. Attackers, defenders. What? He plays Gritty? He plays Gridlock and Goyo? Goyo I can understand, but Gridlock? Nah. If you're a Siege player and you play fucking Gridlock, you understand what I'm saying.
The one thing I just would like to very quickly say about G2 is G2 often are access to their own tempo. When G2 are found excellent, it's because of their own individuals and the way they're on. But the way that they attack basically every map, they've got it locked down. They make attacking Cafe look easy. It was a 3-3 split on their defense, and then they got up and kicked off, managed to win 4 out of their 5 attacks on what is supposedly a defensive.
Fuck. In Weebo.
Going into the next map.
Weeby.
Again,
This man is dripped out. Yeah, but looks like gold.
Magisters are probably humanity's real hope, don't you think?
Actually putting in a good number of rounds, and on the back of Poland mainly, I will say this, he left them a chance actually in that campaign, dropping 15 kills a bit for him. I think we would have seen an action. There was 2 only 1 round at the start as well, right?
Exactly. That could have been so much more.
Two rounds on the back of himself, and the others multi-kills as well. So if you think about it, you need the entire team of Weibo to step up alongside him. You can see Hoven is still there and has the performance that I guess the others have. I'm thinking going down to Skyscraper, they're going to be comfortable. What I don't like for them is that G2 will be in control of the pacing. And we know how Alemao loves to pull his small rushes, the karaoke window rush on karaoke boom side, the direct takes on exhibition. He has all kinds of tip and tricks that he said it before. He sets the meta on Skyscraper, and so in attack, for G2 to start, for once I will say this on Skyscraper, I think that's not a disadvantage.
I get a crazy feeling that we're going to need like 5 defenses if they're going to be contested on the Skyscraper. I really do that.
That sounds very difficult if you're a Weibo fan, but we hope they can show us some kind of improvement because elimination is on the line. As we said, if they lose this map, they're going home and they don't want to do that, and we don't want to have that for our Aussie fans either. So we'll throw it back to you two for the second round of the series.
I'm just doing my best Jack impression right now. But no, look, I agree with him wholeheartedly. I think 5-1. I think they genuinely need 5 defensive rounds if they're going to win this map. A map, again, that they have not won this calendar year. It's all set up against Weibo coming into this G2. They were about 70%, I think, on the first map. Now a whopping 85% here on the social predictions. And I'm starting to follow that one home as well. I think they've got this one in the bag. It's just all about how they're going to do it. For me, I think G2 probably steal 2 to 3 attacking rounds and then close it out on defense, something along the lines of maybe like a 7-3, 7-4 sort of result. So that means I'm setting expectations even for myself here. Let's see if Weibo can upset those expectations.
Well, I haven't showed this map. They have kept it hidden away for quite some time.
There is no data.
So the question will be, has that prep work been good enough here for Weibo to turn the tide, flip the series, and then head us to Lair? They looked fairly competitive in the first half back on Cafe. It unraveled. They should look competitive here defensively here on Skyscraper. We'll see how it translates across into the second half as well. I still think this is set up and primed to be an intriguing battle. As for the fans,
defensively, Clash Azami, and on the side of attack, Grinying.
Well, this is it. 2 or die for Weibo, now facing elimination to be the last team eliminated going into before finals. G2 one map away from booking their place in finals, of which, of course, the winner of this series is bound for upper bracket quarterfinals against Team Secret. I'm sure G2 would love another go at Secret. Those two have turned into like a little modern day rivalry, I think, over the course of the last 12 months or so. And for me as well, this half, G2, free punch on the attack. And I know that on the desk, they were kind of talking about the attack of Crown West and G2, and even into a map like Skyscraper, they'll back themselves in. It is, though, to temper expectations, statistically their third worst map in terms of attacker win rate. But that is, of course, because Skyscraper is incredibly defender-sided. They've got a 65% defensive win rate, 41% attacker win rate. 12 of 29 rounds. They played it a month ago, by the way, beat out Gen G 7-4 on this map. And again, to reiterate, 0 data for Weibo, 16 times banned, 5 down, 13 against, never hit 2025. And I think they'll go aggressive early here as well, G2. You look at that lineup, Deimos, Capitao, you've got the Lion and Doki. They can start to get map control early into this round. Curious for Weibo as well. Again, a map that we have not seen them play this year. Are they going to go rather default, or they mix things up?
Yeah, what an emphasis earlier down below here for G2. Little emphasis across on the opposing side of Weibo. So they are primed and do have a read. That execution now for the defense. Or a forward position. Logic bomb thrown out. Maybe seeing if they can plot something vertically. Orthodox approach here from the attack. We also look to combine main stairs by combining utility. Position now.
Weibo, 2 kills early on for him in this opening round. Big Easy only the single gas fade remaining. Now it does actually go for the run-out kill onto Doki, and that now makes this round very intriguing. There is a lot of time remaining, throws out that gas fade to safely reposition back into Karaoke. And there is still, though, crucial utility available for G2. The logic bomb from Stompen will provide information.
No, I can just
single
run through the whole shit.
Can help them aid for the
like nothing.
Tricky position still for Weibo, despite being able to.
Well, no, he's the wrong weapon that is strong against. I mean, I'm not doing any damage, so I have to use the corresponding Descendant and corresponding weapon type.
He's going to hit for
attribute,
He kept at it long enough. Hoven keeping himself still. He was low on health. It didn't really matter. Even if he was full health, he was dead there. So Stomping to push through Drum. Alamau can meet him halfway there towards the site, so they will look to group up here on the push towards Speak Easy. Playing inside T-Room. Shotgun, although he does get the down onto Stomping and they kill Speak Easy! The double to kickstart for Weibo on Skyscraper. Wow.
Winding back the clock a little bit.
Well, I do like the phrase, it's all too easy for Speak Easy, but even I was not set up for that one. They needed that. They really did. Not just the round win for the sake of it, but
to undertake
I think
a
the
void
confidence of
intercept
Weibo,
battle assignment.
they got smashed in the opening map of Cafe. You go, you break, you talk things over as a team, you try and keep the vibes up, you try to make sure that people are mentally locked in. It's a round like this, a clutch from Speak Easy. Play with so much experience.
Someone got absolutely sniped there, by the way. He's on about 80 HP and died there. Or got DBNO'd. Really good work for Speak Easy. The flash was great in displacing his position, but the response was good. Still, there's some of the ideas that G2 were able to implement there in the round were pretty intriguing and largely successful. So I think we're primed for quite an exciting half here of attacking Siege, which quite often isn't the case on Skyscraper. We flip to the opposing side of the map. Exhibition in play for the follow-up.
And Alamau to jump onto the multi to shot call from that position.
The space-time fabric of the void is extremely logical.
Multi, of course, was largely banned out back on Cafe. This time allowed through. That's some good drone work early on here already from G2. 4 death marks already available for Laura.
Well, they do have to mute though, so I mean those mute jammers can, if placed properly and in good vicinity for the defenders.
Oh, they're just gonna go.
You say they're just going to go up to Ray or okay, they want to block off the side door and allow Alamau to then push through. There is contest though by Waymo.
They've been able to stall out that utilities over.
They're playing really on site here, so if G2 go rather direct, which is what they're posturing for, I mean Waymo are set up to deny that.
Okay, now back down. Will Alamau call the play? He's in. Toad has impact.
He's not going to waste his time trying to just see if he can catch that foot off the back of the impact. Oh, but he tried to then open up the door, but Blythe had already made his way through. Microsoft does connect onto Doki to keep it equal. Hoven defending towards Lounge on the back of this mirror window. Needs to be careful with his positioning. Stompin starting to follow through behind Alamau along with Blaz. They need to try and get involved with this multi. Alamau is deep sight. Blaz actually went back, so he stays outside.
I'll find you and end you.
They need to get Stompin and Laura involved as well, still outside of the building. The only one inside right now, by the way, is Alamau on the multi, sitting sight. Laura, Deathmark activated, but getting matched by Reeps on the other side. Stompin lost his battle over towards Breach. Blaz got one from the window, but then traded, leaving now poor old Laura by himself. Creeps in through that breach, but he's lost that Moltang. He's by himself in the 1v3. And so far can barely even get a shot off. Good positioning coming out from Weibo. They take a second round. Defender-sided map and all. Again, this is not a map we expect them to do well on. A good start for the APAC team.
Yeah, they withstood the pressure quite nicely there. Got initially a little bit dicey. The Zoto canister stalled out the initial panel. The follow-up then allowed Alamau a foothold in towards the objective, and Turd got caught. The impact was late onto the follow-up, and he died. But then the likes of Hoven at the bar position did a really good job, even despite being death-marked in offering value.
Inversion energy amplification at 50%. This level should not put a strain on your body, Descendant.
He did his job well. It was just a very tricky position to get the rest of the team involved on that push.
Hovering the attacker pick at the moment to go over to the blitz rather than the multi. I mean, I think maybe bringing a bit more pace might help out G2. In fact, they'll drop the shields all together coming into this third round.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds to insertion.
I think Alamau just ended up picking like 4 different operators, settling eventually on Ash.
If in doubt, go Ash.
Yeah, I thought that Ash would have been tricky in response to the story. Some of that more direct utility.
I need to do the other one.
Ash may be offering a little bit more versatility in this particular instance.
Jacob immediately looking to pressure second floor.
Skyscraper in the third, Stomford in the 1v3.
nowhere to be safe right now. The way they're fighting, by the way. There's any kind of weird warbang glitch going on every time. I expect it to be
for Weibo. It's not frequent where you see trigger discipline like that in Siege. Hoven did a really good job, and whilst eventually that exposed site, Weibo able to navigate around that nicely. And a 3-0 lead, so they completely full rotation.
Nice.
Good proficiency across the primary, two primaries, and then the tertiary to lock it out. And timeout G2.
Guys, we have the other shoots, okay? Like, I would say, like, your direct or like, option, like, in the offense, like,
You need information about the
become
Colossi.
clear for karaoke, if you see we can, okay? But if you see, you can do also like the black push and to play more compact, like play more direct, but together, not splitting is also good, okay? For ops guys, I would say, doesn't matter what they do. I think it's the time for the blitz in the karaoke, okay? Like, kill the guy, blast him with the cake, so like they don't have organized basket predetermined, so like you have a good bridge there, okay? And remember, if they repeat the kitchen defense, can do that for you guys. You have to shoot the open also, okay?
Yeah,
like,
okay.
Remember this. Let's go, guys. Go, guys. Let's go.
Let's go.
I think it's also fair to say after this timeout, by the way, that this is expected to be a defender side of map. You know, we kind of had also, funnily enough, a match between G2 and CAG where CAG got out to a 5-0 lead. The map is wrong, but it's all defender sided. Either way, the point stands that with G2 fan right now, I wouldn't be worried. The goal for G2 is even just 1 to 2 attacking rounds.
I trust Precious judgment, and he said 5-1 is the target. So we're still quite a distance away from that for Weibo.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's 3 rounds to play. They need 2 of the 3,
nice
which means there's more emphasis here on Weibo despite leading 3-0. It's a funny part of our game in Siege where a team could be 3-0 up and you're not really kind of ringing the bell with jumping with excitement.
Ready to activate.
All it takes is, you know, one really clinical round from G2 and then they've got themselves a couple of free tickets to see if they can get a second.
Humanity is very
You know, I'm gonna work on
That's why humans need us to
legendary
display.
weapons. That's what I need.
So the Bravo in play then for the 4th round, likely in response to the Melusi, those Banshees and the BPC can be dealt with. Extract that information. Defaults as well to be captured potentially. The Capital to be brought once more. In the hands of Stompin. Could once again be used to flush Util in towards Geisha. It was very effective last time. Flushing out Turd, he got caught. You can see currently a little haphazardly held by the defense. Turd elsewhere though does find the opener of the round. Lawyer to fall, 0-4. Docker will take it down and the corner not checked by Doki.
It's funny because they actually got that advice from Hoppen previous round, said check your corners. After the bolt into Geisha. Weibo getting their confidence back.
Electro sensor active.
And that's the last thing that G2 really need to do is give a team like Weibo confidence. They play their best on it. Is there a way back into this round? While Stomping caught on the vault over, Reeps gets active on the movement and leaves only Blaz Alamau. Another round that has been decisively won by Weibo. They will acquire their 4th consecutive round on Skyscraper. It is defense. We temper our expectations. What I will say is from this point on, guys,
Weibo will then be fighting for a 5th round and onwards. It means the G2 are serious. The team has now got a 4-round straight to Weibo. This match is now on G2. They need to get cooking.
although they don't necessarily win the players, heads up players, etc. And the discipline from Weber and the read in the game sense has called them out quite a few times. This is a tight angle. It looks like it's a headshot. It does onto Blaz. Another opening kill for Volvo. The heat has gone up in the studio on this map. As Alamau steps into karaoke on the horizontal clear now for G2. Turn over towards Drum will meet him close by. There's two players there though. The flash plus the pistol. Alamau gets 2 for 1. That's a solid deal from the Blitz despite losing his life. But now his team even has the advantage. Weibo have allowed that horizontal clear from G2 to be successful. Now puts them on the back foot. But if there is some solace to this, Hovman and Speakeasy have got 13 kills combined heading into this 5th round. That's the 2 players you'd want to like.
That's number 2 of the better performance. Side of the service for Weibo and Savo. The W Blitz on full display in this round, though, able to extract fragging potential. And G2 now afforded time to gain information. Logic bomb available. Loira to deploy. Double grenade for Doki as well.
Double stacked offers, by the way, for the defenders.
This is quite intriguing.
Doki, good angle bound. Speakeasy goes down. And a second from Doki.
Ooh, this next round gets very, very, very tantalizing.
Uh-oh, says Doki, because he knows full well that a second attacking round for G2 could be too much for Weibo. Alamau, though, the focus in that round and the clear over towards Drum. Getting the double kill as the Blitz, despite the early start for Weibo. G2 on the board for the first time on Skyscraper. They get that crucial attacking round. Final round, though, of this half. And the onus is more so now, I would agree with what Jack said earlier. It's on Weibo. They need this 5th defensive round. If G2 get 2 here, it puts them in the better position.
Yeah, just one of those unfortunate instances where Turn and Arfe both line up. Trade from Terrace was good, but too little, too late. Damage done. Because G2 was so efficient on the clear, they gave themselves that window of opportunity to gain information, to prepare for the push, play into the advantage. And Doki on that front line, making it look easy. Round 6, Exhibition, Weibo fighting for their lives.
So no more crucial round than this for Weibo thus far at the major. Let's be honest, this feels like their biggest currently. I mean, there might be another one bigger to come later, but for right now, this is it. They need this 5th defensive round to just set them up as best possible going into the next half. We have no idea how successful they may be on their own attacks. What we do know is G2 will be very strong on their defense. Alamau will switch back to the Monty for this final round of the half, despite the success from the Blitz in the prior round. Early lion scan from Doki, the runaround, but it is Arpe onto Blaz. So 2 rounds straight, Blaz will go down early. Another opening kill for Weibo, that's been their strength in the half. They have the 5v4 and no imminent trade as well from G2. Logic bomb activated by Loira. A big shuffle of defenders towards Drum. pushing through mezzanine, they will maintain this horizontal hold. And when I say it's horizontal hold, there's no one in sight basically for Weibo right now. What a strong position though from Moira.
It's spot turned. G2 will be looking to dislodge that mirror window. Ash available.
With 2 towards drum, by the way. Ape and Hover together. So if you swing this doorway, the odds are even if you get one, you probably die. Flash, and then the push from the Monty. This is why you send the shield in first to get that information.
The pre-placed Nitro though stalling out this attack. No impact temps for G2 to deal with it.
He's that shot out. A little bit of a decent gas bait from Hovan. He only has one more though remaining. Battle from Loira. Again, maintaining this hold, but there has been a bit more of a retreat from Weibo this time, not over-investing towards drum now. Final logic bomb from Loira. The Nitro Cell, though, still placed, and the swing from Ape catches out Stompin, despite then the reposition from Alamau through mezzanine. So gets past the Nitro Cell, keeps the Monty alive, but they did lose Stompin, and then Loira will follow suit. Reeves gets involved in the party, and Weibo will be celebrating this half. Alamau, as good as he is, will not win a 1v3 pistol Monty fight. It's just not happening. 5-1 in favor as Weibo will switch to their attack. They need 2 attacking rounds to send us to a third and decisive map.
Well, that's half the job done for Weibo,
but there's the other half of it now.
Skyscraper is quite literally the meat grinder map for attacking this game of all 9. Highly regarded as one of the more challenging. This is going to be a real tall task for them. As the bans are to come through. Monty paid initially, so it may end up being double hard breach denial, double shield combination here. If G2 don't want to deal with the shenanigans of Weibo.
Don't forget, G2 earlier this tournament already came back from a 5-0 deficit against CNG. So what's 5-1?
Ends up being the Grim and the Mirror follow-up, so a little bit more hybrid here for this second half.
I mean, it goes without saying, like, this is a pretty commonly positive thing to say, but the earlier Weibo can get at least the 6th round, so much better than this for because the longer it goes on, able to attack. Like to play aggressive and fast each at times, but with this lineup, I think it'll be a little bit more direct focus, take their time, open up the right sideline, see if they can get Speakeasy to a position on the Glaz where he can then maybe find a pick or 2. So I'm not expecting this to be ultra fast paced from Weibo. Positioning right now for G2 is largely on site or around it. They are offering very little extension out towards drum mezzanine. Glaz is the only one that's opening more dragon, where he is kind of poking and prodding between Shrine and Mez.
Reeves, by the way, clearing the bandit from below. That was facilitated by earlier drone work by Weibo. And so main breach now compromised.
No response though from G2 to maybe go for a bit more pressure in that first floor to deny someone like Reeves in bathroom. They're not hunting.
Pretty tough turn on the Damos playing that protection role onto Reeps. Full death mark targets available as well. may be able to get to work for Vert from below as well.
The problem though for Weibo will be if they go full direct, might be that then you've got flankers coming in late, but Ape goes through the front door, says, hello, I'm here, you're not ready, double kill, clear out. Those flankers are now the only ones left in Bryce and Alamau. They were playing off-site positions, statue and drum. And had it been more of a contest, they would have offered a solid point of difference, but now by themselves, they can offer nothing. Weibo to kickstart this second half. They've got no pressure, no worries, and now 5 map points. 6-1 to Weibo on a map, guys, a map that they have not won in 2025. And we are deep into November against G2. Round by round. Well, G2 now is required. They need to win 5 straight. That Ape really just was like, he must have found some kind of gap in the defense, and just to be able to get that deep at that point in the round with 5 still up and technically only 2 playing largely off-site, that should not be allowed to happen.
Yeah, I'm really curious as to what prompted that. Was it an info gain, a read, simply a timing and got a little fortunate? Either way, it was good work. I mean, the backwork also was great. We saw the Deimos coverage was good. Speakeasy did his job cutting off terrace. Pieces of the puzzles were there. Did require Harper to step up and find that play. That's exactly what he did. 5 opportunities in regulation for Weibo to push us to the 3rd map.
Well, the good news for Weibo is they're not CAG. They're not. Because if it was CAG, I'd say, yeah, they're probably really good. Yeah, Weibo historically are much better at closing these kind of scenarios out than some of the other APAC teams. But yeah, I do like believe in saying that. I also could very much envision G2 winning 5 defensive rounds straight. But the round that we just saw from Weibo does feel a little more confidence that they should be able to get this done from here and send us to left for what will be the 3rd and final map of the Swiss stage. That'll work just this series.
Question, did I log on the throne today?
Quarterfinals, spot in the finals more than
I'm gonna end the stream real quick.
Lose this series,
I'm
and your
gonna
time
check
at the
something
major
real
is
quick.
done. Speakeasy on the blitz. We go tea room karaoke for the first match point round. Stomper gets the opening pick. Good pressure. Speakeasy got the flash. Don't know if that fully connected.
I will
Still
be
certainly did.
right back. I gotta
Exchange of kills.